Chapter 971, White River City's Transformation. Starmoon City, Ouroboros's guild residence. Bursting into the meeting room, the tall, robust berserker Fierce Snake hurried to Gentle Snow's side and quietly reported, "Guild leader, good news. You've been worried that we wouldn't be able to sell the materials fast enough, right? A while ago, we found someone willing to purchase all of our rare herbs and ores. Moreover, the attribute gemstone sales in the various major cities are going quite well. We'll collect the necessary funds in no time." "All right." Gentle Snow's expression, which had been tense until now, finally relaxed. "Assemble the materials in the various warehouses immediately." Selling all of the materials Ouroboros had, even at 80% market value, in such a short time would be a daunting task. After all, there was a limit to how much the market could digest. If they could not gather the required funds in time, her proposal would have been nothing but talk. Now that someone wanted to spend the coins to purchase their stock, they had helped her considerably. When Gentle Snow finished instructing Fierce Snake, the several company representative elders came back online. "How did you manage to get an answer so quickly?" Gentle Snow felt something off when she saw the several elders. Such an important decision wasn't easy to make. At the very least, these companies would have had to hold an emergency meeting with their directors before making a decision, yet these elders had only been gone for less than 10 minutes. "Have you decided to submit to Blackwater in the end?" Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had only recently chased away Chao Chenhua after much difficulty and snatched back control of the guild, which had originally belonged to her elder brother. She had never expected several of Ouroboros's investors to abandon them just as she was starting to push the guild onto the right track. With just her family's company, she could not stand against these major companies when they worked together. /update by Novel Full. Calm, Guild Leader Snow, please understand that this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Our companies simply cannot stand against the Blackwater Corporation. Please prepare to hand over the position of Ouroboros's guild leader. We also hope that you will support the new guild leader. As for the White Clan Group's shares, we will buy them back in 3 days. After the company representative elders gave their answer, they sighed powerlessly as they logged out of the game. Although they were only the representatives of their respective companies, they knew that their companies had already signed a private agreement with the Blackwater Corporation. They no longer intended to play with the White Clan Group as they had found a new playmate. Despicable. How could they do something like this? We were blind to think we actually accepted these companies' investments in the guild. The dozen or so elders, who had fought long and hard with Ouroboros, started to bash the investors. To them, Ouroboros was their home. They had worked for Ouroboros for over 20 years. Now that someone else was taking over their guild, why wouldn't they be angry? Snow, Zhao Yueru didn't know how to console her friend. The White Clan Group had made its fortune in the virtual gaming world. It had established Ouroboros and gradually developed the guild, taking over a dozen years to elevate it from a third-rate guild to a first-rate guild. Afterward, Ouroboros had dominated over a dozen virtual reality games, yet now it was crumbling in Gentle Snow's hands. Zhao Yueru did not know what to say. "I'm fine." Gentle Snow waved her hand. However, she was extremely pale. After a few minutes of silence, she took a deep breath and said, "Those companies and the Blackwater Corporation are underestimating me. Since Ouroboros cannot be salvaged, the White Clan Group will start a new Ouroboros." Although the investing companies had secured Ouroboros's management, and thus, the guild's shops, gaming experts were the true key to a guild's power. Due to Chao Chenghua's mutiny, the White Clan Group controlled Ouroboros's god-slaying army. It did not belong to the guild. As a preventive measure against Chao Chenhua, Gentle Snow had purchased over a dozen plots of land in Starmoon City and several other high-population cities under her name. However, she hadn't expected those preventative measures to come into play now. "Fierce, you don't have to deliver the goods anymore. I'll meet with the buyer personally," Gentle Snow said. Although the Blackwater Corporation now owned Ouroboros, she was still the guild leader. She also possessed a significant portion of the guild's shares, so she still had the authority to transfer a considerable amount of resources. Since she was going to leave Ouroboros, she needed to take some things with her. She wouldn't allow Blackwater to get its hands on the resources under the White Clan Group's management. Although she couldn't transfer the guild's resources in bulk, coins were much easier to move. Moreover, upstart guilds lacked money the most. With the money from selling the materials, she could easily build a sturdy foundation for her new guild. Following which, Gentle Snow left the meeting room. At the same time, Zhao Yueru began to mobilize the god-slaying army and other guild members. When the time came, she would take as many people with her as possible. Although they could not leave Ouroboros an empty husk, they could at least cause the Blackwater Corporation to pop a vein or two when it took over the guild's management. In front of White River City's bank. Guild leader, the buyer is inside the bank. The middle-aged man, who sold items in front of the bank, rushed up to greet Gentle Snow when she arrived. On her way to the bank, Gentle Snow was greatly surprised by White River City's atmosphere. Despite Star Moon City being the kingdom's capital, the vibe in White River City felt as if should be the capital instead. As she traveled through the city, she saw many teams from various first-rate guilds. There were more and higher quality players in White River City than in Star Moon City. She had even seen a few players riding through the city atop mounts. One wouldn't see this in Star Moon City, yet it seemed that White River City's players were already used to these sights. One would even be hard-pressed to find such happenings in imperial capitals. When Gentle Snow entered the bank, the middle-aged man guided her to a corner of the main hall. Feng sat there alone, a black cloak covering his body. However, even though Gentle Snow could not see Feng's appearance, this man felt familiar. Gentle Snow? Why is she here? Is Ouroboros the guild selling the materials? Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw Gentle Snow walking towards him. Could something big have happened to the guild? With Ouroboros' financial strength, the guild shouldn't need to do something so damaging to gather funds. As Gentle Snow stopped before Feng and the middle-aged man was about to introduce her, 6 tall, burly men radiating hostility cut past Gentle Snow's group and surrounded Feng. Oh, guild leader Snow, I'm sorry, but the Blackwater Corporation has some business with this gentleman. Would you give us a moment? The leading level 39 berserker named Lethal Gale subtly demanded, smiling coldly. Chapter 972, Test of Strength. As Gentle Snow was pushed aside, the middle-aged man quickly stepped forward to speak up. However, before he could do so, Lethal Gale shot him a penetrating glare. With the one look, the middle-aged man froze. Even though the middle-aged man knew that players wouldn't dare attack another in a place like this, Lethal Gale's sharp gaze had left him petrified. The dense killing intent within that gaze felt as if a blade had been pressed against the middle-aged man's throat, and if he moved, his head would leave his body. This is killing intent. Gentle Snow could also feel the frightening pressure that Lethal Gale exuded, and she could not help but stare at the berserker. To put it simply, killing intent was a kind of mental suppression. Although killing intent couldn't be seen or touched, the human mind could sense the threat of danger. As a person could not perceive the danger with their 5 senses, the mind employed a self-preservation mechanism, halting the body from making any sudden movements. It was the same mechanism that was responsible for small animals freezing when surprised. There was a saying in the real world that looks could kill. Although it sounded like a joke, a person's gaze could indeed transmit certain signals. Take wild animals for example. When 2 wild animals faced off against one another, if one of the wild animals received a ferocious glare from the other, the former would hesitate. Wild animals were born with much keener senses than humans, so they could pick up on these signals easier. Normally, it was very difficult for ordinary players. However, for experts who had experienced many life or death situations, their will and instincts had already been hardened and sharpened. Hence, they could transmit more powerful signals, which even ordinary people could pick up on. Lethal Gale was one such expert. /update by novel full. However, Gentle Snow had not focused on Lethal Gale due to his killing intent, but rather because his was somewhat different from other gaming experts. His killing intent was much colder and sharper. Unlike the killing intent other experts radiated, which only served as a warning signal, the killing intent Gentle Snow felt from Lethal Gale showed that the Berserker truly wanted to murder his target. More importantly, the Berserker wore a calm and natural expression while he radiated such killing intent. The fact that Lethal Gale could do this told her that his hands were stained with real-world blood. One should always act on a first-come, first-served basis. Do the Blackwater Corporation's people not respect this rule? Gentle Snow asked as she pulled her subordinate away and glanced at Lethal Gale. Sneering, she continued, or do you need me to teach you a lesson in manners? Although Gentle Snow's tone was soft and not particularly loud, everyone who heard her trembled involuntarily. It seems the rumored snow goddess isn't just a pushover. Lethal Gale thought, surprised by Gentle Snow's aura. In his eyes, virtual gaming experts did not know what it truly meant to fight and kill. These people were nothing to them, people who had seen hell and walked the boundaries of life and death. However, the aura Gentle Snow radiated showed that she was not one bit weaker than him. He had not expected this revelation. Sure. Since Guild Leader Snow made the offer, I'm interested to see just how tough you really are. If you can defeat me, my men and I will leave. If I win, however, you will have to wait for us to finish our chat with this gentleman. Although Gentle Snow's aura had surprised him, that was all. In an actual fight, one could only rely on their own skill. He refused to believe that his skills, which he had honed in true battle, would lose to someone like Gentle Snow, was all style and no substance. Moreover, if he beat Gentle Snow, Abandoned Wave would have an easier time taking over Ouroboros. Lethal Gale's companions wore mocking smiles as they watched Gentle Snow. He was absurdly strong. He had even defeated a famous expert from the Dark Knight Empire, who ranked 354th on the God's Domain experts list. As for Gentle Snow, in the latest update of the experts list, she only ranked within the top 900. Defeating her would be a piece of cake for Lethal Gale. Okay, I want to see just what kind of experts the Blackwater Corporation has nurtured, Gentle Snow said. She then turned to Feng, and in an apologetic tone, she said, Excuse me, sir, but will you wait for a little while longer? I'll finish this match very quickly. We can proceed with the trade once I'm done. Blackwater's people had not initially been looking to cause Feng any trouble. It was only because of her that these ruffians had done so. Hence, it was only right that she deal with this matter. Trying his best to hold back a chuckle, Feng said in a deep tone, It's fine. I am more than happy to watch a good show. He had to admit that the black cloak was an excellent item for hiding one's identity. Even as he stood before Gentle Snow, she didn't recognize him at all. Right now, all she could discern was his gender. In reality, Feng could have revealed his identity and put an end to this match. However, he was curious to see how strong Gentle Snow was. Both Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale were level 39 berserkers. Both wore equipment of similar standards, with both wearing level 40 dark gold equipment. It was obvious that they both possessed top-tier equipment that could reduce item level requirements. Their weapons were the only difference between them. Although Feng did not know the quality of Gentle Snow's silver greatsword, seeing the greatsword gather traces of mana from the area, it was definitely stronger than a dark gold weapon. On the other hand, Lethal Gale's greatsword was slightly weaker. Even so, it was a top-tier dark gold weapon. With almost a negligible difference between them, this match would come down to their combat techniques. Feng had already been observing Lethal Gale. Although he was a berserker, a class famed for violence, his actions felt light and gentle. It was obvious that his physical control had already reached a very high standard. It was highly possible that he had reached the refinement realm. Refinement realm experts were considered apex experts in first-rate guilds. After all, unless one had the benefit of a simulation training system or some miracle, it was extremely difficult to reach the refinement realm. Hence, it was quite impressive if a first-rate guild had a few such experts. As for experts of higher combat standards, that depended on luck. It was similar to some unrated guilds' luck as they saw a refinement realm expert arise from among their members. Unfortunately, the probability of such at this stage of the game was extremely small unless the player was also an extremely powerful martial artist in the real world. As for Gentle Snow, Feng did not notice any sign that she had reached the refinement realm. In that case, where was her confidence coming from? Of course, it was also possible that Gentle Snow intentionally hid the subtle signs. If so, even Feng would not be able to determine her combat standard. He could only confirm his doubts by watching an intense battle. Once Gentle Snow agreed to the match, they all headed for the Divine Coliseum above White River City. Chapter 973, Match of the Century. Inside the Divine Coliseum, players came and went. It was even more lively than White River City's auction house. The Divine Coliseum had become the most populated location in the city. Sitting along the rest bar, many players chatted as they watched battle videos on the screens hovering in the main hall. The drinks here are awesome. It's a pity that they're so expensive. Unlike everywhere else, where we can pay with copper and silver coins, can only buy drinks here with magic crystals or the points we accumulated in the Divine Battlefield. Each bottle costs 100 points. I need to win at least 3 team battles to earn that many. I'll never afford more drinks at this rate. That's nothing. A few days ago, someone spent 3,000 battle points to buy 1 bottle of Icefire Spirit. I heard that not only is it calming, but its effects last for 5 hours. Its calming effects are far better than the Trial Towers. It also tastes magnificent. What? I could drink for half a month with 3,000 points. The Icefire Spirit isn't the best alcohol available. I heard that if one reached the Trial Tower's 8th floor, they can purchase the Witch's Tier. One costs 5,000 points. Some time ago, I heard that a player from another kingdom bought one. I wonder what it tastes like. Stop dreaming. Only God's Domain's apex experts can reach the 8th floor. Getting past the 4th floor is difficult enough for us, much less the 8th floor. As the Divine Coliseum became a larger factor in players' lives, players grew stronger. Players also used the Trial Tower's results as a way to judge someone's true abilities. As for tycoons who used their equipment to suppress others, they weren't experts, just rich. Hence, guilds and independent teams now recruited members using the Trial Tower's results as a benchmark. Players who could reach the 5th floor were considered ordinary experts. Players who reached the 6th floor, even in a large guild, were experts of the next level. Players who could reach the 7th floor were of the more powerful experts, even in first-rate guilds. As for those who managed to reach the second half of the 7th floor, they were top-ranking experts in a first-rate guild. One would be hard-pressed to find players in a first-rate guild who could reach the 8th floor. While the players in the main hall chatted amongst themselves, Lethal Gale and the others, who had just arrived, immediately attracted everyone's attention. People in their way moved aside as they felt these players' shocking aura. Shortly after, however, everyone noticed Gentle Snow. Her saint-like beauty even enthralled a few new players. That beauty is hot. Damn, is this your first day playing a virtual reality game? You don't even know about the Snow Goddess. She is the guild leader of the first-rate guild Ouroboros. Be careful with what you say. I heard that many wealthy young masters have tried to harass her in the past. In the end, these people had been killed to level 0 and forced to delete their accounts and start all over. Hearing the veteran player's story, the players new to White River City shut their mouths immediately. To them, even joining a third-rate guild would earn them bragging rights among their friends for days. They looked up to players in first-rate guilds. They were also aware of the massive differences between third-rate and first-rate guilds. In the current God's Domain, unrated guilds were forced to develop in smaller NPC towns. There was no place for a small guild in a city. Only those acknowledged as third-rate guilds barely survived in NPC cities. Meanwhile, first-rate guilds ruled over several, or even over a dozen, major cities. With a word from Gentle Snow, other guild leaders would make their lives hell in God's domain without hesitation. With their standards, their only option would be to start a new account. What are they trying to do? Why is Ouroboros' guild leader in White River City's Divine Coliseum? That man, Lethal Gale, recently defeated the 354th ranked expert from the God's Domain's experts list. I heard that he even broke the Trial Tower's record in Hot Sand City and reached the 8th floor. Why is he here? Can this be? When everyone saw Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow enter the same combat room, the main hall fell silent. They couldn't help but stare at the combat room's closed door, their skin breaking out in goosebumps. An 8th floor expert was going to fight Ouroboros' guild leader. I need to notify my team leader and the others. This is the match of the century. Hopefully, they'll broadcast the fight. I'll even be willing to pay for this show. Look! They didn't turn private mode on. We can watch the battle on the main screen. Hurry, select this battle. Pandemonium swept through the main hall. Every player quickly called up the Divine Coliseum system interface and clicked to watch Gentle Snow's battle against Lethal Gale. In the Divine Coliseum, the videos on the main hall's screens depended on the number of viewers. If enough players wanted to watch the fight, the system would automatically display said fight on the main screen. Following which, everyone in the main hall stared the main screen in rapture. At the same time, many players fervently contacted their companions and guilds, telling everyone they knew about this shocking development. Before the battle between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale began, news of their fight had spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The guild leaders and upper echelons of the kingdom's various guilds received the news at almost the same time. Has Gentle Snow lost her mind? She agreed to such a challenge. The Star Alliance's Purple I was surprised when she heard the news. Lethal Gale is a refinement realm expert. Although Gentle Snow is strong, she had only reached the half-step refinement realm. Doesn't she care about Ouroboros' reputation anymore? Purple I knew just how powerful refinement realm experts were from her experience in the Secret Pavilion simulation training system. Although there only appeared to be a thin line separating a half-step refinement realm expert from a true refinement realm expert, with equal levels and equipment, the disparity between their strengths was like the difference between heaven and earth. Although Gentle Snow had a slight advantage with her equipment due to her status as the leader of a first-rate guild, she could never close the gap with such a small lead in attributes. No, she is no fool. I also heard about Blackwater purchasing Ouroboros. From what I learned from the Secret Pavilion, that Lethal Gale fellow is an expert that Blackwater has secretly nurtured, Galaxy Past said, chuckling. A realization struck Purple Eye. This was no longer a simple competition of strength. It was a competition between Ouroboros and the Blackwater Corporation. Both of their reputations were on the line. Purple, notify our people in White River City immediately and have them record the battle. We must not miss this opportunity, Galaxy Past commanded. Other guilds also burst into action. Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale's battle had attracted the attention of Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds. Chapter 974, War Goddess. Chapter 974, War Goddess. A bald, robust man suddenly burst into an exquisitely decorated room, tension written all over his face. Boss Wave, something has happened with Gale, the bald man reported hurriedly. Raising his brows, Abandoned Wave asked, what happened? I don't know what Gale was thinking, but he's about to duel Gentle Snow. News of the fight has already spread throughout the kingdom, the bald man said. Gale is dueling Gentle Snow. The news surprised Abandoned Wave somewhat. A moment later, however, he started laughing before he said, good, very good. Gale's performance this time is excellent. Who would have imagined that, just as I was struggling to think of a way to take over Ouroboros, Gentle Snow delivered herself to my doorstep. Send someone immediately to livestream Gale's battle. I want to see the look of despair on Gentle Snow's face. Although he was not certain of Gentle Snow's true strength, he knew how powerful Lethal Gale was. It was common knowledge that, although Lethal Gale had beaten the 354th ranked expert on the God's Domain experts list, it had been a hard-fought battle. Hence, in the public's opinion, that must have been the limit to Lethal Gale's strength. U.P. Dated by novel full. Calm in reality, however, Lethal Gale had held back. After all, he was a member of the battle team that the Blackwater Corporation was nurturing. How could he afford to expose his true strength to the public? He needed to save that trump card to deal other battle teams a critical blow. Although Abandoned Wave had no idea how much strength Gentle Snow had hidden, she was 100 years too early if she thought she could defeat Lethal Gale. Inside White River City's Divine Coliseum, every player in the main hall watched the main screen as if hypnotized. It's finally starting. Sitting at a corner of the rest bar, Feng looked at the timer displayed on the screen, his heart thumping with anticipation. In the past, the strength Gentle Snow displayed during the early stages of the game had been extremely frightening. Many experts had considered her disappearance from God's Domain a shame, as they all believed that she had the potential to become a Tier 6 God-ranked player. Her abilities were clear for all to see just from how she had managed to nurture the cleric god Violet Cloud. The main screen currently displayed a dense forest, which was the perfect environment for assassins and rangers. However, it was an entirely different story for berserkers. Berserkers were the epitome of strength. The berserker class was a class that solved all problems with overwhelming strength. Unlike a duel between other classes, the one between Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale would undoubtedly be a short battle. Either Gentle Snow would quickly defeat Lethal Gale or the other way around. There was no third possibility. Hence, everyone in the main hall paid close attention to the screen, afraid of missing out on any details of the battle. Let me properly experience the strength of Ouroboros's guild leader. Hopefully, you won't disappoint me too much. As soon as Lethal Gale let out a low shout, a bone-chilling glint flashed across his eyes as he unsheathed the gigantic greatsword slung over his back and entered a fighting stance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not use charge straight away and rush at Gentle Snow. Instead, he slowly closed in on the female berserker step by step. However, with each step Lethal Gale took, the surrounding air grew heavier. Even the players watching in the main hall could feel the frightening pressure the male berserker radiated. As for Gentle Snow, she unsheathed her silver greatsword and pointed it directly at the approaching Lethal Gale. Her actions were as if victory was already in her grasp. Her calm appearance made her look just like the war goddess of a battlefield. When only 12 yards separated the two berserkers, everyone suddenly saw a shocking scene. Gentle Snow's entire body started releasing a silver glow. In the next moment, 3 pairs of silver metallic wings sprouted from her back. The equipment she wore also underwent a transformation. Her original silver armor turned into a set of pure white robes. In the blink of an eye, Gentle Snow had changed from a plate armor class to a cloth armor class. This sudden development made it seem as if an angel had suddenly descended onto the battlefield. In the next moment, golden divine runes manifested on her robes and even on her unblemished cheeks, adding a few hints of holiness to the war goddess. Meanwhile, the silver greatsword in her hands had also transformed into 2 thin, sharp blades. Golden arcs of electricity were faintly visible, wrapping around the blades of the one-handed swords. Before anyone even reacted, Gentle Snow dashed straight towards Lethal Gale. What? What just happened? Is she really a berserker? Gentle Snow's sudden transfiguration riveted everyone in the main hall. None of them had expected her to undergo such a change. She's so fast. At this moment, even Feng was surprised. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow had hidden her strength so deeply. Gentle Snow's current speed was already above his. Watching through the large screen, everyone only saw Gentle Snow leaving behind an afterimage in her original position before appearing right before Lethal Gale. Ha! Come! Lethal Gale laughed as he activated his berserk skill, Beastification, his skin suddenly turning a deep red. Both his strength and speed also soared. Immediately, he sent a cross slash at Gentle Snow. In response, Gentle Snow swung the sword in her right hand, the blade transforming into an arc of light as it struck at Lethal Gale's greatsword. What a fool. Gale has already activated beastification. Although the skill's duration is very short, it increases his strength attribute by 120%. In addition, Cross Slash is a Tier 1 sure kill skill. Even Great Lords won't be able to block this attack, yet Gentle Snow actually dares to receive it directly. Could she have abandoned herself to despair because of losing Ouroboros? Abandoned Wave's lips curled into a smile as he watched Gentle Snow's actions. He could already see the scene of Lethal Gale heavily injuring the female berserker. Has Gentle Snow really lost her mind? She actually made such a rash counter. Purple Eye looked at Gentle Snow with eyes filled with worry. Gentle Snow was a rival of hers. She did not wish to see her losing to anyone but herself. At this moment, Purple Eye was wondering whether Gentle Snow truly understood just how powerful a refinement realm expert, who had activated a berserk skill, was. As for Feng, he simply chuckled at this scene. Among everyone present in the Divine Colosseum, most likely nobody, aside from himself, knew what kind of state Gentle Snow was in at present. If one were to say that Lethal Gale was in a berserk mode right now, then the current Gentle Snow was in a twofold berserk mode. The reason for Gentle Snow's transfiguration was her obtaining the Holy Warrior class, one of the 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom. The 5 great legacies of Star Moon Kingdom. Not to mention completing them, just being able to accept the quest for these legacies showed that one was a favored child of the main god system. In the past, only Gentle Snow in the entire Star Moon Kingdom had managed to complete this quest. Feng had never imagined that she would actually succeed in class-changing into a holy warrior ahead of time. The 5 great legacies were all peak legacies. The legacy skills that Gentle Snow learned were naturally extraordinary. At this moment, the skill that Gentle Snow had used was one unique to the Holy Warrior class, the Legacy Berserk skill Starlight Saint. Not only did the skill increase her attributes significantly, but it also altered the external appearances of her weapons and equipment at the same time. Currently, although it might seem as though Gentle Snow was equipped in cloth armor, in reality, it was holy armor. The soft, white robes she was wearing were tougher than even adamantite. The defensive capabilities of those robes far surpassed those of plate armor. Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Chapter 975, Taboo Skill Life Return. Although twofold Berserk could give players the strength to combat existences of a higher tier, it also had a glaring weakness. Legacy Berserk skills all shared the same problem. And that was the side effects. Unlike ordinary Berserk skills, all Legacy Berserk skills would place its user into a weakened state once their durations ended. Moreover, the duration of twofold Berserk was very short. Even Feng, who possessed one of the 10 great saint legacies, could maintain it for only 20 seconds. Once twofold Berserk ended, he would fall into a weakened state for several hours. However, it was also precisely because of such a drawback that the system allowed the use of twofold Berserk. Based on Feng's estimates, Gentle Snow's Starlight Saint should have a shorter duration than his Blade Liberation. If she could not finish off Lethal Gale within this period, once her Berserk skill ended, she would lose without a doubt. One could say that Gentle Snow was taking a gamble. Boom! The collision of the two weapons created a shockwave. The ground under both fighters instantly collapsed as the clear sound of metal clashing against metal echoed throughout the surrounding forest. Pang! Half a second later, Lethal Blade's entire person went flying out of the crater, his body breaking several large trees before slamming heavily into the ground. His HP instantly decreased by over -1,800 as well. The difference in strength between both sides was clear for all to see. Flew. He flew. How is she so strong? Is this the guild leader of Ouroboros? This scene staggered everyone inside the main hall. The players who had previously entertained unscrupulous thoughts about Gentle Snow now had shivers running down their backs. Lethal Gale, who had defeated the 354th ranker on the God's Domain experts list, actually got sent flying with a single hit. If it were them in the male berserker's place, they would have gotten killed instantly by Gentle Snow's lightning-quick attack. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave's countenance turned grim when he saw Lethal Gale repulsed. To him, Lethal Gale losing in a contest of strength even after activating beastification was simply inconceivable. This was equivalent to Gentle Snow sending a great lord of the same level flying. How is her strength so high? After standing back up, Lethal Gale looked at the rapidly approaching war goddess in shock. After activating beastification, his strength attribute could already rival that of a great lord of the same level. Coupling it with his cross slash, even a great lord would be pushed back, not to mention a player. Despite that, Gentle Snow had managed to send him flying with a single strike, without using any skills. His mind just could not figure out how this was possible. However, Lethal Gale did not have the luxury of pondering this. If he did not cope with Gentle Snow's next attack properly, he might very well lose directly. In a flash, Gentle Snow appeared before Lethal Gale once again. This time, he no longer dared to clash weapons with the female berserker. Instead, he chose to take a large step backwards before defending himself with his greatsword. Pang! Lethal Gale was forced back once more. This time, however, he only received -400 damage or so. Moreover, the impact of the attack allowed him to pull away from Gentle Snow. Suddenly, a cat-and-mouse game commenced on the battlefield. Every time the two fighters clashed, Lethal Gale would manage to buy himself some time by sacrificing a small amount of HP. Lethal Gale was no fool. He knew that Gentle Snow's current equipment was only slightly better than his. The fact that there was still such a huge disparity between them pointed to just one thing, a difference in skills. God's domain was fair in all things. Such a powerful skill definitely could not have a very long duration. Hence, all he needed to do right now was drag out the battle. If he managed to last until Gentle Snow's skill ended, victory would be his. He could tell that Gentle Snow had yet to reach the refinement realm and was only at the half-step refinement realm. She did not possess perfect control over her own body. Moreover, she was clearly not used to this sudden increase in power since she would expose plenty of weaknesses when she attacked. This was the reason why he could deflect the trajectory of her attacks, dampening the collision of the attacks significantly and taking only a small amount of damage each time. This Lethal Gale fellow really is something. Feng was slightly surprised when he looked at Lethal Gale successfully deflecting Gentle Snow's attacks one after another. Rather than the refinement realm, the combat standard the male berserker was displaying right now already approached the flowing water realm. One could say that he had reached the half-step flowing water realm. Players at the refinement realm would have precise control over their own bodies. Even in high-speed combat, they would be capable of impromptu changes. However, just having such a combat standard would not be enough for one to deflect Gentle Snow's attacks. One also needed to understand the Holy Warrior's every action and predict her attack trajectories in advance. Only with this would one be able to keep up with Gentle Snow's superior attack speed and turn aside her attacks. Although it sounded straightforward, experts at the refinement realm would find such a feat extremely difficult to achieve. Had Gentle Snow not activated twofold Berserk, she really wouldn't have any chance of victory against Lethal Gale. The seconds ticked by quickly. 10 seconds after the battle began, over half of the terrain of the combat room lay ravaged. At this moment, Lethal Gale was in a very miserable state and only a quarter of his HP remained. Gentle Snow would need just a few more seconds to defeat the male berserker. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. I have to admit, you are by far the strongest opponent I have faced in battle since I entered God's domain. However, I believe your skill's duration should be almost up. Originally, I did not intend to use this move. However, I acknowledge that your strength indeed deserves my going all out. Lethal Gale said excitedly. Lethal Gale's HP began recovering rapidly. At the same time, the aura he exuded also strengthened apace. Not good. That's the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return. Feng immediately recognized the skill Lethal Gale used when he noticed a green mist circling the male berserker's body along with his growing aura. As a Tier 1 Taboo skill, Life Return was very powerful. When activated, the skill completely recovered its user's HP within a short period. Moreover, the more HP the user lost previously, the more bonus strength and agility attributes the user would gain, up to a maximum of 600 strength and 600 agility. 600 strength was practically equal to the total strength of a well-equipped level 40 berserker. With such a massive increase in strength, even if Lethal Gale's strength attribute was still not a match for Gentle Snow's, there would no longer be such a great disparity as before. With Lethal Gale's standards, it would be enough for him to defeat Gentle Snow. To make matters worse, Gentle Snow's twofold berserk was already nearing its end. Ha ha ha. Gentle Snow, I admit that you are amazing. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent to go up against. Abandoned Wave could not help but guffaw when he saw the gloomy expression on Gentle Snow's face. Although Lethal Blade had used his final trump card, which would probably impact his future performance in the Dark Arena, being able to thoroughly defeat Gentle Snow now was also a good thing. Immediately, Lethal Gale used Charge and took the initiative to dash towards Gentle Snow. Chapter 976, Sudden Kill. Chapter 976, Sudden Kill. After using the Taboo skill, Lethal Gale's attributes and speed both increased by a large margin. With the inclusion of the speed boost from Charge, everyone only saw the male berserker leaving behind an afterimage as he crossed over a dozen yards and arrived before Gentle Snow instantly. Die! Lethal Gale shouted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his eyes. Without even waiting for the fainted effect of his charge to settle in, he raised his greatsword and used Beheaded. Although he took less than a breath's time to complete this entire process, Gentle Snow still managed to activate a control removal skill and counter the male berserker's attack with Chop. Boom! Dazzling sparks flew as the clangor of metal resounded throughout the entire forest. Unlike before, however, Lethal Gale was not sent airborne this time. Instead, he had to retreat just a single step. The impact of the collision also cost him only around 100 HP. To Lethal Gale, who had recovered back to full HP, this loss was barely a scratch. Although his attack had failed to finish off Gentle Snow, Lethal Gale did not mind one little bit. He had long since figured out how powerful Gentle Snow's current attributes were. This first attack of his was merely to gauge how much of a difference there remained between their strength attributes. In a quick follow-up to his attack, Lethal Gale's body flashed, then he appeared beside Gentle Snow and abruptly swung his greatsword upwards, the massive weapon slashing straight at her blind spot. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Calm as Gentle Snow was still unaccustomed to her greater strength, the clash with Lethal Gale had thrown her stance off. Hence, her defense was full of holes right now. Had Gentle Snow reached the refinement realm, even with the suddenness of the increase in strength, she would have been able to control it skillfully. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Lethal Gale's greatsword suddenly split into 4 afterimages, each one striking at one of Gentle Snow's weak points. Caught off guard, Gentle Snow no longer had the time to adjust her stance to defend against Lethal Gale's attacks. In the end, she forcefully used Whirlwind Slash. In the next moment, a silver whirlwind suddenly formed around her. When the 4 afterimages of Lethal Gale's greatsword collided against the silver whirlwind, they immediately got dispelled into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale himself had to take a step back, giving Gentle Snow a chance to catch a breather. What a terrifying expert! After Gentle Snow retreated to a safe distance, she could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when she thought back to Lethal Gale's previous attack. The difference between their combat standards was clear for all to see. Despite her advantage in strength, Lethal Gale always managed to maintain his stance after receiving her attacks. Moreover, even after his attributes had increased significantly, he was still able to receive all her attacks without fail, as well as launch attacks from various positions. On the other hand, it was taking her all just to handle her sudden increase in strength, which made it very difficult to maintain her stance after a direct clash. Unlike ordinary computer games, fights in virtual reality games were no different from fights in the real world. In many cases, an attack that one could easily block while in a proper stance would become very difficult to handle if one lost their stance. This was true even with a very normal attack. Fights between experts were all high-speed battles. Deciding the outcome took only an instant. Losing one's stance in battle was a fatal matter. Although Gentle Snow had repelled Lethal Gale, the latter had no intention of letting up on his attacks. He immediately charged at her once more and let loose a barrage of violent strikes. In the main hall, all anyone could see between the clashes of Gentle Snow's one-handed swords and Lethal Gale's greatsword were afterimages. Is this a battle between true experts? For a time, the players in the main hall even stopped blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the moment where victory and defeat were decided. If it were any other player going up against either of the two fighters right now, most likely, they would have already fallen numerous times to either Gentle Snow's or Lethal Gale's attacks before they could even react. Inside the combat room, although Gentle Snow seemed to hold the advantage in both speed and strength, in reality, she was actually at a disadvantage. In order to maintain her combat stance, Gentle Snow kept having to retreat. Otherwise, she would create an opening that Lethal Gale could exploit. The seconds ticked by slowly. When Lethal Gale noticed the 3 pairs of silver metallic wings behind Gentle Snow starting to fade away, one after another, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could sense that her strength and speed were both starting to wane. Will I be able to make it? Gentle Snow looked at the last remaining pair of wings on her back. The outcome of this battle was already plenty obvious. With Lethal Gale's combat techniques, even if she did not enter a weakened state after Starlight Saint ended, she would still end up losing the battle. However, she was not willing to simply give up. From the moment Lethal Gale activated the Tier 1 Taboo skill Life Return, she already knew just how powerful the Berserker was. The only reason she had fought desperately up until this point was for this final strike. When the 3 pairs of metallic wings generated by Starlight Saint started disappearing, it was not a warning to the user that their bonus attributes were about to expire. Instead, the moment all 3 pairs of wings disappeared, the skill would at last display its true power, releasing its final brilliance. However, this final power only lasted for one attack. If Lethal Gale managed to deflect or dodge her attack, her fate would be sealed. Hence, if Gentle Snow wanted to win, she needed to stay calm like never before. She needed far more precise control over her own body. She also had to push her mental concentration to its very limits. Thus, when her wings began fading, Gentle Snow had deliberately repressed her own strength to the point where she could control it perfectly. Meanwhile, from Lethal Gale's perspective, it seemed as if Gentle Snow's strength was continuously deteriorating. Upon seeing the final pair of metallic wings disappear, Lethal Gale immediately used the Tier 1 skill Energy Slash. Energy Slash not only increased the power of an attack but also extended the attack range by 5 yards. 6 ultimate flashes. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had forsaken all her excess power and concentrated the remainder into one final attack. The collision of swords and greatsword generated a blinding glare, followed by a thundering boom. Peng! 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 As the glare dissipated, the shrill of metallic armor being pierced echoed throughout the entire forest, as well as the entire main hall of the Divine Colosseum. 5 penetrating cuts appeared on Lethal Gale's armor. His HP had also instantly fallen to 0. As for the victor of this battle, Gentle Snow, her complexion looked somewhat pale right now. The extraordinary concentration she displayed at the final moment depleted her mental strength, so much so that she was on the brink of collapse. With the side effects of the Starlight Saint kicking in, she appeared extremely frail. The players in the main hall of the Divine Colosseum, however, clamored at this scene. It's over. What happened in that instant? I didn't even manage to see anything. Gentle Snow won, just like that. This is a lie, right? All hail the goddess. Everyone simply could not figure out what had happened in that final moment. Lethal Gale clearly had the upper hand just then and was about to finish her off, yet such a shocking reversal had actually taken place. The tables had turned so suddenly that even Lethal Gale himself did not know how she had defeated him. With the end of the duel, Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale both walked out of the combat room. Due to their previous agreement, even if Lethal Gale was reluctant, he no longer had the face to look for trouble with Feng at the moment. He could only watch as Gentle Snow slowly walked over to Feng. Defeated? Gale was actually defeated. He even lost while every guild in Star Moon Kingdom was watching. When Abandoned Wave saw the outcome of the match, he threw the bottle of Witch's Tear, which was worth 5,000 battle points, to the floor. Immediately notify Gale and the others. Since they've embarrassed the Blackwater Corporation, they need to make up for their actions. Have them think of a way to get rid of Gentle Snow within White River City. Currently, Gentle Snow's complexion was pale, and she looked extremely weak. She was clearly suffering the backlash of using that powerful skill from before. With her in such a weak state, even with the deterrence of the city guards, killing her would be child's play for Lethal Gale's party of 6. As long as the Blackwater Corporation killed Gentle Snow inside White River City, they would be able to regain the reputation they lost before in one fell swoop. As for Lethal Gale's party members getting jailed by the NPC guards, that was irrelevant to Abandoned Wave. Understood. Lethal Gale accepted to the instructions he received without hesitation. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shifted his gaze towards Feng and Gentle Snow, who were chatting with each other. Chapter 977, Feng takes action. Following the Gentle Snow's battle, the players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. Gentle Snow's valiant and heroic bearing captivated many male players, all of which considered applying for Ouroboros to get closer to the Snow Goddess. She won, just like that. Purple Eye was stunned as she watched Gentle Snow's victory on the screen. With only a small difference in attributes, Gentle Snow had actually defeated a Refinement Realm expert. It seems the Blackwater Corporation has greatly embarrassed itself this time. If the news of Blackwater chasing Gentle Snow away in order to annex Ouroboros spreads, it will be very hard for Blackwater to mingle in Star Moon Kingdom. Although Gentle Snow is an enemy, I have to thank her. The strength Gentle Snow had displayed had also surprised Galaxy Past. Things will be more interesting in the kingdom for a time. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were old rivals. Galaxy Past had initially thought that Chao Chenghua's mutiny would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the Star Alliance to surpass Ouroboros once and for all. Yet, due to Ouroboros' alliance with Zero Wing, not only did the Star Alliance fail to surpass Ouroboros, but it had also been left in the dust. With the Blackwater Corporation purchasing Ouroboros, he had not expected Gentle Snow to make such a daring play. It might be possible that they would see a new Ouroboros emerge sometime soon. Star Moon Kingdom was more lively than ever. Aside from the Blackwater Corporation, the recently flourishing Heaven's Burial showed faint signs of stealing the position of Star Moon City's #1 guild. If not for the Star Alliance having agreed to the Secret Pavilion's investment, surviving in Star Moon City would have been impossible. Boss Gale, are we going to attack here? A level 39 ranger beside Lethal Gale asked worriedly as he surveyed their surroundings. Even the weakest NPC guards in the Divine Coliseum were level 200, Tier 2 classes, not to mention the roaming Tier 3 NPCs. If they made a move among so many NPC guards, these NPCs would kill them instantly. Although someone had successfully killed one of King's Return's upper echelons in the Divine Coliseum, not just anyone could replicate that. Even now, that person was a legend among players and had the nickname Frost Eye. Quite a few super guilds had attempted to contact this Frost Eye to hire him to assassinate other major powers' upper echelons. God's Domain's super guilds had no lack of experts. Theoretically, they should be capable of dispatching their own men for such assassinations, yet in the end, they wanted to hire Frost Eye. Why? It was precisely because these super guilds weren't capable of doing so, which was why they were willing to pay such a high price. Although they, Blackwater's people, were experts, they could not contend with God's Domain's apex experts. If they attempted to kill another player in the Divine Coliseum, there was over an 80% chance that the guards would kill them before they could finish off Gentle Snow. We can't make a move here. Fortunately, it won't be too late for us to take care of her after they leave the Divine Colosseum. Lethal Gale immediately dismissed the notion of attacking now after noticing the party of guards stationed a short distance away from Gentle Snow. When we strike later, Stone and Tooth, you two coordinate with me to take Gentle Snow down. The rest will hold the NPCs off as long as possible. With Gentle Snow's current state, the three of us should be able to finish her off in 1 or 2 moves. Lethal Gale's party members nodded. They then began to simulate the assassination in their minds. Stone and Shattered Tooth were both level 39 assassins. The assassin class specialized in ambush. If an assassin successfully ambushed a berserker, there was over a 60% chance that said berserker would lose over half of their HP instantly. If 2 assassins worked together, a berserker of the same level would die instantly. With this lineup and a berserker like Lethal Gale acting as a distraction, Gentle Snow's fate was sealed. Furthermore, both Stone and Shattered Tooth were relatively powerful assassins, even in the Blackwater Corporation. Both had already reached the refinement realm. Only, they had slightly fewer achievements than Lethal Gale. They could even defeat Gentle Snow in a one-on-one fight if they had the same weakened attributes that she did right now. Killing Gentle Snow would be child's play if these three worked together. Guild Leader Snow is as amazing as expected. I had not expected you to reveal such a trump card in the end. Lethal Gale has defeated the 354th ranking expert on God's Domain's experts list. With this, your rank will rise significantly, Feng praised the woman as he watched the snow goddess approach. Now, he more or less understood why so many experts had suffered defeat against Gentle Snow in the past. Others might not have seen what had happened in that last moment, but he had. In the final moment, Gentle Snow displayed the physical control of a refinement realm expert. Hence, she had managed to control the 6 vicious sword strikes perfectly, finishing Lethal Gale off. Otherwise, with Lethal Gale's skills, he would have been dodged at least half of the strikes. Had that happened, the battle's victor would have been rewritten. Gentle Snow had only joined God's Domain a short time ago. Moreover, she even had to manage the massive guild that was Ouroboros. Yet, without any guidance, Gentle Snow had reached the refinement realm. She was devilishly talented. Feng had only reached his current realm after experiencing 10 years of fights in God's Domain and the many miraculous encounters he had chanced upon. Even Violet Cloud, whom he had taught carefully, had only recently reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose still had not done so. I was just lucky. Gentle Snow shook her head. There was not a hint of joy on her face. Rather, more worry than before gripped her heart. The Blackwater Corporation had yet to join God's Domain officially, yet it had already dispatched an expert like Lethal Gale to take her out. Now that she had confirmed that the corporation would start its conquest in Starmoon Kingdom, it would not be as easy for her and her companions to start a new guild as she had expected. I assume that Guild Leader Snow hasn't sought me out just to trade the small stock of herbs and ores, right? Feng asked, chuckling. Indeed, as you say, I would like to discuss some other with you. However, this is not a place for such a conversation. Why don't we continue our chat in the high-class restaurant below? Gentle Snow nodded. She did not try to hide the reason for her visit. She had many more resources on hand that she could sell. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find someone who could afford so many resources in a short time. In her opinion, if Feng could afford her stock of herbs and ores, he should be able to purchase her other resources as well. Let's go, then. Feng agreed with Gentle Snow's sentiment. With so many eyes on them right now, this was an inappropriate place for their chat. Following which, as Feng and Gentle Snow left the Divine Colosseum, Lethal Gale's party followed closely behind. Although guards patrolled White River City's streets, the patrols were sparse. Moreover, the city guards were much lower leveled than the Divine Colosseum's guards. Once they found an opportune moment, Lethal Gale's party approached Gentle Snow silently. As for Stone and Shattered Tooth, they had long since gone into stealth. When there were only 30 yards separating Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow, the former used charge. Guild Leader Snow, I am sorry for this, but you must die today. Lethal Gale sneered. He then executed cross-slash against the weakened female berserker. Simultaneously, two black figures appeared on either side of Gentle Snow, for snow-white daggers thrusting towards the female berserker's blind spots. Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had not imagined that Lethal Gale would go to such insane lengths. The punishment for attacking another player in the city was no laughing matter. Unfortunately, even though Gentle Snow could see Lethal Gale rapidly approach, she could do nothing about it. In her weakened state, all her attributes had dropped by 80%. Moreover, the debuff lasted 5 hours. With only 20% of her attributes, she could not survive against Lethal Gale. Not to mention, she had just sensed 2 assassin experts. As the greatsword and the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Gentle Snow's body, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. The almighty Blackwater Corporation is really a sore loser. Are you in such a hurry to restore your wounded reputation? As his voice faded, 5 streaks of blue light surrounded Gentle Snow. Peng! 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 The clang of metal colliding echoed down the street 5 times. Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins were then thrown over 5 yards back. Who are you? You dare to stick your nose in Blackwater's business? Lethal Gale glared at the cloaked swordsman. However, his eyes contained a hint of fear. When experts fought, one clash was enough to gauge the opponent's strength. Lethal Gale could tell that the swordsman was stronger than him. The fact that the swordsman had repelled all 3 of their attacks told him that this man was more than an ordinary expert. Who am I? This is White River City. You dare to make a move in my territory and still ask who I am? Feng sneered as he glanced at Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins. Chuckling, he took off his black cloak. Feng. Gentle Snow was shocked when she saw who had hidden beneath the black cloak. Although the man had felt familiar, that did not help her to identify him. After all, he could be any random person she had met before. Now that she knew her mysterious buyer's identity, her previous questions had been answered. Who could possibly be richer than Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom? You're Zero Wing's Feng. This is between the Blackwater Corporation and Ouroboros. I advise you to stay out of it. If you don't, you will regret it. Lethal Gale's face twisted into an ugly expression when he heard this man's name. To the Dark Arena's participants, Feng was a familiar name. Even with Stone and Shattered Tooth's help, beating Feng was impossible. He had no choice but to use the Blackwater Corporation as a threat. With this, he might still have a chance to finish off Gentle Snow. Chapter 978, Great Trees Are Good for Shade. After Lethal Gale's group launched their attack, a commotion erupted among the players on the street. Have they lost their minds? They are attacking someone in White River City. Are they not aware of the severe punishments for assaulting people inside a city? Amazing. Who are they? How long has it been since someone tried to kill another player in a Starmoon Kingdom city? The players stopped to watch the show. NPC cities were different from NPC towns. In cities, even if one only attacked another player, not killing them, the NPC guards would attack. Afterward, they would be imprisoned in the city's jail for 1 or 2 days. For successful murders, however, that punishment was more severe. Every second in God's domain counted for expert players and the various large guilds. If an expert player were imprisoned for several days, they would fall behind. Because of that, very few player attacks, beyond newbies to NPC cities, occurred. After issuing his threat, the Berserker's 3 other party members joined the ambush on Gentle Snow. Their task was one of no return. Moreover, the nearby NPC guards had discovered their transgression and were heading their way. If they could not kill Gentle Snow before these NPC guards arrived, it would be much harder to kill her later. I've already stated that this is Zero Wing's territory. Guild Leader Snow is an ally. Do you really believe that I'll just sit by while you kill my ally? Feng rolled his eyes at Lethal Gale. Or do you think you can use the Blackwater Corporation's name to frighten Zero Wing? Do you really intend to make Blackwater an enemy? Feng's response caught Lethal Gale off guard. Feng acted as if he had never heard of the Blackwater Corporation. However, time waited for no one. With no other choice, Lethal Gale ground his teeth as he growled in the party chat, "I'll deal with Yi Feng. Stone and Tooth, assist me. Everyone else, kill Gentle Snow as quickly as possible. Leave it to us, boss." We had just been a little careless. Stone and Shattered Tooth promptly used their vanish skills and circled to Feng's sides. The most powerful aspect about assassins was their ability to appear and disappear like ghosts to deal lethal blows to their enemy. Previously, they had focused on attacking Gentle Snow. Even after they had exposed themselves, they paid no attention to Feng, and this, in turn, gave the swordsman an opportunity to exploit. If they were in stealth, however, they were confident that even Apex experts wouldn't detect their presence. "I'll create an opening for you. Don't worry about hitting me in the process." After Lethal Gale calmed himself, he lifted his great sword and charged towards Feng. He was very familiar with Stone and Shattered Tooth's strengths. He had also watched Feng's fight in the Dark Arena. In terms of combat techniques, he was weaker than Feng. However, live combat was different from a competition. Many factors could affect a battle's outcome. The cooperation of several experts, in particular, would raise their combat power exponentially. Even he would find himself in trouble when Stone and Shattered Tooth worked together. Their psychedelic footwork allowed them to move silent, only revealing themselves, barely, as they struck. Although Feng was strong, if two assassins that he could not perceive attacked him, his mental state would suffer an immense pressure. Even if he tried to ignore it, his subconscious would constantly search for the sudden appearance of enemies, and this would affect his focus. He could use this opportunity to kill Feng. If he killed both Ouroboros's guild leader and Zero Wing's Yi Feng, even if the NPC guards imprisoned him, the fight would be worth the loss. "Yi Feng, you need to be careful. Those two assassins are strong." Gentle Snow warned the swordsman as Stone and Shattered Tooth disappeared. Although she was in a weakened state, her perception had not dulled. On the contrary, her duel with Lethal Gale had heightened her senses. Even so, she had only detected the two assassins after they had exposed themselves. As Gentle Snow finished speaking, Lethal Gale's three other party members moved into range and began to launch their ranged attacks. Over a dozen arrows and fireballs rushed at Gentle Snow, sealing her paths of retreat. If the Snow Goddess were at her peak, dodging and blocking these attacks wouldn't be difficult. She could even afford to be hit. However, with her attributes reduced by 80%, one of these players' normal attacks was unbearable. At the same time, Lethal Gale slashed at Feng with precise timing. "You dare to look down on the Blackwater Corporation? Do you really believe that you can protect Gentle Snow?" If Feng blocked his attack, the swordsman would not be able to protect Gentle Snow. On the other hand, if Feng defended Gentle Snow, the swordsman would receive his merciless blow. Moreover, he still had Stone and Shattered Tooth's assistance. If Feng slipped up, they could very well take his life in one fell swoop. Once the hindrance was gone, it would be much easier to kill Gentle Snow. Suddenly, Feng madly brandished his sword, tracing one trajectory after another in the air. This move was none other than the combat technique he had inadvertently learned in the Titan Library, Sword's Orbit. By tracing the 32 sword trajectories with his blades, Feng formed an impenetrable defense around him. Although a swordsman did not have a long attack range, his attacks could cover a 5-yard stretch in front of him, which just so happened to envelop Gentle Snow, who stood roughly 3 yards from him. While Feng had yet to master the sophisticated Sword's Orbit, his combat techniques were more than enough to block Lethal Gale and his people's attacks. As the incoming arrows, fireballs, and Lethal Gale's beheaded skill came within 5 yards of Feng, he blocked them. None of the attacks struck Gentle Snow or Feng. A skill? Lethal Gale's heart pounded as he watched Feng block all of the attacks. From his prior attack, he knew when his greatsword was within 5 yards of Feng, and it felt as if he had struck a protective barrier. He hadn't been able to push his greatsword an inch further. On the contrary, a powerful force had repelled his blade, preventing him from launching further attacks. As for Gentle Snow, who had stood, frozen, this entire time, she stared at Feng with an odd gaze. Unlike Lethal Gale, however, she did not think Feng had used a skill. When she stood within Sword's orbit's protective field, she could feel that Feng's every swing was a normal attack. Yet, this combination of strikes looked like an in-game skill. The technique was divine. How did he do it? Gentle Snow was baffled. Despite only executing normal sword attacks, as if following some sort of rule, he managed to block the attacks that came at him from all directions. As Feng fended off a wave of attacks, Stone and Shattered Tooth took the opportunity when he withdrew his swords to use shadow steps. After appearing behind Feng, both assassins stabbed their daggers towards the back of the swordsman's neck viciously. The process was complete within an instant. However, when the daggers were an inch away from Feng's neck, all 4 weapons stopped abruptly. No matter how much strength the 2 assassins employed, they were unable to push their daggers any further. Your footwork is impressive. Feng glanced at the 2 assassins in admiration. Unfortunately, you tried to take me on. Due to their footwork technique, even Feng found it hard to notice them. If not for omniscient eyes, he might have fallen prey to their sneak attack. He would not have had the time to activate Defensive Blade to defend himself. Knowing that Feng had activated a life-saving skill, Stone and Shattered Tooth began to launch rapid attacks in hopes of depleting his Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. However, Feng did not give them the chance as he used Sword's orbit once more. Suddenly, with Feng as the center, a storm raged. Due to Defensive Blade increasing his attack range, not only did his attacks envelop both Stone and Shattered Tooth, but also Lethal Gale. After learning Sword's orbit, Feng discovered that this combat technique was both an effective defense as well as a powerful offense. By the time he finished the 32 sword trajectories, Stone and Shattered Tooth's bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale, who stood some distance away from Feng, had less than 10% of his HP remaining. His body was marred with cuts, fresh blood flowing from his wounds freely. The gruesome scene caused many of the surrounding spectators to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 979, Strength Gap. What happened? How did those assassins die? That skill is so powerful. The spectating players on the street were dumbfounded by what had just happened. Feng's sword drawing speed was incredibly fast. They hadn't even seen an afterimage of Feng's swords. They had barely seen Feng's arms move, and in the blink of an eye, not only had the assassins died, but even the distant berserker was left in a critical condition. Is this the strength of Zero Wings Feng? So awesome. He's too strong. Experts from other guilds, who had come to White River City to grind for reputation, stood among the spectators. Ordinary players might not realize what Feng had done and would assume that he had simply used a system-learned skill, but as experts, they knew that Feng's attack was no such thing. When Feng first used this skill, they had been uncertain. This time, however, they had watched its execution carefully. No matter what stance a player used to execute a learned skill, they all had the same starting motions. Moreover, the closer a player's movements were to the required actions the system had determined, the higher their skill completion rate would be. However, Feng's initial motions the second time he executed the skill were different from the first. Furthermore, how could such a powerful skill be used twice within 1 second? The skill had also been more powerful during its second use. No matter how they thought about it, this was out of line with God's domain's rules. The only explanation was that this was a combat technique. The various guild experts couldn't help but shudder. Unlike system skills, combat techniques were not limited by cooldowns or other restrictions. Even while silenced, they could use their combat techniques with normal attacks. The only downside was the burden on a player's stamina and concentration. Those who attacked using special combat techniques knew that the more powerful a technique was, the more of a burden it had on stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, of the two assassin experts Feng had defeated, both were level 39. Both could easily rank among the top of any kingdom's ranking list. As for the berserker Lethal Gale, they were even more familiar with him. After all, he was the berserker who had dueled Gentle Snow just some moments ago. With Lethal Gale's combat standards, he could rank highly even among Super Guild's experts. Yet, even when all three players had worked together, they had been beaten so badly. However, among the watching players, no one was more shocked than Gentle Snow. Is this really the Feng I know? She had personally experienced Lethal Gale's power. If not for her peak legacy, there was no way in hell she would have defeated the male berserker. In spite of that, Feng had ended the battle in 3 moves. Gentle Snow was even under the false impression that Lethal Gale and his assassins were, in fact, quite weak. She knew that wasn't true. Feng was just that strong. Despite such fierce attacks, not only had Feng nullified the attacks, but he had also dealt Lethal Gale and his companions such a devastating blow. Before this, Gentle Snow had never seen Feng's true strength. Now, she finally understood that they were no longer on the same level. Focus your attacks on Gentle Snow. Lethal Gale, who looked pitiful, hurriedly commanded as he retreated from Feng. He then took an ancient, black magic scroll from his bag. To think I would be forced to waste this. Although it seemed as though both sides had been fighting for a long time, their exchange had only lasted a moment. The NPC guards were still quite a distance away from them. He still had time to use his precious Tier 3 magic scroll, Life Seizure. Life Seizure was a single target attack spell that could even severely wound a Tier 3 class. It would be a small matter to instant kill a Tier 1 player. As Lethal Gale unfurled the magic scroll and began to activate it, a violent vortex of mana appeared above them. Even a fool could tell that this magic scroll was extraordinary. Lethal Gale's 3 remaining companions launched their attacks once more. Die! This time, their attacks were more vicious. All 3 hurled over 20 attacks at Gentle Snow. However, their attacks focused on quantity over quality. After all, even a low-damage skill like Ice Spear could deal frightening amounts of damage to Gentle Snow. In addition, the increased number of attacks would also make it more difficult for Feng to guard Gentle Snow. Despicable, the bystanders cursed at Lethal Gale's group as they watched. If this were a fair and proper battle, Lethal Gale's group would be no match for Feng. However, if Feng were forced to remain by Gentle Snow's side, the incoming Tier 3 spell would no doubt kill him. Suddenly, however, Feng appeared beside Lethal Gale, arcs of blue electricity circling his body faintly. Feng then sent a slash at the berserker, who was invoking the magic scroll. What's going on? Lethal Gale had not predicted that Feng would leave Gentle Snow to the wolves to come for him. However, as he glanced at Gentle Snow, he discovered Feng standing beside the female berserker. Lethal Gale wasn't the only one seeing this. Every other player on the street stared in wonder as well. There are 2 of him. How can there be 2 of him? Is it a doppelganger skill? As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Lethal Gale's vision started to fade to gray. Before the shocked berserker realized it, his HP had fallen to 0. Such a fast attack. When Feng had appeared beside him, Lethal Gale saw a blue flash leave the swordsman's hand just before he activated Whirlwind Slash to fend off the attack. In the next moment, his body stopped responding to his commands. As his vision dimmed into darkness, he noticed the Feng before him dissipate into nothing. It was as if the attack hadn't happened, as if this had all been a bad dream. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, another Feng had appeared behind Gentle Snow. Even more surprisingly, this new version of Feng blocked all 20+ attacks aimed at the Snow Goddess. Moreover, when he executed Sword's Orbit again, it was even more powerful than before. He struck down every spell and arrow before they had come within 10 yards of gentle snow. How did he do that? Everyone was shocked. Even the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires were speechless. Feng was like a ghost, appearing wherever he wanted. In reality, however, Feng had pushed himself to his very limits to execute this phantasmal attack. First, he had used Instant Strike to finish off Lethal Gale. He then activated Silent Steps to appear behind Gentle Snow. He had completed these two moves almost at the same time. Later, he executed Sword's Orbit. Although Feng appeared calm, he had exhausted most of his concentration. His head was starting to ache. You guys have had your fun. It's my turn now. Looking at the three ranged members of Lethal Gale's party, Feng raised Killing Ray high before swinging it forward violently. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, streaks of blue lightning arced across the 50 yards ahead of him. Not only did the arcs of lightning devour the players' attacks, but the lightning also devoured the players. All three players transformed into particles of light, leaving behind only 3 items. Not even their corpses remained. Chapter 980, Yifeng's Deterrent Force. Every spectator was shocked as they watched Feng instantly kill 3 level 39 expert players. What a powerful AoE attack skill. Is this Zero Wing's strength? After seeing this, the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires began to fear Zero Wing. If Feng decided to ambush their guild's elite teams in the field with such a powerful skill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was practically a human cannon. Although he didn't wield as many AoE skills as elementalists, his versatility and mobility surpassed the latter by leaps and bounds. Currently, due to the emergence of the new class, many guilds had dispatched their top teams to grind for merits. As the top combatants of large guilds, they had their own pride. Due to that, they didn't pay any attention to White River City's ruler, Zero Wing. After all, they were not grinding around White River City. They were simply using the teleportation array within the city. Once they reached the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing would lose its the home ground advantage. If Zero Wing wanted any level of authority in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it would have to rely on its team's strength. However, the strength Feng displayed a moment ago was beyond terrifying. He was fully capable of threatening their progress in the Twin Towers Kingdom. From now on, if they accidentally provoked Zero Wing, they would have to take into account the possibility of Zero Wing's teams annihilating them. Immediately, the various large guilds' top teams reined in their arrogance and re-evaluated their opinion of Zero Wing. They had notified their teams in the Twin Towers Kingdom, warning them to avoid conflict with Zero Wing's teams as much as possible. Although they had their own experts, fighting Zero Wing would gain them nothing. Moreover, Zero Wing had another major advantage over the other large guilds. The teleportation house was located in White River City. Their foreign guilds did not have a residence here. They had to foot the additional fee of teleporting from their respective cities to White River City. Of course, it was a different story for wealthy tyrants like super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Super guilds and super first-rate guilds had far more powerful backgrounds than first-rate guilds. It was especially true for their connections. These guilds could set up a residence in any city in God's domain. After which, they could dispatch their guild members en masse. Unlike first-rate guilds, these superpowers didn't need to struggle to obtain land. This was why the various large guilds feared super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Not only could these major powers dispatch apex experts to assassinate their guild's upper echelons, but they could also send swarms of elite players to obliterate the guild members. After Lethal Gale's party had been annihilated, the NPC guards, who had been rushing to the scene, stopped and resumed their patrols. It was as if the surprise attack had never happened. As for Lethal Gale's party, who had initiated an attack within the city limits, they would not escape the system's punishment just because Feng had killed them. Once they revived in half an hour, the NPCs would arrest them in the Resurrection Temple. After taking care of Lethal Gale's party, Feng collected his spoils of war. Although the weapons and equipment Lethal Gale's party had dropped were useless to him, they could still enrich Zero Wing's guild warehouse. After Feng finished with the loot, he caught an advanced horse carriage with gentle snow and proceeded towards a high-class restaurant in the nobles district. From beginning to end, not a single player had dared to step forward to snatch Feng's loot. Only after Feng was truly out of sight did these players launch into heated discussions. What? Zero Wing's Feng wiped out Gale's party. How is that possible? Abandoned Wave was dumbfounded as he listened to his subordinate's report. He could not believe his ears. He then asked, what about Gentle Snow? Did she die? Lethal Gale's people were one of the top-ranking parties among those under his control. Usually, he tasked the party with assassinations and dealing with experts that made themselves a hindrance. Until now, they had never failed a job. They had always triumphed, even against a Void Realm expert. Field battles were different from PvP competitions. There were many factors that could affect a player's combat power, not to mention the combat power of a group. Thus, it had been easier to send Lethal Gale to warn away Gentle Snow's mysterious buyer. If words could not sway the buyer, Lethal Gale's party would convince the buyer to submit by force. However, after giving it some thought, this task had been quite dangerous. If he had help from the NPC guards, it wouldn't be impossible for Feng to annihilate Lethal Gale and his companions. Gentle Snow did not die. Gale's party couldn't even lay a finger on her before Feng slaughtered them, the bald, middle-aged man said as he nervously played a recording for Abandoned Wave. The video clip showed the entire process of Feng wiping out Lethal Gale's party. Many curious spectators had recorded the entire battle. This video was already a popular topic on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Not only had this incident boosted the fame of Zero Wing's Feng, but it also made a mockery of the Blackwater Corporation. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he watched the video. The dense killing intent he radiated could be felt over 30 yards away. Sensing this killing intent, several strong and talented youths rushed over, asking, Big Brother Wave, what happened? What has you so riled up? Although these youths' levels were not high, they were greatly admired by the Divine Colosseum's regulars. It's nothing. Abandoned Wave closed the video, enraged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, I've had to make some minor adjustments to my plans. Although young Master Jing has told me that there is no need to bother with Zero Wing, if I don't teach the guild a lesson, be it Black Flame or Feng, neither will acknowledge the Blackwater Corporation's power. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, has quite a grudge against Zero Wing and has been eager to teach Zero Wing a lesson. You, travel to the Black Dragon Empire and tell Qin Muyun this, if Nine Dragons Emperor wants to deal with Zero Wing, I will lend him a hand. Also, dispatch 3 parties to trail Gentle Snow. If there is an opportunity, kill her. Understood. After receiving his instructions, the bald man rushed out of the VIP room. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City's Nobles District. Zero Wing's elite members filled the restaurant. Furthermore, several of Zero Wing's core members surveyed the area from the establishment's main hall. The high-class restaurant had become an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Feng and Gentle Snow chatted with each other on the top floor. The Blackwater Corporation is quite eager to take your life, Feng commented as he gazed out the French windows. From his position, he could see at least 8 people stalking the restaurant. While there was a chance that he had earned his own stalkers, it was far easier to believe that these players were hunting Gentle Snow. After all, the Blackwater Corporation had ambushed her once before. Moreover, Gentle Snow was still weakened. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried another 3 or 4 assaults. Chapter 981, Difference Between Guilds. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation. Despite paying so little attention to God's domain when it launched, it has so many powerful experts, Feng commented. Prompted by Feng's remark, Gentle Snow followed his gaze out the window. What she saw, however, surprised her. Dated by novel full. calm White River City was even more prosperous than Starmoon City. Even in the costly nobles district, she could see plenty of players going about their business. From her vantage point, she had a clear view of what these players were doing, and very quickly, several players caught her attention. Although these players seemed to be chatting among themselves, they occasionally turned to look at the room she and Feng occupied. These were not low-leveled players either, the lowest among them was level 38, while the rest were level 39. Among these experts, a few neglected to hide their auras. Hence, she could feel just how much of a threat these people posed. If she left the building, needless to say, she wouldn't leave White River City alive. The Blackwater Corporation had not prepared overmuch for the first ambush. Feng's presence must have also been unexpected. However, the corporation would prepare from here on out. Relax. As long as you're in here, they can't touch you. If you stay here until you recover from your weakened state, they will eventually give up and leave, Feng assured Gentle Snow. On his way here, he had purchased the latest information regarding Ouroboros from the secret pavilion. Although the purchase had cost him a pretty penny, he had learned both bad and good news. He discovered that the Blackwater Corporation now focused fully on God's domain. In fact, it had already dealt with the companies that had backed Ouroboros. To put it simply, Blackwater now owned Ouroboros. Although, it had not yet declared so publicly. The good news was that he could finally recruit Gentle Snow. The bad news was that the Blackwater Corporation was not to be trifled with. Among the various international corporations, Blackwater was relatively overbearing. Moreover, the corporation had a powerful affinity for a game like God's Domain. Compared to veteran gamers, fighting experts a much higher starting point when they joined God's Domain. Their lack of familiarity with God's Domain's superhuman combat style was the only thing that held them back. However, once they were comfortable with this combat style, they would quickly become experts in God's Domain with the combat techniques they had learned in the real world. The Blackwater Corporation had a perfected system to nurture fighting experts. Moreover, after many years of development, it had various dojos around the globe. Given enough time, even super guilds would be no match for the Blackwater Corporation. Even in the past, shortly after the Mind Space system had launched, the Blackwater Corporation had forced itself into God's Domain. Although Blackwater had started later than everyone else, it was one of the first corporations to upgrade its own established guild into a super guild. In contrast, corporations like Open Source could only invest in super guilds and super first-rate guilds to establish themselves in God's Domain. It was simply too difficult to nurture their own expert players, much less Apex experts. By the time they did so, their competition would have left them in the dust. When Blackwater had begun to focus on developing in God's Domain, the game had been operating for over a year. After all, nobody would have imagined that the game would be more popular than fighting competitions, so much so that it had ushered in a new era. In reality, God's Domain had not only impacted the fighting industry. The various other industries had been affected as well. By then, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in people's lives. It was similar to humanity's introduction to the internet several hundred years ago. After learning about the benefits of God's Domain, people couldn't live without it. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Meanwhile, among the affected industries, the fighting industry had suffered the most. When the Blackwater Corporation had officially shifted its focus to God's Domain, it had been significantly weakened. It wasn't even half as powerful as it has been during its peak. Even so, it lorded over God's Domain a decade later. Currently, Blackwater was still at its peak, yet it had already shifted its gaze to God's Domain. With its frightening financial strength and many experts, the corporation was akin to a natural disaster for Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing. If Zero Wing failed to cope with this disaster properly, it would be nothing more than a stepping stone for the Blackwater Corporation. I roughly understand Ouroboros' current situation. May I ask what you have planned? Is there anything I can with? Feng asked quietly as he turned to the somewhat dispirited Gentle Snow. Blackwater has already obtained the majority of Ouroboros' shares. Even my white clan group cannot change that fact. The only thing I can do now is take as many people with me as I leave Ouroboros and start all over again elsewhere. Would Zero Wing be interested in purchasing any other materials? I can sell them to you at a 40% discount, Gentle Snow offered as she smiled bitterly. I also have a few plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom that I want to sell, although I am not sure if Zero Wing can stomach so much at once. She still intended to continue her development in another city in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, she understood Star Moon Kingdom's situation. However, after witnessing the Blackwater Corporation's strength, once it secured Ouroboros, she would seal her fate if she remained in this kingdom. Her only choice was to restart somewhere far from here. As for the shops and lands she owned in Star Moon Kingdom, there was no point in keeping them. The Blackwater Corporation would see to it that these lands became worthless. Hence, she might as well sell them to fund her relocation. Which lands you're trying to sell? Feng could not help but ask. If they were high potential lands of a major city, they would become more valuable by the day. He would definitely profit if he purchased them. Most of the commercial lands I possess are in Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 major cities. I have a total of 11 plots. I also have 3 plots in the Black Dragon Empire and 2 in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Gentle Snow said as she handed Feng a list. Here is a list of the lands, cities and locations as well as my quoted prices. After Feng took a look through the list, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing was no match for a first-rate guild. If these were only the lands under Gentle Snow's name, one could just imagine how many lands Ouroboros controlled. On the other hand, despite having so much money right now, Zero Wing struggled to purchase any lands in major cities. He was even forced to using the Holy City slots to purchase lands from super guilds. Based on the current market price, the cheapest land on the Snow Goddesses list was worth around 3,000 gold, while the most expensive were worth over 8,000. These lands had long since doubled their original selling prices. Based on Gentle Snow's quoted prices, he would need around 80,000 gold to purchase all 16 plots. Even Zero Wing could not fork over so much money at a moment's notice. Moreover, the prices were very reasonable. If anyone else were selling these lands, he might have to pay an additional 20,000 to 30,000 gold. Even then, he would have to fight many others to purchase them. Chapter 982, The Tip of the Iceberg. Even to super guilds, 80,000 gold was a considerable amount of money. They couldn't collect so much money within a short period, much less the smaller guilds. Gentle Snow had little hope that anyone could afford to purchase all of her lands. She would just sell as many plots as she could. Once she collected enough coins, she could proceed with the next part of her plan more smoothly. While Feng carefully inspected the commercial lands, Gentle Snow received a call from Zhao Yueru. Snow, the guild has called an emergency elder meeting and has officially announced that Abandoned Wave will be replacing you as the guild leader. Aside from the raw materials you have, Abandoned Wave has frozen the guild's assets. Furthermore, many of the God-slaying army's members have reported ambushes in the fields and outside of dungeons. They've suffered grievous damages, Zhao Yueru reported, shaking with rage. The Blackwater Corporation was too vicious. The God-slaying army was their asset as they left Ouroboros. The guild had spent many years nurturing these experts. If these experts came them and they had enough funding, the new Ouroboros could quickly establish a firm foothold in another kingdom. Initially, hiding the locations of the army's members had not been an issue. After all, every member was an expert. With their equipment, killing these players would not be easy. Now, however, the Blackwater Corporation had somehow recruited an army of its own experts and slaughtered the God-slaying army scattered throughout Star Moon Kingdom. The loss of a single level might have been fine, but the lost weapons and equipment was horrendous. When Blackwater's experts killed them, the Legion members would drop at least 2 pieces of equipment, some would even drop 3 items. The God-slaying army had been equipped with the best items available in Ouroboros. If several hundred members lost an item each, it would severely wound the army, much less if they lost 2 or 3 items. They would need a lot of time to recover from the loss. Normally, the god-slaying army could simply replenish their equipment from the guild's warehouse. However, the Blackwater Corporation had already limited their authority. Now, they could not even take a piece of common equipment from the warehouse. With the god-slaying army suffering such a blow, rising in another kingdom in a short time would be impossible. I understand. For now, have the army's members be extra careful. Gentle Snow's frown deepened after receiving a more detailed report. Even Ouroboros's old rival, the Star Alliance, couldn't kill so many of the god-slaying army's members so quickly. Guild Leader Snow, you don't look too well. Has something happened? Feng asked curiously when he noticed Gentle Snow's troubled expression. I've just received news that Blackwater has already begun to exact its revenge. The god-slaying army that I command has suffered over 700 deaths. Although reports say that they've been ambushed by groups of cloaked players, I'm sure that these players are experts from Blackwater, Gentle Snow helplessly explained, not bothering to hide this fact from Feng. Moreover, it was impossible to keep a tight lid on such a major incident. It was only a matter of time before the truth revealed itself. It seems that your victory over Lethal Gale has made the Blackwater Corporation anxious. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to make such an excessive move. The news surprised Feng. No matter what was said or done, the Blackwater Corporation had already purchased Ouroboros. One could even go so far as to say that Ouroboros was the Blackwater Corporation. If news spread of mysterious players slaughtering Ouroboros' strongest legion on its own turf, it would damage the guild's reputation. Since Blackwater has already gone to such lengths, I'm betting that even if you leave Starmoon Kingdom, they will find some way to crush you, Feng said seriously. How about this? Invest in Zero Wing and become one of its shareholders. With Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, the fledgling Blackwater Corporation should hesitate before declaring all-out war. This, Gentle Snow was taken aback upon hearing Feng's proposal. The symbol of Ouroboros, which the White Clan group had created, was incredibly important to her. If possible, she wanted to establish a new Ouroboros. However, if she joined Zero Wing with Ouroboros' top players, the Blackwater Corporation would shift its focus to Zero Wing. If you're worried about the percentage of shares that you'd control or how your subordinates would be treated, relax. I can give you 15% of Zero Wing's shares. I'll also give you 50 core member slots and the power to form the Ouroboros Legion, which will be under your full control. What do you think? Feng suggested. Are you not afraid of the backlash from Blackwater? Gentle Snow asked Feng seriously. With Zero Wing's strength and potential, don't you think that you'd be suffering a loss by offering me 15% of the guild's shares for the little manpower and resources in my possession? Zero Wing was no longer the upstart guild it had been. Not only did Zero Wing control Stone Forest Town, but it also owned Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Zero Wing was the publicly acknowledged #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom. Even first-rate guilds were no match for it. There were also many companies and corporations chomping at the bit to invest in Zero Wing. Some major corporations were offering enough to tempt super guilds for as little as 50% of Zero Wing's shares. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had declined every offer, yet Feng had offered 15% of the guild's shares to recruit her and her people. No one would believe this if she told them. In response to Gentle Snow's query, Feng shook his head and confidently stated, "No. You are worth it." Feng's answer confused Gentle Snow. Even she didn't believe that she was worth this price, yet Feng sounded strangely confident. Moreover, the look in Feng's eyes told her that he was not lying. Gentle Snow also felt a little moved. After so many years in Ouroboros, her trust had long since ceased to exist, yet she trusted Feng, despite so few meetings with him. Yet, despite only coming into contact with Feng several times before, the man had somehow managed to fill her with trust. She didn't know what to say. If Feng were a fool, Zero Wing wouldn't have had so much success. An indistinct feeling made Gentle Snow even more curious about the guild known as Zero Wing. After taking a deep breath, Gentle Snow looked at Feng and replied, "All right, then. I agree to your conditions. However, you have to promise me one thing. Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Guild Leader Snow, feel free to state any concerns, Feng said, chuckling. Many of Ouroboros's elite and expert players followed Gentle Snow. If he recruited all of them, it would raise Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Although Zero Wing's member count still wouldn't compare to a first-rate guild's, it would have far more elites than its competition. There was also Gentle Snow's potential to consider. If he could give Gentle Snow access to the secret pavilion simulation training system, with her talent and his other training resources, it wouldn't be long before she became a true Apex expert. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him either. What guild wouldn't want such an expert? Moreover, Gentle Snow was different from Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, who lacked management experience. Regarding management capabilities, only Aqua Rose might be a match for Gentle Snow. Before joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had only managed her own subordinates in Twilight Echo. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had managed Ouroboros. Moreover, her previous guild had continuously improved. The guild had even shown signs of surpassing the Star Alliance. Even if Gentle Snow listed 3 or 4 conditions, Feng would likely agree. Only Feng knew exactly how valuable an expert capable of becoming a Tier 6 God-ranked player was to a guild. After so many years of development, Ouroboros has formed its own perfect expert training system. This was the reason that Ouroboros had ranked near the top among first-rate guilds. Unlike other guilds, we could produce our own experts without recruiting or poaching players. However, the perfected expert training system had cost my White Clan group too much. Although I can bring the God-slaying army with me, I can't take the training center. The White Clan group only owns 40% of the training center's shares, while the other companies own the remaining 60%. I want Zero Wing to purchase the training center. Gentle Snow's condition stunned Feng for a moment. For any guild in God's domain, constructing their own training center was of the utmost importance. This was also why second-rate guilds couldn't compete with first-rate guilds. The initial cost of constructing an expert training center was already more than what the companies supporting second-rate guilds could handle. Moreover, even if a second-rate guild had a training center and established a perfect training system, the upkeep would be astronomically expensive. Unless a guild could earn enough to maintain this training system, no guild or company would be crazy enough to invest in something that would hemorrhage money. Feng had been contemplating his own training center as well. The Big Dipper training center was simply not enough to meet his requirements. The training center did not even have a simple simulation training system. However, as constructing a training center was immensely expensive, he had to tackle this problem gradually. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow would ask him to purchase Ouroboros's training center. He would have been lying if he had said he wasn't pleased. With Ouroboros's training center, Zero Wing could save several years of effort. Unfortunately, there was one big problem. He didn't have enough money. Feng had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. He had been personally involved in establishing and constructing Shadow's training center. It had happened shortly after Shadow had officially become a second-rate guild. Hence, he knew just how much money a training center's construction required. If not for several major companies in Jean High City working together, Shadow's training center would never have come into fruition. The cost of the site and machinery was one thing. However, the various simulation facilities and the required energy to maintain them were a different story. Take the fruit of the Secret Pavilion's research, their simulation training system, for example. Only energy of the highest grade could power this kind of system. Even an inferior simulation system's daily maintenance cost was enough to quickly bankrupt multiple large companies. With Zero Wing's current financial strength, affording its maintenance was impossible, not to mention purchasing it. Guild Leader Snow, you must be joking. Zero Wing can't even afford to operate a training center, not to mention purchasing a perfected one. Even if we could afford it, I doubt that the other companies would willingly sell it. After all, that is Ouroboros's foundation. As long as the training center exists, the guild can produce more experts, Feng said, smiling bitterly. Zero Wing had started with nothing. It didn't have the support of any companies. The Zero Wing workshop in the real world relied on the guild's daily income. Moreover, Feng also did not dare to convert in-game resources into credits casually. More major companies were joining God's domain by the day, and the competition was becoming more intense. The resources in God's domain were also becoming more valuable. Converting coins into credits would be a devastatingly foolish move. I understand that I am being somewhat unreasonable, but now is the best opportunity to buy it. Gentle Snow was also aware of how expensive it was to purchase a training center. Although Blackwater has purchased Ouroboros's training center is nothing to the corporation. Meanwhile, the training center's daily operation is a huge burden to those companies. They will try to get rid of it as quickly as possible. If we don't buy it now, another corporation, that wants to nurture its own experts, will. If Zero Wing is willing to buy it, I can try to lower the price as much as possible. I understand. Please wait a moment. I have to contact the guild leader about this first, Feng said, creating an excuse to leave the room. It would be much more convenient to purchase a training center than establishing his own. If he purchased it now, he could save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Zero Wing would not have to risk stagnation as Shadow had in the past due to a lack of experts. With the training center, he could nurture a large number of experts rapidly, sending them out afterward to capture and defend towns. He could then use the money and resources these towns generated to sustain the training center. However, Zero Wing couldn't gather so much money in such a short time span. Forget it. Let's give it a try. After Feng left the room, he contacted Aqua Rose. Chapter 984, Qualifications for Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, her family owned its own large business. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild with an even longer history than Ouroboros. Aqua Rose's family was one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders. In the past, Feng had learned that Aqua Rose's family owned the Sun and Moon Group. In 10 years' time, the Sun and Moon Group would join the Fortune 500 list. Of course, Aqua Rose had been the main contributor to the company's success. The Sun and Moon Group and the Open Source Corporation were both involved in the energy industry. Hence, Aqua Rose's family had been afraid of the Open Source Corporation when they had threatened the family to persuade Aqua Rose. Open Source was one of the industry's giants. On the other hand, Sun and Moon struggled within the middle ranks. If the Open Source Corporation wanted to, it could easily squash the Sun and Moon Group. However, although the Sun and Moon Group only ranked in the mid-range in the energy industry, it wielded an extraordinary amount of funds. After all, the most profitable resource in the world was energy, as it was used in nearly every aspect of life. It was also precisely this reason that Twilight Echo's members had treated Aqua Rose like a treasure, even making her the guild's honorary elder. Not only was the Sun and Moon Group one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, but it was also the guild's biggest shareholder. Without the company's supply of energy, the other shareholders would choke on the daily cost of maintaining the guild's training center. Guild leader, has something happened? Aqua Rose asked. Aqua Rose was still dealing with the list of members they intended to send to other countries as well as various other tasks. She was so busy that her brain was about to short-circuit. Her helpers also rushed about the office, contacting guild members and dealing with the letters of intent from guild members who were willing to move to the branch guild. Now that Zero Wing planned to expand to other countries, many players wanted to apply to the branch guilds. Although the branch guilds were as safe as the headquarters in White River City, where they didn't have to worry about other guilds provoking Zero Wing, they would have more opportunities for promotion in the branch guilds. In White River City, there were only so many slots available for the guild's main force. Becoming a reserve member was nearly impossible, not to mention becoming an official member of the main force. However, once the branch guilds were established, the guild would establish new main forces, and the main force members enjoyed far more benefits than elite members. Aside from having priority over equipment, just the amount of magic crystals each main force member received was enough to make a player drool. Main force members also had the opportunity to obtain the rumored 100-berry wine. According to rumors, the 100-berry wine was even more effective than the Divine Colosseum's Icefire Spirit. It could help players improve their skill completion rates. Currently, not one bottle was available on the market. No one knew how to obtain their own. Only official members of Zero Wing's main force qualified to compete for the 100-berry wine. Since members of the branch guild's main forces would receive similar benefits, why wouldn't Zero Wing's elite members be tempted? When Aqua Rose had announced the news, many elite members frantically applied to join the branch guilds. Although Aqua Rose looked battered, inwardly, she was elated. She dreamed of helping Zero Wing grow stronger. Because of Zero Wing's extraordinary performance, her family now saw her in a different light. In fact, they even cancelled her engagement to Brilliant War God. As Zero Wing's performance reached new heights, her status in her household rose. Many large companies had secretly sent upper echelons to ask her family members to contact her, desperately wanting to invest in Zero Wing and offering many impressive perks. As a result, every time she visited home, her parents instantly pushed for her to meet with the company's representatives. She was even busier than the Star and Moon Group's CEO. It's nothing major. Didn't you say that your family has wanted to invest in Zero Wing? And that other companies frequently pester you to negotiation or cooperation? Feng asked. More representatives have been showing up lately as well. My family is also constantly on my case. I swear they are even more diligent now than when I had been forced into the engagement with Brilliant War God. They almost annoy me to death these days. Do you have a plan to deal with them, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked. Just discussing this topic made her head ache. She knew where Feng stood on the matter. Thus, she always rejected the offers. To avoid these people, she had no choice but to hide in her virtual gaming cabin. Only in God's domain would her family leave her alone. I have a method. It also isn't a solution to always have uncle and auntie pressing you for an answer. I can offer them an opportunity to work together, Feng said, chuckling. As for whether or not they want to cooperate with us, that will be up to them. Really? Aqua Rose froze, surprised by Feng's declaration. She couldn't believe this was true. Zero Wing was very famous in God's domain. This was because it had rejected countless investment offers. Other guilds dreamed of having their own investors, yet Zero Wing turned them away. Zero Wing was already known as one of the most difficult guilds to work with. Yes, I intend to rent some plots of land, so I would like you to find a few partners. However, each company must first invest 1 billion credits. I will choose a total of 10 partners. Gentle Snow had already given Feng a rough estimate of the cost. If he wanted to take over Ouroboros's training center, he needed at least 7 or 8 billion credits. Moreover, this was only the initial estimate. After all, Ouroboros's training center was massive. It even had its own independent research team. The training center was also located in a top-tier city. Considering, Gentle Snow's price was exceedingly low. Guild leader, are you talking about Stone Forest Town's lands? Aqua Rose was so shocked that she had to ask for confirmation. Feng nodded, replying seriously, that's right. Guild leader, although the player traffic in Stone Forest Town is high, as expensive as the town's lands are, they will never be worth as much as the golden lands in kingdoms and imperial capitals. Moreover, even those golden lands aren't worth that much money. Only a sucker would accept your offer. No one will agree to that, Aqua Rose said helplessly. For some reason, Aqua Rose constantly had the feeling that Feng lived in a different world. She was clearly the rich heiress here, yet when Feng talked about 1 billion credits, it sounded as if he were talking about chump change. That was 1 billion credits they were talking about. While the Sun and Moon Group could collect that much money, the other companies would likely hesitate. What if I have this item? Feng laughed as he retrieved an old parchment from his bag. This parchment was none other than the Star Moon Kingdom city building order. With this, he could claim one unassigned location within Star Moon Kingdom and construct a city. Chapter 985, Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. This is... Aqua Rose was astonished when she took a closer look at the old parchment's information on the screen. A city building order. This item was far more valuable than any captured town. Yet, while super guilds were investing time and effort into capturing towns, Feng had procured a city building order. Aqua Rose rubbed her eyes. She was sure that they were playing tricks on her. What was a Star Moon Kingdom city building order? That was proof that one had the rights to construct a player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, player towns in God's domain generally accommodated 30 to 50,000 people. However, none of the guilds that had captured various towns allowed had built houses in their towns, they had all built hotels. This way, the towns would accommodate more mobile players, which would, in turn, generate more income. Aside from guild members, players had practically no options to become permanent residents. Even so, a player town could only handle a limited amount of traffic. Take Stone Forest Town for example. Stone Forest Town was very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Because most of God's domain's players had already reached level 30, the town's traffic grew with each passing day, giving it an even livelier atmosphere than White River City. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to limit the amount of time each player could reside in Stone Forest Town's hotels. This was also why many companies desperately wanted to work with Zero Wing. However, a town had its limits. Not only was the area around Stone Forest Town small, but the local environment also posed a huge problem. It was not suitable for players seeking entertainment, which greatly limited the benefits a real-world company could reap from setting up a virtual shop. A city, on the other hand, was many times larger than a town. Generally, a town could house over 200,000 resident players, not including mobile players. If they chose an appropriate location, they could easily attract many entertainment seekers, who disliked adventuring and fighting, to live in the city. You've seen the city building order for yourself. Companies that cooperate with Zero Wing will be given priority when purchasing a large plot of land in the city. As for the 1 billion credits, that is only a deposit. However, before you let them in on this secret, find companies that truly intend to cooperate. Moreover, they must sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want news of this to leak, attracting everyone's attention, Feng explained. In truth, he did not want to sell any of the city's lands because of how much more valuable they would become in the future. If he nurtured his city to have a population in the millions, he could drown Zero Wing in money each day with the profits from renting the city's lands. Unfortunately, he had no avenues to earn so much money in such a short time. I understand. I will see to the necessary arrangements right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. Currently, the value of Stone Forest Town's lands could rival those with high potential in major cities. However, if they chose a strategic location to set up their city, the city's lands would easily surpass Stone Forest Town's by several, or even over 10 times. If she advertised this news, many corporations would be eager to work with them. How many days do you need to get this done? Feng asked. I'm in somewhat of a hurry for the money right now. Roughly 3 to 5 days. After all, most major companies would be hard-pressed to collect so much money on such short notice. After giving it some thought, Aqua Rose suggested, if you are in a rush for money, I can have my family pay for you first, or offer them a few more plots of land in the new city. I believe they will be more than willing. Although the new city had yet to be built, if a company could enter the city and construct its own virtual shop immediately, it would massively benefit the company's development in God's domain. After all, once the new city was complete, plenty of entertainment seekers were bound to visit the city. If a company could leave a deep impression on these players, more people would recognize them as they started shops in other cities. This would create brand awareness. All right. I await your good news, Feng said. As long as he gathered the necessary 10 billion credits, he was satisfied. Following which, Aqua Rose logged out of the game and hastened to make the necessary arrangements. As for Feng, he went back into the room. Guild Leader Snow, Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. However, we'll need some time to collect the required credits. It is unlikely that we can do so in 1 or 2 days, Feng explained. That won't be a problem. In any case, the training center won't sell quickly. That will also give me more time to drive down the price, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Initially, she had expected Zero Wing to reject her condition. Either that, or the guild would need a very long time to gather the required funds. She hadn't expected the guild to raise the money so quickly. As she experienced more, she realized how little she truly knew about the guild. Following which, Feng and Gentle Snow discussed the details of their contract. First, Gentle Snow would join Zero Wing with the elites and experts under her command. At the same time, Gentle Snow would transfer all lands in her control to Zero Wing. In return, Gentle Snow would receive 15% of Zero Wing's shares and become one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Simultaneously, she would serve as the captain of the Ouroboros Legion and manage all of the Legion's affairs. After both parties signed the contract, Gentle Snow logged out of the game and to initiate her plan to purchase Ouroboros. Feng, on the other hand, headed to White River City's City Hall and took ownership of the 16 plots of land Gentle Snow had owned. Afterward, he simply needed to construct the Candlelight trading firm on these 16 commercial lands. With the additional coverage, the Candlelight trading firm's income would increase significantly. Gentle Snow's insight is impressive. Of the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire, one is in Emerald City. I won't have to hunt for an emerald source. After Feng visited the 11 plots of land in Starmoon Kingdom, he could not stifle his grin as he looked at the deeds for the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire. Emerald City was one of the Empire's top 10 major cities. It was in no way less prosperous than White River City. Players could find many ores around Emerald City, and emeralds were the most common, hence the name Emerald City. Emeralds were generally used as raw materials to produce ornaments as the ore possessed relatively good mana storing capabilities. It was rarely ever used to produce other items. However, aside from requiring mana stones, Titan City's magic light set equipment needed plenty of emeralds. With a shop in Emerald City, he could purchase emeralds long-term. His guild members wouldn't need to travel back and forth from the city constantly. Following which, Feng traveled to the Black Dragon Empire via Starmoon City's teleportation hall. Shortly after Feng left, a shock tore through Starmoon Kingdom's various guilds. What did you say? Zero Wing now owns Gentle Snow's lands. How can this be? Abandoned Wave was flabbergasted when he received the news. Chapter 986, War of First-Rate Guilds. Boss Wave, there's no mistaking it. If you don't believe me, take a look at these pictures. Our shops in these locations are now owned by the Candlelight trading firm, the bald, middle-aged man reported as he displayed the pictures his subordinates had taken. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he looked through the images. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave slammed his palm on the wooden table, the impact shook the wine glass and bottle of Witch's Tear, nearly sending them to the ground. He had never imagined that, as soon as he forced Gentle Snow out of her position and killed her subordinates, the woman would counter with such a move. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy his victory. In reality, Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person that Gentle Snow's actions had infuriated. The upper echelons from Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds wore twisted expressions when they heard the news. What, exactly, is Gentle Snow trying to do? Has she lost her mind? She actually sold so many high-potential lands to Zero Wing. The various guilds loathed Gentle Snow's latest decision. They would rather pay double the price to purchase Gentle Snow's lands and let them rot in their hands than let them fall into the Candlelight trading firm's hands. These lands had originally housed Ouroboros' New Moon trading firm. Now, however, they housed the Candlelight trading firm. Although the storefronts were the cheapest variations, curious players had already crowded the shop's entrances, interested in the sudden change in purchasing items. It was very easy to transfer a shop's ownership to another player in God's domain. One simply needed to visit a city hall and follow the necessary procedures. If one didn't intend to modify the shop, only changing the name, they could immediately have NPCs do so free of charge. The Candlelight trading firm had always been known for its light stones and armor kits. The intermediate armor kits, in particular, usually sold out the instant they were restocked. If not for its low production volume, the Candlelight trading firm would have long since dominated Star Moon Kingdom's market. Even so, Candlelight had still become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Moreover, due to the Candlelight trading firm's lack of background, it had only purchased a limited number of high-potential lands, despite all of its efforts. As for major cities' golden lands, first, the trading firm could not afford them. After all, one golden land was worth around 3 or 4 high-potential lands in the same city. Unless Zero Wing intended to set up a particular city as its main headquarters or went on a spending spree, it would not purchase a city's golden lands. Second, Zero Wing's members did not have the required reputation to purchase golden lands in other cities. Therefore, the Candlelight trading firm's development in Star Moon Kingdom was limited. On the other hand, to avoid competition with the Candlelight trading firm, Gentle Snow's high-potential lands had been purchased in cities that lacked Candlelight's presence or were located far from Candlelight's shops. By selling these lands to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had just compensated for the Candlelight trading firm's shortcomings. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm had recently recruited a large number of lifestyle players. Once the trading firm nurtured these lifestyle players, it would be a disaster for their guilds, who were already limited to a small corner of the market. However, they could not do anything to oppress the Candlelight trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. While Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds tried to think of a solution to cope with the Candlelight trading firm's new strength, Feng had teleported to Emerald City from the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Black Dragon City. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, he found just as many players in Emerald City as there were in White River City. Only the players' levels and equipment was slightly inferior to those in his home city. Currently, due to the teleportation house, one could easily find level 37 or level 38 players roaming about White River City's streets. Prior to that, level 39 experts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Emerald City, however, was different. Feng rarely saw level 36 players roaming the streets, much less those who had reached level 37 or higher. However, unlike kingdoms, second- or first-tier cities with populations ranging in the tens of millions were designated to God's domain's empires. It was easy to find many gaming workshops and guilds based in these cities. With Emerald City being one of the top 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire, Feng saw members from no less than 10 different guilds going about their business. Such a sight was rare in Star Moon Kingdom. Generally, only 3 or 4 large guilds contested over its major cities. Emerald City, on the other hand, had more than 10, and even the weakest among them were second-rate guilds. As for first-rate guilds, Feng counted 3 from where he stood. Emerald City already had as many first-rate guilds as Star Moon Kingdom. I recall that the Undefeated Dynasty had been Emerald City's ruling guild in the past. Among the many first-rate guilds, Undefeated Dynasty was relatively tolerant. I shouldn't need to worry about any trouble if I set a shop up here. Feng secretly assessed the city's situation as he rode an advanced horse carriage. Based on what he could see, a large number of the guild players roaming the streets belonged to Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty. The other first-rate guild was World Dominators, which Feng was familiar with. Ever since Zero Wing had become White River City's overlord, World Dominators had withdrawn from Star Moon Kingdom, shifting its focus to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms. Mountain ranges surrounded Emerald City, and it produced rare ores and emeralds. It was considered a strategic city in the Black Dragon Empire. There were only so many guilds in the city right now because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid little attention to them. After Feng alighted from the horse carriage, he saw over a dozen independent players leaving the New Moon trading firm. These players had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 36 and the rest being level 37. In a large guild, they would be elite members. As for their combat standards, at this stage of the game, it was very difficult for independent players who hadn't reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor to reach level 37. Moreover, these players were well equipped. Even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was a level 35 secret silver rank. In the eyes of ordinary players, they would definitely be considered experts. Damn it, to think that intermediate regeneration potions and intermediate mana recovery potions would sell out so quickly. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stockpiled. Now, I won't be able to earn a little bounty reward no matter how much I try. There's nothing we can do. Who would have expected Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty to start a war against each other in Emerald City? They are even placing bounties on each other's members. Really, though, what is up with these guilds? Why did they suddenly declare war on each other? Haven't they tolerated each other pretty well until now? Based on some insider information I obtained, it seems that the two guilds have discovered a town above a mithril vein. If the town is captured, players can mine the vein freely. A mithril vein? Won't they be rich if they capture the town? I know, right? However, the NPCs guarding that town are extraordinary. Capturing the town will be very difficult. If one guild ambushes the other, the latter's efforts will go to waste. That's why both sides are trying to chase each other out of Emerald City. Large guild members sure have it easy. While independent players like us are exhausting ourselves just to find ordinary ores, they get to mine mithril ore in the safety of a town. As these players spoke of the mithril vein, they nearly drooled. Although mithril ore was not particularly valuable, it was frequently used to forge weapons and equipment. Generally, selling the mithril ore one had was very easy. If they could harvest a steady supply of the ore, they could earn more money than they could imagine. A mithril vein? Sure, Feng's lips curled into a smile as he watched the departing independent players. Chapter 987, Branch Residence. After the dozen or so independent players left the New Moon trading firm, Feng entered the shop. Mithril veins were one of the more common mineral veins in God's domain. Large guilds also fought over them fiercely. As the producer of ores and emeralds in the Black Dragon Empire, there was more than one mineral vein in Emerald City's vicinity. This was also why Undefeated Dynasty, Emerald City's ruler in the past, had amassed a fortune. Meanwhile, the only mithril vein Emerald City's players knew of was beneath Whitebone Town. Whitebone Town had been relatively famous in the past because the mineral vein beneath it was a rich vein, and players could reach it easily to mine mithril ore. Although one could not make as much money as they could from the manatite vein under Raven's control, if developed, the profits would still be considerably shocking. However, current players were not yet strong enough to capture Whitebone Town. The NPCs guarding Whitebone Town were not humans, but undead. Their levels were all above 50. Moreover, any player that entered the mine would be cursed, causing them to lose 10% of their HP every 3 seconds. The curse also lasted for an hour. In addition, several level 70 Grand Lords lurked within the mine's depths. With players' current strength, even an army of several 100,000 elites would not be enough to defeat these monsters. However, this reminded Feng of something. The basic Holy Spirit potion. This item would give players temporary immunity to curses. However, as the potion was only basic rank, its effects were limited. Fortunately, the potion could offer immunity to Whitebone Town's curse. Due to the richness of Whitebone Town's mithril vein, many players would take the risk to mine there. The money these players earned from a single day of mining the mithril ore and its byproducts was even more than those who grinded monsters in the fields or raided team dungeons. Because of that, the basic Holy Spirit potion had been extremely popular in Emerald City in the past. The potion had not been particularly expensive. Initially, each bottle only sold for 2 silver. Even ordinary players could afford that. The potion's effects only lasted for half an hour. In that time, one could easily earn more than 2 silver while mining underneath the town. Although Whitebone Town's monsters were very high-leveled, the mine's entrance was located in the town's outskirts. Not many monsters ventured there, so as long as one lured the monsters away, other players could enter the mine freely. The mine was massive, and its terrain was complicated. Very few monsters patrolled the mine, as well. As long as one didn't explore too deep, they would not find any significant danger. When a player finished their mining, they simply needed to use a return scroll to leave safely. Hence, many players had taken the risk to mine there. As more players headed to the Mithril mine, the basic Holy Spirit potions price quickly rose to 5 silver. Later, it had even reached 10 silver per bottle. Alchemist players had been overjoyed. The basic Holy Spirit potions recipe was not particularly difficult to obtain. Level 30 and above team dungeons had a chance of dropping it. Unfortunately, the drop rate was very low, which resulted in few copies on the market. The potions materials were also relatively common. Crafting the potion's main requirement was a Holy Spirit flower, which was considered a rare herb. Making the potion didn't even cost 1 silver. Thinking up to this point, Feng burst into action. This was a valuable opportunity to make a fortune. Emerald City's player population was in the millions. Once players discovered the method of mining in Whitebone Town, swarms of players would flock to the Mithril vein. One could just imagine how large the market would be for the basic Holy Spirit potion. Following which, Feng changed the New Moon trading firm's name to the Candlelight Trading Firm and removed the lifestyle players and products in the shop. He then made a trip to the city hall and spent 1,000 gold to upgrade the shopfront to the highest ranking available. He also hired NPCs to purchase various kinds of ores, herbs, and emeralds. As for the candlelight products that would be sold in this shop and the shop's personnel, Feng passed the responsibility to the Candlelight Trading Firm's management team. Meanwhile, he visited the auction houses in the Black Dragon Empire's various cities to purchase the basic Holy Spirit potion recipe and Holy Spirit flowers. After spending most of the day like this, Feng finally bought all the recipes on the Black Dragon Empire's market. He had managed to collect a total of 776 recipes. Although the method to obtain the recipe was easy, its drop rate was painfully low. The recipe's current market price wasn't high. Feng only spent around 35 to 40 silver coins for each copy. Overall, he had not even spent 300 gold to buy all of the copies. The low price was mainly due to players not having a major use for the basic Holy Spirit potion. It simply wasn't one of Alchemist's hot items. If you were looking for the intermediate regeneration potion and the intermediate mana recovery potions recipes, however, they would be much more expensive. With so many recipes, even after every alchemist in the Candlelight Trading Firm learned it, he would still have plenty to spare. Feng had also bought over 6,500 stacks of Holy Spirit flowers, with 20 flowers per stack. Currently, each stack sold for around 12 to 13 silver. In total, Feng had spent over 800 gold on the Holy Spirit flowers. For a while, I'll have Candlelight purchase Holy Spirit flowers. Feng was mostly satisfied with how many Holy Spirit flowers he had procured. At the end of the day, the Holy Spirit flower was a rare herb. Rather than sell it, most guilds usually opted to store the flowers in their guild warehouses. Only independent players sold the herb, thus the limited supply on the market. If he turned these 6,500 plus stacks of Holy Spirit flower into basic Holy Spirit potions, he would have enough to last Emerald City's players for quite some time. As long as the Candlelight Trading Firm's acquisition of Holy Spirit flowers could keep up with the potion's demand, Emerald City would become a stable source of income for the trading firm for a relatively long time. Feng had also spent 3,000 gold to construct an advanced guild hall in Lakeheart City. Although the land he bought from Phoenix Rain could not compare to Zero Wing's main guild residence, the towering advanced guild hall was still impressive enough to shock Lakeheart City's players. Wow! This guild has style. I wonder which guild this is, to think that anyone would want to develop in this backwater city. It shouldn't be a large guild, right? Maybe it's some third-rate guild. I guess you're right. There is no way a large guild would fancy our Lakeheart City. There were not many players residing in Lake Heart City due to its location on an island. There were not many good leveling spots around, either. The city's current population was slightly over 100,000. No first-rate guild would waste their efforts on a desolate city like this. As a result, only a second-rate guild ruled over Lake Heart City. Moreover, its main headquarters wasn't located in the city. Rather, it was based in a major city with a player population of over 500,000. Furthermore, the guild residences in Lake Heart City. They were a far cry from Zero Wing's magnificent advanced guild hall. Huh. Wait a minute. Look at the emblem on that guild flag. Doesn't that look like Zero Wing's six-winged emblem? Chapter 988, The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Upon hearing Zero Wing's name, the players on the street turned to look at the flag flying from the guild hall's roof. It really is a six-winged emblem. What? Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild is actually starting a branch guild here. Many people felt chills crawl down their spines, excitement overwhelming them as they stared at the guild flag. None of them could believe their eyes. Although Lake Heart City was in the Black Dragon Empire, the empire neighbored Star Moon Kingdom. They were up to date about the nearby kingdoms. They also frequently purchased a copy of the God's Domain Experts list. Everybody knew about Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had suffered at Zero Wing's hands. With such a powerful guild appearing in Lake Heart City, how could they contain their excitement? Since Zero Wing is coming here, does this mean we'll have a chance to join Zero Wing? I guess so. When a guild develops in a new city, it normally recruits some of the local players to expand gradually. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers are awesome, they are even better than what first-rate guilds offer. In other guilds, I heard that only core members get to use the guild hall's private rooms. On the other hand, one only needs to be an elite member in Zero Wing to rent a private room and accumulate the double EXP buff. I've always wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it costs too much to teleport from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City. Now, though, I don't have to worry about teleportation fees. Anticipation filled these independent players' hearts as they ogled Zero Wing's new guild residence. To ordinary players, traveling to other countries was too expensive. Even if they spent their entire fortune traveling to White River City, there was no guarantee that they would be accepted into the guild. Furthermore, they had long since familiarized themselves with Lake Heart City and its surroundings. If they started developing in an unknown city, their leveling speed and daily income would decrease drastically. In addition, unlike in Lake Heart City, they wouldn't have companions to rely on in White River City. Now, however, times had changed. Shortly after Zero Wing's branch guild had appeared, news of this matter quickly spread throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others grew worried. To independent players, Zero Wing's appearance was good news. To the local guilds, however, nothing was good about this development. When the Crimson Castle Guild, the second-rate guild ruling over Lake Heart City, received the news, it had held an emergency meeting among its upper echelons. Why has Zero Wing suddenly shown up in a backwater city like Lake Heart City? If Zero Wing really intends on developing here, they will target the high-resource areas we usually occupy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Zero Wing is powerful in Star Moon Kingdom, this is Lake Heart City. This is our territory. We are far more familiar with the city's surroundings than Zero Wing. Even if a war breaks out between our guilds, the winner isn't set in stone. Crimson Castle's upper echelons discussed the situation heatedly. Although the leveling areas around Lake Heart City were not particularly beneficial, once players familiarized themselves with the area, their leveling speed would increase. Moreover, unlike other cities, there were very few guilds in Lake Heart City. This allowed Crimson Castle to obtain plenty of raw materials very easily. There is no need to get too worked up about this. I have heard that the situation in Star Moon Kingdom isn't very stable. Zero Wing won't focus too much on conquering Lake Heart City. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a grudge against Zero Wing. If we report Zero Wing's arrival to the pavilion will seek vengeance, the dignified, middle-aged man in the guild leader's seat said as he watched the arguing players before him. In a deep tone, he said, during this period, keep an eye on Zero Wing's members. Report everything to the pavilion. Hearing their guild leader's order, the Crimson Castle's upper echelons fell silent and nodded in agreement. As their guild leader had said, Zero Wing had used the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a stepping stone to become famous, leaving the pavilion's prestige in tatters. After that incident, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor declared that he would not let the matter rest. Although dealing with Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was a different story in the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the pavilion's territory. It would be child's play to take care of a measly branch guild. While Crimson Castle hashed out a plan to deal with Zero Wing, Feng spent 300 gold to bind the guild transfer scroll's coordinates. Afterward, Zero Wing's members in White River City could simply purchase Lake Heart City's guild transfer scrolls to travel to the city directly. The guild transfer scroll was one of a guild's greatest benefits. Unlike NPC cities' teleportation halls, which charged a steep teleportation fee, players only needed to purchase the corresponding guild transfer scroll to reach their desired guild residence. However, such a major benefit came with restrictions. Players were only allowed to carry one guild transfer scroll at a time. Moreover, the scroll had a very long cooldown. The transfer scroll's prices also varied depending on the distance between the destination and where it was purchased. Regardless, it was still cheaper than using the teleportation halls. If a guild had enough guild residences, it could easily replace teleportation halls. When Feng finished binding the coordinates, he looked at the time. Glancing up at the already dark sky, he called up his system interface, intending to log off for the day and rest. Now that he had established Lake Heart City's branch guild, he needed Aqua Rose to transfer the batches of selected members. As for Raven's monster-repelling issue, Feng had already instructed Flying Shadow to handle it. Originally, he had intended Fire Dance to carry out the task. However, Fire Dance was currently busy leading Zero Wing's members in raiding the Undead Gorge and did not have time to spare. So, he used his next best option, Flying Shadow. Flying Shadow was Zero Wing's second best assassin. Not only was his movement speed quite high, but he could also move about rather secretively. He wasn't easy to detect. When it was time to repel the monster invasion, Flying Shadow could use the monster repellent scroll without anyone noticing, which would reduce the chances of Raven discovering the scroll. Although the monster repellent scroll was very rare and few people knew about it, seeing as Quiet Melody, the Sacred Temple's vice-temple master, had purchased so many in Blackwing City, Feng deemed it wise to use the scrolls discreetly, hiding the scroll's function. In any case, Zero Wing only needed to repel the invasions. It was not obligated to reveal its means of doing so. After clicking the Log Out button, while Feng waited on the logout timer, he habitually used the Golden Stigmata's Detect skill. The quest to find the 7 treasures was truly sinister. With God's domain being so massive, how was he supposed to locate them? Fortunately, he had been given a very long time limit to complete the quest. Hence, Feng routinely used the Detect skill once a day. If not for the skill's one-day cooldown, his search for the 7 treasures would have proceeded much faster. After using the Detect skill, Feng heard the sound of a system notification. System, the Golden Stigmata has detected the 7 treasures' energy waves. Do you wish to track the energy waves? Why would the 7 treasures be here? Feng instantly tensed. He had never imagined that he would come across the 7 treasures' energy waves in Lake Heart City. Chapter 989, Special Set Equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Feng immediately stopped the logout process and chose to track the energy waves. The Golden Stigmata's Detect had a 50,000-yard range, which was not particularly large. The skill just managed to cover Lake Heart City as well as the surrounding forest and fields. There should not be any monsters within that range, and it was even less likely for there to be any relics. Otherwise, someone would have long since discovered them. After all, it was impossible for an NPC city to be constructed above a relic. Yet, the 7 treasures, which had been lost for many years, had appeared in the middle of nowhere. It was inconceivable. As expected, it is inside the city. Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the perceived location on his map. This should be in the Nobles District. Although Feng knew that the 7 treasures could be anywhere, who could have thought that he would find the legendary 7 treasures in Lake Heart City's Nobles District? If the War God's Temple knew that the 7 treasures were in the Black Dragon Empire, they would have turned the empire over in their search, not to mention the insignificant Lake Heart City. After checking the general location, Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger and charged towards the Nobles District. A monster. A monster has appeared in the city. Crap, that's a mount. What kind of mount is that? It's so cool. When the players on the street saw the demonic flame tiger charge out of Zero Wing's residence, they were stupefied. A city like Lake Heart City didn't even have one level 40 player, much less a mount. Hence, when these players saw the majestic, towering demonic flame tiger, they grew more enthusiastic to join Zero Wing. Black Dragon Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Entering the guild leader's office, a beautiful, tall female summoner reported respectfully, "Vice Guild Leader, the Crimson Castle's guild leader requests a meeting with you. He claims that it is related to Zero Wing." I understand. It seems that quite a few people are displeased with Zero Wing today. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild, said, chuckling. "Ghost, bring him in." The female summoner, Beautiful Ghost, nodded. She left the office to guide Crimson Castle's guild leader. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reception room, a robust man, standing about 2 meters tall, waited patiently. This man was none other than the Crimson Castle's guild leader, Crimson Fox. Why haven't they met with me yet? Crimson Fox was frustrated as he stared beyond the window pane at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members going about their business. Sure enough, the pavilion deserved to be called a super first-rate guild. Despite only being a branch guild's residence, he saw plenty of experts moving about the hall, with many of them radiating a significant pressure. Among these experts, he envied a few players' equipment. The Crimson Castle could never compare to a guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Crimson Fox had originally intended to send one of the guild's upper echelons to the pavilion. However, when he thought about the violent and arrogant temper of the pavilion's vice guild leader, Blood Dragon, he felt that it would be safer if he visited the guild personally. Once he reached the pavilion's guild residence, he firmly believed that he had made the right decision. His guild's representative would never have been allowed through the pavilion's gates. Moreover, not long ago, he received another message from his subordinate stating that Zero Wing's demonic flame tiger had appeared in Lake Heart City. The upper echelons of God's domain's various guilds were no strangers to the demonic tiger. After all, the demonic tiger was known as the best mount in God's domain. Many even suspected that it might be a fine gold mount. Besides, this powerful mount's owner was none other than Zero Wing's Feng. Those who understood Zero Wing knew that Feng's position in the guild was definitely among the top 3. He might even be second only to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Such an important figure in Lake Heart City stressed Crimson Fox. Anyone capable of leading a large guild was no idiot. With a figure like Feng visiting the city, it was clear how important Lake Heart City was to Zero Wing. If they did not remove Zero Wing as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before Crimson Castle fell from the position of the city's ruler. While Crimson Fox occupied himself with these thoughts, the reception room's wooden doors swung open. A tall beauty then entered the room. This woman was the female summoner Beautiful Ghost, who had reported to Blood Dragon. When Crimson Fox's eyes met Beautiful Ghost's, he shuddered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him to be careful of the woman standing before him. "You're Crimson Fox." "Follow me," Beautiful Ghost said. After sparing Crimson Fox a glance, she turned and left the reception room with an air of indifference. Her eyes hadn't contained a hint of respect when she looked at Crimson Fox. Rather, they held contempt, as if she had been watching an ant. If not for Blood Dragon's orders, she would not have paid any attention to the man at all. Although Crimson Fox wanted to respond, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth. Aside from the fact that he was on foreign soil, this female summoner was already stronger than him. Not only was she level 39, but her equipment also radiated the unique glow of dark gold items. Moreover, the red-blue robes, headwear, and other equipment were clearly pieces of a set. In other words, Beautiful Ghost wore a dark gold set equipment. In comparison, he only had individual pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. A level 35 dark gold set equipment? As expected of a super first-rate guild. Crimson Fox smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to endure this woman's contemptuous look. After all, she had more than earned her arrogance. However, Crimson Fox did not know that Beautiful Ghost's dark gold set equipment was not a level 35 set. If Feng were present, he would have instantly recognized the equipment. This was the level 40 dark gold set equipment, Life Summons. Only level 40 and above field great lords had a chance of dropping these set pieces. Initially, only level 40 summoners could equip the Life Summon set. However, this equipment was somewhat special. If one had all 5 pieces of the set, the level requirement would drop by 5 levels. Under Beautiful Ghost's lead, Crimson Fox quickly arrived before the guild leader's office on the 3rd floor. On his way, Crimson Fox had seen many level 50 NPC guards. Without someone of relevance as a guide, even the guild's elite members would not be allowed near the guild leader's office. Upon entering the office, Crimson Fox involuntarily shuddered. He felt an immense pressure, almost as if a boss monster were in the room with him. Moreover, it didn't feel like any ordinary boss monster. At the very least, it felt like a lord boss or stronger. How is this possible? Crimson Fox stared at Blood Dragon, who leaned against his office chair while enjoying a glass of wine, shock filling his heart. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's vice guild leader? At this moment, Crimson Fox struggled to breathe. Compared to Blood Dragon, the pressure he felt from Beautiful Ghost before was a joke. Against Beautiful Ghost, he could, more or less, move unaffected. However, when faced with Blood Dragon, his movements were somewhat sluggish. In battle, this pressure would greatly impact his combat power. However, the scene inside the office was even more shocking. Seated opposite of Blood Dragon was a gorgeous woman who, despite the powerful mental oppression in the room, seemed utterly unaffected. Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord. Who is she? Crimson Fox's attention unconsciously drifted to the leisurely woman. Currently, Blood Dragon was level 40, and only a handful of players throughout the Black Dragon Empire had reached this level. Level 40 players were much stronger than level 39 players in terms of attributes as they could equip level 40 equipment. If even he, someone who wore a full collection of level 35 dark gold equipment, felt such immense pressure from Blood Dragon, one could just imagine how intense of a pressure a level 20 player would feel in Blood Dragon's aura. Yet, the mysterious woman before him treated Blood Dragon's undisguised aura as if it were a spring breeze. In addition, the mysterious woman herself exuded a noble and graceful aura that coaxed one into submission. Sit, Blood Dragon told Crimson Fox as he pointed to one of the wooden chairs on the other side of his desk. Let me introduce you. This beauty is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Qin Muyun. Like you, she is here for Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Crimson Fox was taken aback. Everyone had heard of the Blackwater Corporation. It was a Fortune 500 company. Meanwhile, the young woman before him had been chosen to represent such a major corporation. Guild leader Crimson, if you have any information regarding Zero Wing that you wish to share, please tell us. I believe that Miss Muyun is also interested to hear it, Blood Dragon said, chuckling. Crimson Fox nodded nervously. He then relayed everything about Zero Wing's development in Lakeheart City. Vice Guild Leader Blood, you've seen Zero Wing's ambition for yourself. If we let Zero Wing develop any further, no one will be able to guarantee that Zero Wing won't set its sights on the Black Dragon Empire. If we don't take measures to contain the guild, with its development speed thus far, it won't be long before it grows so big that even you will be helpless against it, Qin Muyun said, smiling. You should consider my earlier proposal. Qin Muyun had the voice of a siren. Her words were intoxicating. Even an expert like Crimson Fox was not completely unaffected. Initially, Qin Muyun had worried that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would reject their offer of cooperation. Now, however, her worries had been resolved. Before this, Zero Wing's operations had been limited to Star Moon Kingdom. No matter how strong it became, it wouldn't impact the pavilion's operations in the Black Dragon Empire. However, she had never imagined that, of all places, Zero Wing would choose to expand into the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. For the sake of its reputation, the pavilion couldn't let Zero Wing enjoy itself here. Otherwise, Nine Dragons Emperor's prior declaration would be nothing more than his own disgrace. Since Miss Muyun has already said as much, I agree to provide support in resources, products, coins, and experts to help you defeat Zero Wing. Once the deed is done, however, the pavilion wants full authority over Stone Forest Town. Please rest assured. As long as the pavilion helps us from the sidelines, the Blackwater Corporation will deal with the rest. Qin Muyun smiled. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I must leave to report the good news to my superiors. Blood Dragon nodded before sending Qin Muyun off with his gaze. Vice Guild Leader Blood, what about Lakeheart City? Crimson Fox asked anxiously. Lakeheart City was an important source of income for the Crimson Castle. Without it, the guild's development would deteriorate significantly. Relax. Since Zero Wing dares to enter the Black Dragon Empire, the pavilion won't let the guild off the hook. I will send the Blood Legion to assist the Crimson Castle. We'll make sure that Zero Wing regrets ever setting foot in the Black Dragon Empire. Blood Dragon could not help but chuckle. Turning to Crimson Fox, he spoke in a domineering tone, I'll appoint my aide, Beautiful Ghost, to command the operation. I believe that you do not have any arguments, right? Of course, of course. Crimson Fox said excitedly. The Blood Legion was a legion of expert assassins that everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew about. Not only did these experts possess excellent equipment, but every one of them was also adept with ambushes in the fields. Although the Blood Legion was not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest force, it was the one that the various large guilds feared the most. Even first-rate guilds were afraid of the Blood Legion. Out in the fields, even a single expert assassin was a force not to be reckoned with. Knowing that a team of 1,000 expert assassins waited for them, who would possibly be bold enough to venture out to grind monsters. Even if a guild dispatched a small army of players to hunt down the Blood Legion, its efforts would be futile. It was precisely this reason that the various large guilds paled at the mention of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. Only a super first-rate guild with a powerful foundation was capable of compiling such a force. For a first-rate guild, even forming a team of 100 expert assassins was impossible. Now that the pavilion intended to dispatch the Blood Legion, Zero Wing's members should not even consider leaving Lakeheart City. If they did, they should not dream of returning alive. If this persisted, Zero Wing would not survive in Lakeheart City. Eventually, it would be forced to withdraw. I'll leave the rest to you, Blood Dragon told Beautiful Ghost. Vice Guild Leader, do not worry. I will gather the men right away. It will only take a few days to eradicate Zero Wing from the Black Dragon Empire, Beautiful Ghost said very confidently. In Beautiful Ghost's opinion, their opponent was merely Zero Wing's branch guild. Dispatching the Blood Legion was simply making a big fuss over nothing. Lakeheart City's Nobles District. Not many players wandered down the street of Western European buildings, only NPC nobles. When Feng arrived before a luxurious mansion atop the demonic flame tiger, he noticed a team of 20 players gathered at its gates. He also spotted a few familiar figures among the team members. These people were none other than Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo, Gunfire, Death Wind, and Autumn Goose. Big Brother Feng. Why are you here? Blue Bamboo noticed Feng and the towering demonic flame tiger immediately, surprise flashing in her eyes. Hearing Blue Bamboo's exclamation, Thoughtful Rain and the others turned towards the demonic tiger by the entrance. Feng was even more shocked by the sudden development than Thoughtful Rain and her companions. He had only arrived before this mansion due to the 7 treasures. At this point, the golden stigmata's tracker pointed to the 7 treasures' exact location. He had never expected to find Thoughtful Rain and the others here as well. However, after Blue Bamboo had noticed him, the rest of the team turned and glared as if he were their greatest enemy, killing intent filling their eyes. Suddenly, the shield warrior Death Wind scattered the heavy atmosphere as he approached Feng and asked pleasantly, Brother Feng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a quest as well? Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. An acquaintance? When everyone in the team saw Death Wind greet Feng, their gazes softened slightly. Even so, they remained very cautious with him. Currently, Feng wore his black cloak, so they could not see his information. However, the fact that he rode a mount showed that he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly. They wouldn't mind a weak acquaintance. However, Feng's strength was precisely the reason that they remained wary. Autumn, you guys know him? A robust man asked Autumn Goose, who stood beside him. This robust man, weathered appearance spoke of years of life's vicissitudes. A suit of silvery gray knight's armor protected his body, and he carried a tower shield that was nearly as tall as he was. At his waist, he carried a luxurious golden knight's sword. Furthermore, he had already reached level 40. Pamicham. He's one of Zero Wing's elders. He is incredibly strong. It was thanks to him that we had completed our previous quest. Autumn Goose nodded to the robust man's question. She did not try to hide anything as the man beside her was none other than the commander of the Wind God's spear, Fallen Wind. If we can convince Feng to help us, we'll have a much higher chance of completing this quest. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Fallen Wind could not help but re-examine Feng. Although Autumn Goose seemed approachable on the surface, she was arrogant to the bone. In her eyes, very few people were worth Autumn Goose's recognition. Autumn, aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? Isn't he just some expert a large guild nurtured? How strong could he possibly be? If we take him with us, he'll probably only hold us back, a frosty youth in brown leather armor said dismissively. Aside from Wind God Spear's brilliant battle records in the multiple confrontations they have had with several large guilds, their several new experts were already many times stronger than first-rate guilds' pampered experts. As for the members here today, they were the creme de la creme of the Wind God Spear. Every Wind God Spear member here was a top-class expert with a list of illustrious achievements. How could someone like Feng possibly compare to them? To further his point, the youth had never seen Feng's name on God's Domain's experts list. Disregarding the cold youth's words, Autumn Goose looked directly at Fallen Wind and said, Commander, I believe that Big Brother Death Wind will also support my point. At Autumn Goose's strong recommendation of Feng, Thoughtful Rain's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she did not understand why, whenever she was with Feng, she felt indescribably safe. She didn't even feel like this when she traveled with someone as powerful as Fallen Wind. This is interesting. Fallen Wind could not help but watch the cloaked Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Naturally, there was no need to mention Feng's level. However, the swordsman's combat standards were unknown. Generally, one could judge a person's strength based on the aura they radiated. The stronger a person was, the stronger their aura was. Such a phenomenon was due to the confidence they gained from experiencing countless battles. Yet, even after observing Feng for a long moment, Fallen Wind could not sense any aura that hinted at Feng's strength. As to whether or not Feng concealed his aura, this was unlikely. After all, even experts would find it extremely difficult to conceal their aura completely unless their mental fortitude had reached a certain level. However, experts capable of doing so were generally in their 30s or 40s. Some only reached this refinement in their 50s. To put it simply, it was impossible for a youth to have enough control to hide their aura. However, both Autumn Goose and Death Wind seemed to admire Feng. This was strange indeed. Autumn, let's pass on asking him this time. If the opportunity presents itself, we can invite him in the future. We've already determined our team's roster. Sudden adjustments to the team will increase our chances of failure, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. We cannot afford to fail this quest. If we complete this quest, the Wind God's spear's strength will climb to a new level. The Wind God's spear won't have to shuffle around in the Dark Knight Empire's shadows anymore. Instead, the Empire's large guilds will have to hide like rats. I understand, Autumn Goose dejectedly replied. She understood Fallen Wind's sentiment. They had invested a lot of effort into this quest. Now that they had reached the final phase and were prepared, they would be taking unnecessary risks if they replaced one of the team members. Our commander knows best. If we allow a half-assed expert into the team, I'll constantly have to worry about him dragging me to the grave, the cold youth said, nodding. When Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo heard Fallen Wind reject Autumn Goose's proposal and Ordinary Blades, the cold youth, ridicule, they were annoyed. However, as they were members of Zero Wing, they did not find it appropriate to intervene in Wind God Spear's internal matters. Yet, Ordinary Blade's disrespect of Feng made them somewhat angry. Commander Fallen, I apologize, but Blue and I won't be participating in this operation. After all, this is the Wind God Spear's affair. It wouldn't be proper for us to take part, Thoughtful Rain announced. They had simply tagged along for this quest due to Fallen Wind's invitation and their friendship with Autumn Goose and the others. Now that Zero Wing's elder had been belittled, how could they, members of Zero Wing, remain on the team? Ordinary, apologized to Miss Rain and Miss Blue. Fallen Wind growled as he glared at the frosty youth. How could he not understand the meaning behind Thoughtful Rain's words? The sudden development stupefied Ordinary Blade. He was simply trying to make himself look good before Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. How had things ended up this way? What was going on here? Miss Rain and Miss Blue are members of Zero Wing. Fallen Wind softly reminded the boy. This was the first time Ordinary Blade had met Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In addition, as the two women were participating in the quest as individuals, they had not worn their guild emblems. Hence, Ordinary Blade had not realized that the duo was from Zero Wing. Miss Rain, I misspoke. Please, forgive me, Ordinary Blade quickly apologized after realizing his blunder. He very much felt like digging a hole and jumping in. Seeing Ordinary Blade's distress, Autumn Goose, who was familiar with the youth, could not help but giggle. In the Wind God's Spear, Ordinary Blade was famous for his indifference. However, when the youth had met Thoughtful Rain for the first time, his eyes had nearly fallen from their sockets. It was obvious that the youth was interested in Thoughtful Rain. Unfortunately, his attempt to impress her had backfired magnificently. This time, even their commander couldn't save him. She and Thoughtful Rain were as close as sisters. She was very familiar with Thoughtful Rain's personality. When Thoughtful Rain made a decision, even a force of nature wouldn't change her mind. She remembered Thoughtful Rain's decision to join Zero Wing. No matter how much she had tried to dissuade the girl, hadn't Thoughtful Rain still joined the guild? Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Thoughtful Rain's resolute refusal gave Fallen Wind a headache. Ordinary Blade truly knew how to give him trouble. Thoughtful Rain was a God's Domain player who had come into contact with virtual reality games just recently. However, when Fallen Wind watched the battle video Autumn Goose sent him, which showed a duel between herself and Thoughtful Rain, a shiver had crawled down his spine. If not for Autumn Goose telling him about Thoughtful Rain's situation, he would not have even imagined that God's Domain was her first virtual reality game. Within just a few months' time, she had actually managed to grow to a point where she could hold her own against Autumn Goose. Her improvement speed was simply godly. Compared to Thoughtful Rain, those players who were held up as geniuses in God's Domain were simply garbage. Recently, Autumn Goose had been improving very quickly, and right now, her strength already ranked steadily within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear. Although the Wind God's Spear was only an adventurer team, its members were all battle maniacs and extremely proud. Members of the team would frequently spar with each other. They would also often pick fights with members of large guilds. As a result, their strength increased continuously every day. Rather than passing their time leisurely in God's domain, they desperately sought all sorts of means to improve themselves. Hence, ranking within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear was a challenging proposition, not to mention maintaining a position there. Yet, when Autumn Goose reunited with Thoughtful Rain after not meeting her for a short time, Autumn Goose had actually lost to Thoughtful Rain, who was significantly weaker than herself before, in a duel. Moreover, when Thoughtful Rain defeated Autumn Goose, it was obvious she had not used her full strength. Fallen Wind found it truly hard to fathom what heights Thoughtful Rain's combat power had already reached. However, he estimated that she should be able to rank within the top 5 of the Wind God's Spear. In contrast, although Ordinary Stranger was very talented and his improvement speed was very fast, he only ranked within the top 20 even now. Losing a combatant like Thoughtful Rain would greatly hamper their quest. Just as Fallen Wind was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly came from within the mansion, echoing throughout the entire courtyard and making everyone's souls tremble. What a lively day it is today. I never thought that even an important person from the War God's Temple would be willing to pay me a visit. However, since you've already arrived, I'll have to ask you to remain and head to another world to enjoy. After the sound of this voice dissipated, a magic barrier enveloped the entire mansion. What's going on? This sudden development threw everyone for a loop, Fallen Wind in particular. Their quest had tasked them to visit Countess Katie Green of the Black Dragon Empire. The Countess would then bring them to a secret location. However, based on the words she had just spoken, it was clear that she was trying to make them suffer. While everyone was panicking, Feng remained relatively calm. It was very obvious to him that the Countess's words were intended for him. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned War God's Temple. While Feng and everyone else were thinking of how to deal with their current predicament, their vision immediately filled with darkness. Every one of them transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the luxurious mansion. It was as if none of them had ever appeared there. The NPC guards patrolling the streets did not even sense the existence of the barrier magic array. What is this place? Why have my movements turned sluggish? Commander, I can't use my return scroll. Me too. As soon as everyone could see again, they discovered that the scenery before them had changed. Their bodies also felt leaden. Many in the team could not help but grow anxious at this situation. Meanwhile, this sealed space had only a set of open, pitch-black stone doors, a few hundred meters in height, standing right before them. Beyond these doors was a wide and spacious passage, the walls of which boasted countless carvings of gods and demons, the images depicting the ancient war between gods and demons. This passage led directly to a towering temple in the distance. Upon seeing the massive stone doors, a name immediately appeared in Feng's mind. The Trial of God. To players, the Trial of God was an opportunity. It was extremely difficult to encounter one. Previously, Blackie and the others had only managed to enter one due to luck. However, great rewards also came with great risks. Maybe it was also due to their luck, but Blackie and the others had encountered only a 4-colored trial. It was also precisely because it was only a 4-colored trial that they had managed to deal with the challenges and safely clear the Trial of God. However, the Trial of God before him right now was no 4-colored trial. Generally, players could determine the rank of the trial they were taking through the transfer gate in the outside world. However, after entering a trial, there was still another method to determine its rank. And that was the size of the trial gate. Trial gates that were around 10 meters tall signified that one was undertaking a 1-colored trial, after which came 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and 999 meters. Meanwhile, the trial gate before them was clearly over 100 meters in height, perhaps around 300 meters in all. In other words, this was a 6-colored trial, and its difficulty could rival legendary quests. Shortly after Feng realized that this place was the trial of God, Fallen Wind and several other experts came to the same conclusion. Immediately, their expressions turned very gloomy. Why is it a six-colored trial of God? As calm as he was, even Fallen Wind's mouth twitched involuntarily when he noticed this fact. The trial of God was no secret in God's domain. With so many players playing the game, there were bound to be quite a few players who had encountered it. As more and more players discussed the trial on the official forums, details about the trial of God became public. After the others heard Fallen Wind mentioning the trial of God, they promptly looked it up on the official forums. However, once everyone understood what exactly a six-colored trial was, their hearts grew very heavy. "Commander, what should we do now?" many members of the Wind God's Spear asked worriedly. There were only two methods to leave a trial of God. One was to clear the trial, while the other was to give up on it. There was no third possibility. Those who died inside the trial would be resurrected and forced to continue. Those who completed the trial would be showered in glory, their strength increasing significantly. However, those who chose to give up would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the higher the rank of the trial, the greater the price exacted. If one forfeited a six-colored trial, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a great chance that their account would be crippled permanently. Hence, most players who encountered a trial of God would first determine the trial's difficulty before deciding whether or not they should challenge or distance themselves from it. In their case, however, they had been forcibly transported to this place. They did not even have a say in the matter. To the Wind God's Spear, if the trial had the difficulty of only an epic quest, they would still be confident of clearing it. However, for a trial whose difficulty approached that of a legendary quest, they had no confidence whatsoever that they would succeed. After taking a deep breath, Fallen Wind said, "Calm down. Since we've already entered the trial of God, what we need to do now is think of a solution to clear it. We don't have any other choice." As soon as Fallen Wind finished speaking, numerous silver-armored knights with glowing red eyes started emerging from the walls of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was packed full of knights, every one of them charging towards Feng's ground. Undead Fanatic, Dark Creature, Elite, Level 50 HP 200, 000/200, 000. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. "Form a defensive formation," Feng shouted hurriedly. At this time, everyone finally reacted. Currently, everyone no longer considered whether they could succeed or not. Instead, they wondered how long they could survive. When the tide of undead fanatics reached the team, the MTs at the front felt greatly pressured. Despite these undead fanatics being elite rank only, they possessed great strength. Not only was every one of their attacks capable of pushing the MTs back, but it also caused nearly -1000 damage even when blocked. With multiple undead fanatics attacking at the same time, the MTs lost HP by the thousands. The healers standing at the rear simply couldn't keep up. Although everyone from the Wind God's Spear was doing their best to retaliate, their attacks inflicting several thousand damage to the undead fanatics, there were simply too many monsters. No matter how much they attacked, their efforts did not seem to be making a difference. When the team was close to succumbing, a streak of light suddenly cut across the monsters. A large number of undead fanatics in a cone-shaped area died instantly. Everyone was stupefied by this scene. At this time, everyone could not help but shift their gaze towards the cloaked Feng, the origin of this phenomenon. Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Is this the person that caught Autumn Goose's eye? Fallen Wind was astounded at the sight. He was a level 40 Guardian Knight as well as the lead MT of the team. He had been fighting at the front line all this time, so he knew very clearly just how powerful these undead fanatics were. If there was just one of these elites, anyone on their team could easily solo it. Although the undead fanatics possessed great strength, far surpassing even that of their team's level 40 Berserker, Autumn Goose, their attack speed and reaction speed were not particularly fast. Given enough space, even an MT could slowly wear one down by themselves. However, it was terrifying if they had to go up against over 10,000 of these elite monsters. The tide of undead fanatics surrounding them gave them no room to maneuver whatsoever, so they had no choice but to clash directly against these elites. Moreover, the undead fanatics possessed 200,000 HP, above average HPs for level 50 elite undead. In addition, the inherent magic resistance of undead was very high. Even when someone in their team used an AoE attack spell, they only managed to deal around -2,000 damage to the elites. Even after multiple applications, they barely did any damage to the undead fanatics. It was only a matter of time before the team would get annihilated. Yet, with just a single swing of his sword, Feng had vaporized nearly 1,000 undead fanatics. Aside from Fallen Wind, everyone else in the team was stupefied by Feng's performance as well. Autumn, just how did you get acquainted with such a monster? A level 39 female cursemancer asked softly. I met him when I was doing a quest with Rain. Back then, just like you guys, we thought that guild experts were merely pampered players. When Autumn Goose recalled how she had the same thoughts that the members of the Wind God Spear had right now, she could not help but feel ashamed of herself. Hearing the conversation between the Cursemancer and Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo felt a surge of pride overwhelm their earlier anger. I've said it before, right? Big Brother Feng is very powerful. Some time ago, Big Brother Feng managed to kill a level 50 field Great Lord with just me and Rain in the party. It is naturally not a problem for him to deal with these level 50 elite monsters right now, Blue Bamboo said proudly, puffing out her chest. Although they had relied mainly on Feng's 2 personal guards to defeat the level 50 Great Lord, Blue Bamboo considered the personal guards part of Feng's strength. After all, she had never seen anyone else with the ability to recruit such powerful personal guards. What? He managed to solo a level 50 field Great Lord with just you 2 magical classes. That's impossible, right? Previously, even after our Wind God Spear had gathered a team of 100 players, we managed to defeat a level 40 field Great Lord only after utilizing many rare tools. Everyone from the Wind God Spear was shocked by Blue Bamboo's revelation. The feat of killing a level 50 Great Lord was much more amazing than directly wiping out hundreds of undead fanatics. After entering God's domain, they had fought against plenty of monsters. Hence, they knew full well just how frightening a level 50 field Great Lord could be. Current players simply had no chance of contending against such a boss. Level 50 was a major milestone. Players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class change at this level and greatly improve their attributes. Their skills could reach Tier 2 as well. Overall, upon reaching level 50, players could receive a tremendous boost to their combat power. Hence, the system had made it so that level 50 monsters were stronger than level 49 monsters by a large margin. This gap was also the reason why even a berserker expert like Autumn Goose was no match for the level 50 undead fanatics in terms of strength. Immediately, everyone looked at Feng with astonishment. Meanwhile, when Ordinary Blade, who previously still felt contempt towards Feng, noticed Thoughtful Rain constantly looking at Feng, jealousy sprouted in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely surpass you one day. Ordinary Blade swore to himself. He had only been in contact with God's domain for a short time. His strength was still rising rapidly. Besides, he had recently managed to apprentice himself to a martial arts master in the real world. Said master had even acknowledged him as a martial arts genius. With the virtual environment of God's domain practically the same as the real world, he refused to believe he would fail to surpass Feng in the future. We can't always stay on the defense. I'll open a path for us. Melee classes, protect the magical classes from the sides and follow me, Feng said hurriedly when he noticed that undead fanatics were still pouring out from the walls of the distant passage. Magical classes, don't bother attacking. Try to use movement speed reduction and imprisonment skills as much as possible. After Feng was done speaking, he cast Firestorm ahead of him. A towering inferno promptly devoured everything. Although the undead fanatics possessed high magic resistance, Feng's killing ray doubled his damage towards dark creatures. As a result, by the time Firestorm's duration ended, none of the undead fanatics caught within the range of the flames remained alive. Unfortunately, as this place was the trial of God, regardless of how many monsters players killed here, they would not receive any EXP. Similarly, the monsters here also did not drop any loot. The only thing players could gain from fighting against the monsters here was skill proficiency. Generally, players would receive rewards only after they cleared a stage. Feng, however, got an additional benefit from killing these undead fanatics. Previously, when he used Lightning Blade to kill the undead fanatics, he discovered that Icarus's heart had absorbed plenty of life force. After he had used the Holy Grail to evolve Icarus's heart, the necklace no longer required him to kill bosses to upgrade it. Instead, he only needed to kill players and absorb their life force. The only downside was the amount of life force required. Currently, he needed 5,000 units of life force to upgrade the necklace to epic rank. Although Feng had killed plenty of players after evolving Icarus's heart, he had also used the necklace's skill numerous times, particularly when he was opening treasure chests and killing bosses. Each use cost him 100 units of life force. He had practically used up all of what he had collected. Hence, he had never been able to upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank during this time. However, for every 2 or 3 undead fanatics he killed, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force actually increased by 1. After just 2 attacks, Feng had gained over 800 units of life force. The rate at which he was gathering life force right now was much faster than when he was killing players. Following which, Feng activated both Defensive Blade and Thunder God's Descent. He then started brandishing his swords, executing Sword's Orbit as he slaughtered his way forward. The undead fanatics might have had an advantage in strength over Feng's team members, but the same could not be said for Feng himself. When comparing strength attributes, Feng, who possessed a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment, only needed a single attack to send the undead fanatics flying. In terms of speed, he was many times faster than the elite monsters. Before the monsters could even touch him, his swords would have already struck their weak points, repelling them. Feng was like a meat grinder when he went up against the endless undead fanatics. His swords madly devoured the elite monsters charging at him. With no exception, all undead fanatics within 15 yards of Feng would have their HPs reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, numerous undead fanatics had their 200,000 HPs depleted completely. Following which, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force rapidly increased. In just a few moments, the counter had crossed the 1,000 unit threshold. Autumn, is he really a player? The members of the Wind God's Spear following behind Feng gulped involuntarily. They could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Everyone had already seen for themselves just how strong Feng's basic attributes were. Even the level 50 undead fanatics were no match for him in terms of strength. He could easily send the elites flying with a casual attack. However, being able to make it so that not a single monster could get within 10 yards of himself was impossible just by relying on attributes. Combat techniques and experience played important roles as well. While players could improve their basic attributes through equipment upgrades, combat techniques and experience could not be easily improved. This was also the Wind God's Spear's greatest point of pride. The various large guilds were all busy raiding dungeons to upgrade their weapons and equipment. They did not place much attention on improving their techniques and accumulating combat experience. Hence, the Wind God's Spear would manage to safely break away the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds time after time and continue existing with relative ease until now. Previously, when the members of the Wind God's Spear witnessed Feng killing hundreds of undead fanatics with one attack before, the most they felt was shock. After all, that was something he achieved through relying on powerful items and skills. However, now that Feng was using an inconceivable combat technique to slaughter the elite monsters, the feeling everyone felt when they looked at Feng was no longer that of shock but admiration and worship, instead. Many members on the team had already become deeply mesmerized by the sword's orbit. If not for the undead fanatics constantly charging at them, they would definitely place all their attention on observing Feng's technique. With such a sword technique, I'm afraid that even one sword of the 8 sword heroes can't compare to him. When Fallen Wind looked at Feng, his eyes blazed with the urge to fight. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, the number of experts that received his acknowledgement could be counted with his fingers. Among them, one sword, whom the secret pavilion had dubbed one of the 8 sword heroes, was someone Fallen Wind admired greatly. Now, the number of people he admired had increased by one more. If not for the undead fanatics, he really would have wished to fight Feng to his heart's content. If he keeps on using such a powerful combat technique, will his stamina and concentration be able to handle it? Autumn Goose asked somewhat worriedly as she looked at Feng. She was not an ordinary player. Previously, when she had gone up against the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds, she had also encountered players wielding special combat techniques. While these special combat techniques were indeed powerful, they also had a fatal flaw: they were extremely taxing to use. Utilizing a special combat technique was akin to sprinting all out. The burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration was many times greater than jogging. In God's domain, even if players only had 1 HP remaining, they could still move freely so long as they did not receive heavy injuries. However, when players' stamina and concentration fell below a certain level, they would no longer be able to enter combat. If Feng exhausted his stamina and concentration right now, the consequences would be unimaginable. In reality, however, Autumn Goose's concerns about Feng were unnecessary. While Sword's Orbit did indeed place a huge burden on Feng's stamina, the technique's consumption of concentration was minimal. Moreover, before using Sword's Orbit to defend against these undead fanatics, Feng had already activated the basic Tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30, maximum stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. The additional 30 fortitude reduced his stamina and concentration consumption significantly. Coupled with the increase to his maximum stamina, Feng could persist for much longer than Autumn Goose thought. Moreover, even if Feng's current stamina and concentration could not last him until they reached the distant temple, he still possessed the Blood Refining Stone. The Blood Refining Stone was something he obtained from the Blood Refining Passage. It could absorb the life force of powerful monsters and turn this into blood energy. He could use every 100 points of blood energy he accumulated to produce a drop of life essence. When consumed, the life essence could increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed rapidly for 2 hours. Moreover, the effects were stackable up to 3 times. This was an item Feng always kept on his person. Although not every elite or above monster provided him with blood energy, after long periods of accumulation, he now had 827 drops of life essence. He did not need to worry about running out of stamina and concentration anytime soon. Time passed quickly. Whenever everyone thought that Feng's stamina would not hold up, Feng would consume life essence. However, the recovery speed provided by a single drop was not enough. Only after consuming 3 drops would his recovery speed exceed his consumption speed. As Feng continued slaughtering the undead fanatics, the amount of life force Icarus's heart accumulated increased rapidly. 2,000 points. 3,000 points. 4,000 points. By the time the team arrived before the dazzling, Golden Temple, Feng had long since accumulated 5,000 units of life force. Without hesitation, Feng upgraded Icarus's heart. Icarus's heart, necklace, epic rank, equipment requirement, all attributes 120 level 40, level 100, currently level 44, all attributes plus 44 luck plus 18. Additional skill 1, Divine Providence, temporarily increases player's luck by 50 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes luck, duration, and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 200 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Additional skill 2, God's Blessing, forcefully upgrades all lifestyle classes learned by the user by 1 rank, up to a maximum of Master rank, for 1 hour. Cooldown, 5 hours duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 500 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Passive skill, life storage. Player can accumulate up to 10,000 units of life force. Current amount, 0/10,000. Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the improved attributes of the epic-ranked Icarus's heart. Although Icarus's heart did not receive much of an improvement in terms of basic attributes, it was definitely a godly item all players would want to have. Setting aside the increased luck attribute Icarus's heart provided, just the necklace's ability to forcibly upgrade a lifestyle class's rank could easily skyrocket a lifestyle player's worth. Particularly during this period when lifestyle players were still low-leveled, being able to upgrade an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, even if it was only for 1 hour a day, would help a trading firm massively. Currently, Feng could not help but wish he could fly back to the candlelight trading firm right this instant. Unfortunately, he first needed to clear the trial of God. When everyone arrived before the temple, they were still thinking of a way to shake off the undead fanatic's pursuit. However, once everyone entered the main hall of the temple, the mob of undead fanatics suddenly transformed into mists of blood before vanishing into nothingness. There were no signs that those monsters had ever existed. Are we safe? Blue Bamboo looked at her surroundings. After failing to find even a single undead fanatic in the vicinity, she automatically breathed out a sigh of relief. Had the battle dragged on any longer, her mana would have definitely run out. Before, in order to keep everyone's HPs above a safe margin, she had never once stopped casting her healing spells. On their way to this temple, she had consumed over a stack of intermediate mana recovery potions. Not only were intermediate mana recovery potions expensive on the market right now, but their supply was also very low. The ones that appeared in trading firms or auction houses would sell out almost instantly. After all, mana was the second life of magical classes. Without mana, magical classes were no different from rubbish. Hence, those who played a magical class would always carry around 3 or 4 bottles of basic or intermediate mana recovery potion at the very least. She had obtained these intermediate mana recovery potions using the guild contribution points she had earned with great difficulty. Now, however, she had used up half of her stockpile in just this short time, truly a disheartening situation. Just when everyone thought that they were finally safe and could obtain the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the towering altar located at the very back of the main hall, the steps of the staircase leading up to the altar suddenly released red beams of light, which then formed into 3-meter-tall, fully armored undead guardians. Undead Guardian, Dark Creature, Chieftain, level 50 HP 2, 400, 000/2, 400, 000. Although there were only several hundred undead guardians standing on the staircase, a far cry from the endless flood of undead fanatics from before, everyone could clearly sense that these undead guardians were many times more powerful than those elite monsters. Currently, 3 undead guardians stood on each step of the staircase, and if the team attempted to lure any one of the chieftains, no doubt the other 2 undead guardians would follow. In other words, the team had to go up against 3 undead guardians simultaneously at the very least. Their team's average level was 10 levels lower than the undead guardians. In addition, each level 50 undead guardian could most likely rival a level 40 high lord in strength, only their HPs were lower. With so few players on the team, going up against 3 level 40 high lords at the same time would be extremely difficult. It seems we won't be able to clear this stage without defeating those guardians, Feng said. He could not help but wet his lips as he looked at the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the staircase. This was not his first time challenging a trial of God. However, having a lucrative reward like the 7-colored treasure chest appearing in the first stage of the trial was definitely a first for him. Chapter 995, Guardian. Commander, these undead guardians are too close to each other. Even if we lure them over, we'll have to fight a minimum of 3 at a time, Deathwind said, frowning. While he might be able to hold his ground against a level 40 high lord for a short time, he couldn't handle 3. He would be lucky if he did not die instantly. Meanwhile, their team only had 2 MTs, himself and the team's leader, Fallen Wind. However, even an expert like Fallen Wind couldn't hold off 2 undead guardians simultaneously. Starfish, can you handle kiting one? Fallen Wind asked as he turned to a lean, muscular ranger. The ranger class possessed high movement speed. In addition, the class had quite a few control skills. Rangers were perfect for kiting monsters. Starfish happened to be one of the top-ranking rangers in Wind God's Spear. If Starfish could lure one guardian away from the team, the MTs could handle the rest. If control skills work on these monsters, it should be doable, Starfish said after observing the hall. He had plenty of space to run, so kiting the undead guardian shouldn't be a problem for him. I don't think control skills are effective against them. None of our control skills worked on the undead fanatics. Only the elementalist's ice walls slowed them down. The stronger undead guardians should have the same settings as the undead fanatics, Autumn Goose said. The other team members agreed with Autumn Goose's deduction. Generally, unless a control skill were very high-tiered, it would have no effect on boss-level monsters. We don't have another choice. Use a Tier 2 summoning scroll, then, Fallen Wind said, gritting his teeth. He had thoroughly prepared to tackle this quest. The Tier 2 summoning scroll was one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Tier 2 summoning scrolls were rare, and he had only brought 4 with them. Suddenly, Feng offered a suggestion, no need. I can handle one of them. However, we will need to prioritize killing mine. Are you sure? That's a level 50 chieftain we're talking about, Fallen Wind questioned. As high as Feng's basic attributes were, they should not be higher than a level 50 chieftains. Moreover, a swordsman was not an MT. The class's impact resistance and damage reduction were far weaker than the tank classes. I can handle it, Feng said, shrugging. Commander, leave it to Brother Yifeng. While he might be a swordsman, he is even more capable as a tank than I am, the shield warrior Deathwind piped in. During one of their last meetings, he had watched Feng tank a level 44 Lord-ranked Ice Cheetah. A lot of time had passed since that day. Feng's equipment had definitely improved during this period. He should have no problems tanking a level 50 chieftain. Alright, I'll have to trouble you with it, then, Fallen Wind said. After hearing Deathwind's confidence and witnessing Feng's shocking performance earlier, Fallen Wind could not help but believe in Feng. Once everyone knew their responsibilities, the team began to move. To start things off, the ranger Starfish stretched his bow into a full moon and fired 3 arrows at the undead guardians patrolling the staircase's first layer. Not only did his arrows hit all 3 undead guardians, but the arrows also struck the 3 chieftains when they were furthest from the second level. As a result, the attacks had not attracted the second level's guardians. The instant the arrows struck the 3 undead guardians, a damage of around -500 points appeared above each of their heads. Their defense was frighteningly high. Aside from the high defense, these chieftains were also very fast. When they moved, they were as swift as cheetahs. If not for Fallen Wind using Justice Roar in time, pulling the 3 undead guardians aggro, Starfish would not have been able to escape. As the 3 undead guardians turned towards Fallen Wind, Deathwind used charge from another side. The shield warrior then slammed his sword into the nearest undead guardian. Pang. The sharp sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. The undead guardian had blocked Deathwind's slash with its greatsword, not receiving a single point of damage. On the other hand, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 2 steps, and a damage of over -5,000 points appeared above his head. The shield warrior instantly lost a quarter of his HP. Everyone watching was appalled. Among the MTs in Wind God's Spear, Deathwind's equipment was only second to Fallen Wind's. He was also a level 40 MT, yet not only had the undead guardian discovered his sneak attack, but it also had more strength than any of them had expected. Its strength rivals a level 40 strength-based High Lord. And its reaction speed is incredibly high. Melee players, approach it with care. Don't try to fight it head-on. Fallen Wind hurriedly shouted. Understood, the melee players promptly answered, tensing. A level 40 strength-based High Lord could kill any class except for plate armor classes instantly, not to mention a strength-based High Lord with such quick reactions. In their opinion, Death Wind had timed his attack perfectly, yet the Guardian had still blocked his blade. If they crossed weapons with the chieftain, they would lose far more than 5,000 HP. Just before the other two undead guardians reached Fallen Wind, a streak of red light struck one of the chieftain's sides. Minus 43,246. The terrifying critical damage rendered everyone speechless. Starfish's attacks had only dealt around minus 500 damage, yet this attack had inflicted over minus 40,000. Moreover, the impact had sent the undead guardian flying, its body slamming into the ground. Instinctively, everyone turned towards Feng, the source of the attack, mixed feelings filling their hearts as they looked at the swordsman. Its magic resistance sure is high. Feng frowned at the undead guardian that he had hit. Others might not realize it, but the skill he had used was Flame God's Fury, a sure kill skill. In addition, his sacred sword doubled his damage against dark creatures, yet his attack, even after achieving a critical hit, had only inflicted over minus 40,000 damage. One could just imagine how high the undead guardian's defense and magic resistance were. Feng's terrifying damage instantly drew the undead guardian's aggro. Raising its great sword, the chieftain leaped into the air and landed before Feng. Suddenly, crimson flames burst from the undead guardian's originally silver greatsword as it swung the weapon at Feng in a horizontal arc. Tier 1 skill, Flaming Cross Slash. Crap. This monster actually knows a sure kill skill. Seeing the towering pillar of fire, the other players realized that this was many times stronger than the Berserker's Flame Slash. They could see how much range the attack had from the height of the flames. This attack was impossible to dodge. Coupling this skill with the undead guardian's horrific strength, even an MT like Fallen Wind would be hard-pressed to survive the attack. You want to compare brute force? Feng chuckled. He then activated Flame Burst. Suddenly, the sacred sword in Feng's hand released a blinding light. As if he wielded a miniature sun, he swung Killing Ray at the incoming pillar of fire violently. Chapter 996, New Guild. Dodge. Fallen Wind shouted when he saw the undead guardian's pillar of fire. The guardian's attributes were no laughing matter. Now that it used Flaming Cross Slash, it had an attack range of at least 30 to 40 yards. With such an attack range, the Guardian's attacks could reach over half of the team's members. Even after casting Protection Blessing on himself, Fallen Wind doubted he could survive this attack. Even if he did, he would be very close to death. As for his team members, if they didn't have skills that granted invulnerability or damage immunity, they would not be able to survive the attack at all. We're doomed. Everyone felt the threat of death loom over them. Although they tried to dodge the undead guardian's Flaming Cross Slash, the chieftain's attack speed was simply too high. By the time they turned to run, the undead guardian had swung its pillar of fire horizontally. As the pillar was about to devour the team, Feng's sacred sword released a brilliant glow. Boom! The massive pillar stopped abruptly as it struck the ground, scorching the earth black and gouging a 2-meter deep trench. Overall, however, the pillar of fire hadn't damaged the team. Only Feng had been thrown like a cannonball due to the impact. He crashed into one of the temple's support pillars before he slid to the ground. The other players gaped at this scene. Despite receiving the undead giant's terrifying attack, Feng had only lost around 2,000 HP. When Death Wind had received one of the undead guardian's attacks, the shield warrior had lost over 5,000 HP, yet despite receiving a far more powerful skill, Feng had only suffered minuscule damage. Although most of the players hadn't seen exactly what had happened, Fallen Wind had. As the undead guardian's attack had descended, Feng struck at the chieftain's greatsword, sliding the blades along each other and altering the weapon's trajectory slightly. In doing so, he forced the chieftain's skill to an abrupt end. Not only had he managed to save half of the team from instant annihilation, but he had also reduced the impact on himself significantly. However, this feat was easier said than done. The undead guardian had immense strength and top-class attack speed and reaction speed. Finding the perfect location to strike against such a powerful monster's attack was harder than threading a needle. Feng's counterattack had been far from risky. Had he deviated in the slightest, he would have failed to save his team members and paid for his mistake with his life. While Fallen Wind was confident in achieving a similar feat, he wouldn't have been able to do so as easily as Feng. So, that is the rumored flowing water realm. After seeing Feng's powerful deflection technique, a flash of inspiration struck Fallen Wind. Feng's attack had also blown away the roadblock that had hindered his progress. When Feng had executed Sword's Orbit, Fallen Wind could only tell how powerful Feng's combat technique was. He could not understand the technique's underlying principles. However, the technique Feng used to counter the undead giant's attack had fully displayed the properties of the flowing water realm, which helped Fallen Wind finally understand why he had been stuck in the refinement realm all this time. Reaching the refinement realm required precise control of one's body. The flowing water realm, on the other hand, required precise control over the opponent's body. Until now, Fallen Wind had focused too much on his own body, so he hadn't truly observed his opponents and understood them. However, after seeing Feng effortlessly deflect the undead giant's sword, he finally understood that he didn't have to spend so much energy on his own movements. Rather, he needed to put that energy and focus into his opponents. Although this situation had only changed his views slightly, Fallen Wind's aura began to change rapidly. Unlike his previous battle-ready state, his aura relaxed, contained. "Commander, be careful." Autumn Goose shouted a warning as she noticed Fallen Wind slipping into a daze. There was still an undead guardian looming before Fallen Wind. If the Guardian Knight did not deal with the chieftain properly, it was very likely to kill him. Just as the undead guardian before Fallen Wind swung its great sword, the Guardian Knight lifted his massive tower shield. Pang! The descending greatsword slid across the shield smoothly before smashing into the ground. Although the blade had scored a deep trench in the ground, Fallen Wind had only been forced back a step, a damage of over -2,000 points appearing above his head. The impact had only taken 1/10 of his HP. "Commander! Did you?" Autumn Goose's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although it wasn't as refined, Fallen Wind had used almost the same defense technique that Feng had employed. Seeing Feng easily handle his undead guardian in the distance, Fallen Wind bitterly commented, "Sure enough, it's difficult. However, the flowing water realm really is something. It's no wonder why I couldn't defeat one sword. This is the most I can handle for now. I'll have to adapt to this new sensation." Now, he could barely estimate the undead guardian's attack trajectory to defect it. Even so, it made his fight against the chieftain a lot easier. Fallen Wind's sudden rise in strength alleviated the healer's burden slightly. They could now shift more focus to keeping Deathwind alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the team launched their attacks against Feng's guardian. As the seconds ticked by, the undead guardian's HP decreased. 70%. 60%. 50%. No matter how much the undead guardian retaliated, Feng neutralized one of its attacks after another. Finally, after a pained shriek, the undead guardian, which had 2,400,000 HP, exploded into a blood mist and vanished from the large temple. The players released sighs of relief. After the undead guardian disappeared, Icarus's heart absorbed a large amount of life force, climbing from 0 accumulated units up to 30. Although we won't find any loot or gain any EXP here, this is a good place to collect life force. Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw his stored life force. After Icarus's heart had risen to epic rank, its description no longer stated whether life force could be collected from players or monsters. It simply stated that it was capable of storing life force. In other words, he should be able to gain life force from both. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from lower-level players and monsters. Learning that the undead guardians would provide so much life force, it would be a waste if he did not take advantage of this situation to farm them properly. Following which, Feng rejoined the battle and dealt with the remaining undead guardians gradually. Unknowingly, 2 days passed outside the trial. The team finally defeated all of the undead guardians and arrived at the top of the staircase. "We're finally here." Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Contrary to expectations, the temple's undead guardians could respawn. A few new ones would appear every once in a while. The team had fought day and night, afraid that they wouldn't keep up with the chieftain's respawn rate. Only after 2 days did they finally reach the top of the staircase. Unknowingly, Feng had also filled his life force storage. Once he returned to the candlelight trading firm, even forging the magic light set equipment would be a trifling task. Meanwhile, God's domain had undergone massive changes. Particularly in Starmoon Kingdom, something had happened that had shocked the entire kingdom. The first-rate guild Ouroboros officially disbanded, and a new guild had absorbed its members. This new guild was called Blackwater. Furthermore, as the Blackwater Guild appeared before the public, 4 second-rate guilds and over a dozen third-rate guilds merged with Blackwater. Blackwater had also formed a strategic alliance with Heaven's Burial and declared all-out war against Zero Wing. Chapter 997, Cast Steel Armor Kit. The alliance between Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had a huge impact on Starmoon Kingdom's players. Originally, Heaven's Burial's influence in Starmoon City rivaled that of the Star Alliance. Now that it had joined hands with Blackwater, who had annexed Ouroboros, it took control of Starmoon City. Even the Star Alliance would not dare to challenge Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Almost all of the high-resource maps within the Starmoon City region had fallen under the two guilds' control. If anyone unaffiliated to these guilds trespassed in these maps, regardless of whether they were there for monsters, field bosses, or herbs and ores, they would run the risk of falling prey to these guilds' players, dying upon discovery. As a result, the other guilds now struggled to survive in Starmoon City. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Com to independent players, though, nothing much had changed. To begin with, they never visited high-resource areas as these maps always belonged to some guild. Normal leveling spots were their bread and butter. Moreover, even if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had joined hands, the two guilds wouldn't have enough manpower to occupy every map. The various large guilds were trying to monopolize high-resource areas because they could send their members there to level quickly, maintaining their level advantage. At the same time, they could harvest plenty of raw materials. Large guilds had no interest in monopolizing normal areas. Aside from obtaining Ouroboros, the Blackwater Guild had annexed many other large guilds as well. In one night, Blackwater had taken control of nearly 30 NPC cities in Starmoon Kingdom. When Aqua Rose notified Feng of the news, he, too, had been surprised. He had never expected the Blackwater Corporation would actually be this swift and decisive. Moreover, it had annexed so many guilds without self-imploding. The corporation's guild could still function in an orderly manner. In fact, it had already begun to recruit new members in the various NPC cities. Usually, a guild needed to spend quite some time to stabilize its rule after taking over an ordinary NPC city before it could begin its recruitment. Even Zero Wing was no exception. The fact that the Blackwater Corporation had achieved such a feat showed just how frightening its foundation was. This sudden development gave Aqua Rose a massive headache. Just when Zero Wing had earned its title as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild and was about to expand, in came a giant like the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater even publicly declared war on Zero Wing, stating that it would not rest until only one of their guilds remained. Sadly, this was only the beginning. Their guild members were dying like flies in the fields. As Blackwater grew stronger, field battles between Zero Wing and Blackwater's members occurred more frequently. This would definitely affect their guild members' leveling speed. However, Blackwater's actions had not particularly surprised Feng. In the past, Despite the Blackwater Corporation joining God's domain so late in the game and with only half of the strength it had during its peak, it had nurtured its guild to become a super guild. The main reason for its success was its powerful foundation. It also had an advantage that other corporations lacked. Now that the Blackwater Corporation had joined God's domain at its peak, this performance was no surprise. While Feng rested at the top of the staircase, Aqua Rose contacted him again. Guild leader, a short while ago, Blackwater's Blackwater trading firm and Heaven's Burial's Heavenly trading firm have begun to drop their prices. They have also introduced two new, highly competitive products. One is the Cast Steel Armor Kit, and the other is the Mana Mixture. Although they aren't selling these items in high quantities at the moment, many of Candlelight's customers have begun to turn to the two trading firms for products, Aqua Rose reported worriedly. Should we lower our prices as well? After all, we have more advanced lifestyle players than these two firms combined. Our production cost is slightly lower than theirs. Within these 2 short days, the Blackwater Corporation had rendered Aqua Rose speechless. Every move the corporation made disregarded cost. Blackwater was simply using overwhelming force to deal with Zero Wing. Now, it had begun to move on the Candlelight trading firm. If Zero Wing lost this revenue source, it would only be a matter of time before it fell to the Blackwater Corporation. Now that she was in this predicament, Aqua Rose had to admit that, while guilds with starting capital were amazing, guilds with both strength and capital were incredible. Blackwater even produced its own armor kit and potion. Even the Candlelight trading firm's advanced lifestyle players hadn't accomplished this. The Cast Steel Armor Kit was much stronger than the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. Each Cast Steel Armor Kit increased defense by 180 points. It could already rival the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. As for basic attributes, it increased roughly the same amount as the basic Strengthened Armor Kit. However, the basic Strengthening Armor Kit could not replicate one aspect of the Cast Steel Armor Kit: damage reduction. With each kit that players bound to their armor, they could reduce the damage they received by 1%. As players could bind a maximum of 3 kits, one could gain a maximum of 3% damage reduction. Although 3% did not seem like much, the kits would perform magnificently against bosses. An MT's ordinarily passive skill only provided 5% damage reduction. Unfortunately, such passive damage reduction skills were extremely rare and precious. These skill books easily sold for 10 gold or more. However, even at that price, these skills were hard to find. Guilds and workshops normally kept these for their own use. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, skills would never be outdated. Many skills were still useful after players reached level 200, unless, of course, players found a stronger replacement. However, doing so was easier said than done. As for the mana mixture, it was invaluable to magical class players. When consumed, the mana mixture increased a player's maximum mana capacity by 10% for 2 hours. While the potion did not possess a cooldown, its effects would not stack. Mana was magical class's second life source. The importance of being able to raise one's mana capacity by 10% went without saying. Healers, in particular, would increase their healing abilities by 10% with a 10% mana boost. They could last longer in dungeons. With the revelation of these two products, Candlelight instantly lost nearly half of its customers. The Candlelight trading firm wasn't worried about a price war. The two exclusive products, however, posed a huge threat. In addition, with the Blackwater trading firm and the Heavenly trading firm working with each other, their shops covered far more ground than Candlelight. With this, the increase in their market share would be even more frightening. Do you know their prices? Feng asked casually. These two items had also appeared in God's domain in the past. However, they hadn't appeared this soon. Heaven's Burial had relied on these items as trump cards to take control of Star Moon Kingdom. In this life, Feng hadn't expected Heaven's Burial create these items so soon. Currently, they're selling each Cast Steel Armor Kit at 1 gold, 50 silver, while 1 bottle of mana mixture costs 12 silver. Moreover, as they created these items personally, they can produce as many designs and recipes as they want. As more people learn these designs and recipes, their production volume will increase, Aqua Rose said. They're selling them so cheaply. Feng's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that these two items had sold for a considerably high price in the past. Heaven's Burial hadn't been so consumer-friendly. Chapter 998, Confidence. Cheap. A hint of doubt flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. Although players could earn more money now, their daily expenditures were increasing just as fast as was their reliance on various tools when grinding monsters. After all, nobody wanted to die, wasting several days of effort, in the fields. Ordinary players would have to save for quite some time before they could afford a bottle of mana mixture. The cast steel armor kits, which cost 1 gold and 50 silver, were simply a luxury item. Only fairly powerful teams, independent experts, or those who bought coins with credits could afford the kit. What is their sales volume? Feng simply chuckled at Aqua Rose's confusion, not bothering to explain. Both the mana mixture and the cast steel armor kits were considerably good items at this stage of the game. They were also player creations, so they could be mass-produced. However, how could such valuable items not have drawbacks? If one pointed out these items' greatest drawback, it would have to be the items' required crafting materials. There were also the low production success rates to consider. In the past, although Heaven's Burial had opened the market using the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures, due to the items' low production volume, the guild hadn't been able to dominate Star Moon Kingdom's market completely. Based on Feng's understanding, both items required rare materials. With the few materials available in Star Moon Kingdom, it was impossible to produce large quantities of these items. In addition, based on the rumors of the past, it seemed that even advanced forgers only had a 20% success rate with the cast steel armor kit. The mana mixture's production success rate was roughly the same. To outsiders, a 20% success rate might seem high, but the lifestyle players involved in producing the items knew how low the success rate really was. With a 20% success rate, they would only have a chance of succeeding once out of 10 tries. Most of the time, they failed to produce anything at all. With lifestyle players' current standards, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial wouldn't even come close to covering the production costs if they sold the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures at such a low price. In fact, for every item they sold, the firms took a major loss. I've already sent people to investigate. Currently, they're selling roughly 10 cast steel armor kits in minor cities, while there are roughly 30 to 40 kits available in each major city. It's the same case for the mana mixture. Aqua Rose gave Feng a rundown of the situation after glancing through the investigation reports she had received. Based on these numbers, it was obvious that these two items were not easy to produce. Either that, or the guilds had very few people who could produce them. Since they want a price war, we'll play along. Reduce the price on everything except for the light stones. Lower our prices to match theirs. Feng chuckled. Although the Candlelight trading firm had earned plenty from the basic strengthened armor kits and mana armor kits, the light stones, which were essential items that could be produced in large quantities, were the main reason for Candlelight's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. The total profits from their other items was just slightly more than what the firm earned from the light stones. Meanwhile, the designs for light stones mainly dropped around the level 50 large-scale team dungeon, the Towers of Death. Current guild players had not reached that area yet, so no one else had gotten their hands on the light stone forging designs. Due to its affordability, the light stones had a competitive edge. Unless the two trading firms got their hands on the light stone forging design or an exclusive product that they could mass-produce, Candlelight's position would be hard to shake. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was no longer Zero Wing's main revenue source. Now, the guild relied on the teleportations houses leading to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the monster repellent scroll, monsters tried to invade Raven's town more frequently, now invading the town once per day. In 2 short days, Zero Wing had earned a total of 12,000 magic crystals. With the teleportation houses, these magic crystals easily transformed into a mountain of shiny gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of the magic crystals, they earned close to 6,000 gold every day. The candlelight trading firm's current income was nowhere near to catching up with the teleportation houses. I understand. Also, guild leader, when will you be returning? I've already found several companies who wish to meet with you to discuss our cooperation. After all, you are asking for a large investment. They could easily establish their own guilds or invest into multiple large guilds with that kind of money. They're also not very optimistic about Star Moon Kingdom's current state of affairs. Now that Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, other guilds could attack and capture it at any time. They have expressed their concerns, and they hope that you can provide some assurance. At the moment, they are only willing to consider your offer until they have a clearer view of the situation. When the Sun and Moon Group had taken the lead, many major companies were desperate to cooperate with Zero Wing, even after hearing Feng's conditions. However, due to the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance and Stone Forest Town's protection period ending, these companies had become cowardly. At this point, she could only name a few companies that were willing to work with Zero Wing. Moreover, this was only due to the revelation that the Sun and Moon Group had joined hands with the guild, insinuating that there were profits to be gained. Otherwise, these companies would have long since ghosted them. They want assurance. Feng smiled disdainfully. Sternly, he commanded, tell them this, if you want me to reassure you, sure, but you must sign the cooperation agreement first. Otherwise, don't bother. The Star Moon Kingdom city building order was a core secret. Aside from himself, only Aqua Rose knew of its existence. If this information got out to the public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng had no doubts that even super guilds wouldn't be able to sit idle if they learned of this matter, much less the Blackwater Corporation. They would try to eliminate Zero Wing at all costs. At that time, Zero Wing would be on a one-way trip to hell. Currently, Zero Wing only dared to provoke super guilds because the latter had already deemed that dealing with the guild was a waste of energy. Moreover, if they weakened themselves in the process of dealing with Zero Wing, other super guilds would have an opportunity to strike. However, the city building order was enough of a temptation for the super guilds to take the risk. Whether it was in the real world or a virtual reality game, even an innocent man would find trouble with enough money. Feng still had much to prepare. He still needed to build his strength. Otherwise, he would have started the city's construction long ago. This, Feng's words left Aqua Rose dumbfounded. If she really relayed this to the company representatives, they would most likely explode with anger. But she also understood why they couldn't reveal their trump card. However, there were too few companies that were both trustworthy and capable of investing such a large sum. If they chased these people away, it would be very difficult to find other collaborators within a short time. After all, Star Moon Kingdom's situation had changed. Don't worry about it. Just tell them, Feng said, shaking his head. If it didn't work out, he'd find someone else to work with. Alright, then. I'll contact them right away, Aqua Rose said, sighing. She had to admit that Blackwater's timing was truly horrendous. Had the corporation established its guild a few days later, Zero Wing would be in this predicament. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted the representatives of the several major companies. Inside a certain high-class restaurant's VIP room. Miss Aqua, our companies understand your current predicament, hence we have thought of another method. If Zero Wing is willing to hand over 60% of its shares to our management, our companies will invest 2 billion credits. What do you think? A tall, thin man proposed. The upper echelons of the other companies nodded their agreement. With the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance, Zero Wing wasn't as attractive as it had been. Regardless, it was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, so it still had some value. Aqua Rose was stunned. She had not expected these companies to change their minds so quickly and try to strike at Zero Wing while the iron was hot. 2 billion credits was a lot of money. It was enough to purchase prime corporate real estate in a major city's center in the real world. One could even establish a large guild with plenty to spare. However, Zero Wing was no ordinary large guild. It was a large guild capable of challenging super guilds. Currently, its foundations and number of lands were only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. It was also the ruler of White River City, Star Moon Kingdom's most populated city, and controlled the strategic Stone Forest town. Zero Wing was worth far more than 2 billion credits. Including its potential, even an offer of 20 billion was an insult. I think you have misunderstood something. Zero Wing is not selling any of its shares. Here is our previous proposal. If you are not willing to sign it, Zero Wing won't force you. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Aqua Rose said, smiling. After placing the agreement on the table, she turned and left the VIP room without hesitation. Aqua Rose's extraordinarily calm performance stupefied these company representatives. The Blackwater Corporation had already allied with Heaven's Burial to deal with Zero Wing. Just where did Zero Wing find the confidence to speak to them like this? Aqua Rose's behavior is out of line. She dares to treat us like this. Has she forgotten that she approached us, not the other way around? Now, she isn't even willing to offer any guarantees. Does she think Zero Wing is a super guild? I want to see just how long Zero Wing will last. Once Zero Wing's funds run out, it will come running back to us. That's right. We're not in a rush. I refuse to believe that anyone other than fools or spendthrifts would be willing to work with Zero Wing. When the time comes, we only need to spend a little money to take over Zero Wing. The several representatives sneered. In their opinions, Zero Wing only behaved as such because of its pride. Once the Blackwater Corporation gave Zero Wing a beating, the guild would crawl back to them, begging for help. Chapter 999, Divine Treasure Chest. Star Moon City. After dismissing Ouroboros, Blackwater took over the guild residence. Compared to Ouroboros' residence, Blackwater's was far more lively. Among the players moving about the residence, quite a few were only between level 10 and level 20. However, not a single person looked down on these low-leveled players. These players' auras were different from ordinary players. They all felt hostile. Their bodies were also tall and robust. Despite such low levels, even level 30-plus ordinary players avoided them. Who are these people? They've just joined the Blackwater Guild, yet despite such low levels, they have been inducted into the guild's Blackwater Legion, which the guild has been heavily cultivating. You might not know this since you've just joined Blackwater, but they are all experts from the Blackwater Corporation. Although their levels are low, their combat standards are very high. A few elite members even challenged them to a level-adjusted match. In the end, these people defeated the elites in 2 or 3 moves. A few of them are even stronger than Ouroboros' original experts. What? They're actually stronger than Ouroboros' experts? Of course. In Ouroboros, I was also an elite member. To convince us that joining the Blackwater Guild was the right decision, the Blackwater Corporation had allowed Ouroboros' experts, who were displeased by the change, to challenge its experts. In the end, Blackwater's experts won every match. Afterward, Ouroboros' experts were demoted from core members to elite guild members. Elite members like myself were demoted to normal members. If we want a promotion, we have to take Blackwater's new test. And here I thought that the Blackwater Guild lacked experts after forcefully taking over Ouroboros. I never thought that it would have so many experts so soon. Once these experts catch up in levels, won't the Blackwater Guild easily become the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? I know, right? Initially, I had been rather worried about the sudden change. Now, however, it seems that remaining in the guild was the right decision. Blackwater has more potential than Ouroboros ever did. Even the Star Alliance's members avoid us in the fields. Many Blackwater members discussed their guild situation as they relaxed in the residence. They were quite confident about Blackwater's future. Blackwater's residence, Guild Leader's Office. Entering the Guild Leader's office, the bald, middle-aged man greeted Abandoned Wave respectfully before reporting, "Guild leader, there's movement in Zero Wing. Aside from the light stones, they've lowered their prices to match ours. Moreover, not long ago, I've received news that discussions between Zero Wing's vice guild leader, Aqua Rose, and several major companies have failed. With this, Zero Wing won't receive any major funding. Only the Sun and Moon Group remains a problem. There is nothing to worry about with the Sun and Moon Group. They have their hands full with Twilight Echo. Furthermore, now that more players are reaching level 40, guilds are in urgent need of funds to supply their members with mounts. Sun and Moon doesn't have much to spare for Zero Wing. What we need to focus on now is exhausting Zero Wing's funds and forcing the guild to take the first swing. After that, we will deal Zero Wing a fatal blow." Abandoned Wave laughed. He then asked, "How is the material delivery going?" "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has already sent the materials. They will last us a relatively long time. In addition, the pavilion sent an additional 20 advanced lifestyle players, stating that these people can help us mass-produce the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures." "Should I reject their offer?" the bald man asked. "No need. Isn't it just a few designs and recipes? They can have them. It won't affect our operations in any way. In fact, I have been trying to figure out how to obtain more advanced lifestyle players. Blood Dragon is simply helping the Blackwater trading firm. With this, it will be much easier for the Blackwater trading firm to corner more of Star Moon Kingdom's market." Abandoned Wave shook his head and laughed coldly. "However, we can't let the pavilion learn those designs and recipes for nothing. Have the pavilion sign an agreement. After learning the designs and recipes, they have to remove Zero Wing's branch guild from Lake Heart City immediately. I don't want Zero Wing to have any chance of making a comeback." "Understood. I'll get it done right away." The bald man bowed before leaving. Inside the Trial of God's Temple, Feng and the players from Wind God's Spear were trying to think of a way to deal with the undead commander that had suddenly appeared before the seven-colored treasure chest. The undead commander wore exquisite golden armor. Two long swords radiating cold area hung from the commander's waist. Despite standing quite a distance away from the undead commander, the team members could feel the chill from the two swords. As long as the team came within 100 yards of the undead commander, they immediately gained the debuff Chilling Field, which reduced their movement speeds by 50% and their attributes by 20%. In addition, their stamina consumption and the frost damage they received doubled. Undead Commander, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 50 HP 27,000/27,000,000. For a level 50 Great Lord, the Undead Commander's HP was relatively low. However, the Great Lord's Chilling Field gave everyone a headache. Their levels were already lower than the Undead Commanders, but now that their basic attributes had decreased by 20%, they were even less of a match for the Great Lord. They also had to deal with double the frost damage. Even a level 40 MT like Fallen Wind couldn't tank the Great Lord. If nobody could tank the Undead Commander, they would have no way of clearing this trial. Sure enough, a 7-colored treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. Feng smiled bitterly as he observed the Undead Commander. In the Trial of God, every stage would provide rewards. This reward came in the form of treasure chests. However, depending on the trial's rank, the treasure chests would differ. Generally, the best that would appear in a 4-colored trial was a 5-colored treasure chest. The best in a 6-colored trial would be a 7-colored chest. Based on rumors Feng had heard, a 7-colored trial's top reward was a yin-yang treasure chest, also known as the Divine Treasure Chest. According to the official forums, the Divine Treasure Chest was even superior to a legendary treasure chest. Unfortunately, no one had ever managed to open a Divine Treasure Chest, even after a decade in God's domain. The 7-colored treasure chest before him was definitely the highest-ranking treasure chest Feng had ever encountered. "Commander, should we use a Tier 2 summoning scroll and give it a try?" Autumn Goose suggested as she watched the 3-meter-tall Great Lord. No matter how she thought about it, they could not handle the undead commander without a Tier 2 summoned creature. With their current level, the Tier 2 creature they summoned would also be level 50. In other words, they would have a level 50 Lord tank. Although she did not think that a Lord could survive against the undead commander for long, they had 4 Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Fortunately, if they died here, they wouldn't lose an entire level like they would in the outside world. Like dungeons, they would only lose 10% experience if they died in the trial of God. They could afford to try. I guess that's our only choice. I'll use the summoned creature to test the undead commander's strength first. If it seems doable, we'll start the raid immediately, Fallen Winds said after giving it some thought. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the trial and pray for a lenient punishment. Chapter 1000, Near-invincible skill. May I know what Brother Feng thinks of this plan? Fallen Wind turned to ask Feng, who quietly observed the undead commander. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the strength and leadership abilities Feng had displayed during the past 2 days had earned him Fallen Wind's respect. If not for Feng, they wouldn't have reached this point. They might have been forced to use up their summoning scrolls against the undead fanatics. Hearing Fallen Wind's query, Wind God Spear's members stared in shock, looking like they had seen a ghost. What? The commander actually knows how to ask others for their opinion? After joining the Wind God Spear, everyone learned that their commander, Fallen Wind, would never ask for someone else's opinion, regardless of whether they were raiding a dungeon or adventuring in the fields. He always found a solution by himself. However, when they thought about it, they saw nothing wrong with this situation. After all, none of them could compare to their commander's experience or abilities. In the entire Dark Knight Empire, Fallen Wind was famous for both his strength and leadership. Very few people in the Empire qualified to offer him guidance. However, it was reasonable that Fallen Wind would ask for Feng's opinion, given the strength the swordsman had displayed. After all, among the Dark Knight Empire's many experts, they could not think of one that was more capable than Feng. My opinion? Feng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Fallen Wind to ask this of him. After some thought, he answered, "We don't understand enough about the undead commander right now. It is best if we let the summoned creature fight the Great Lord until its last breath and collect as much information as we can. We will then draft up a raid plan. In any case, the trial of God doesn't have a time limit. Unfortunately, by doing so, we will be wasting a Tier 2 summoning scroll." The team members had mixed feelings about Feng's suggestion. After all, a Tier 2 summoning scroll was incredibly precious. Moreover, a Tier 2 summoned creature would be helpful during the fight against the boss. Alright, let's do that, then. Everyone, step back, Fallen Wind said. While Fallen Wind also understood the value of a Tier 2 summoning scroll, his team members lacked leadership experience. Their considerations were short-sighted. They usually looked out for themselves and ignored the team's overall situation. They were not in a team dungeon. They could not afford to lose. If they disregarded the team's survival for a single Tier 2 summoning scroll, they might throw away their chance of clearing this stage. Although taking a risk and dying once might seem inconsequential, everyone had forgotten about a particular death penalty. The loss of equipment durability. They were trapped in the trial of God. Who knew how long they had to fight to clear the trial? The more deaths a player suffered, the faster their equipment's durability would run out. If their equipment's durability hit 0 midway through the trial, they would have to switch to weaker spares. How would they clear the trial of God then? After Fallen Wind finished speaking, he took out a golden magic scroll and activated it. Everyone immediately widened the distance between themselves and the undead commander. As for Feng, he, too, hid in a corner. The level 50 undead commander was foreign to him. If they charged into battle without analyzing the boss, they would easily team wipe. Without a doubt, sacrificing a Tier 2 summoned creature to analyze the undead commander's combat style and skills was the best decision. Fallen Wind summoned a level 50 Lord-ranked Thundercloud Tiger. Thundercloud Tiger, Elemental Creature, Lord, Level 50 HP 9,000/9,000,000. The Thundercloud Tiger was much larger than the undead commander, standing well over 5 meters. Blue lightning arched around the tiger's body, giving it a very handsome and fierce appearance. Under Fallen Wind's command, the Thundercloud Tiger charged at the Level 50 Great Lord. When the Thundercloud Tiger was within 40 yards, a greenish light glimmered in the Great Lord's eyes. Unlike its previous red glow, the undead commander's current gaze felt eerie and horrific. Moreover, the instant it opened its eyes, its chilling field expanded to 200 yards. The already cold temperature around it dropped further. Suddenly, the undead commander waved its hand. Icicles sprouted from the ground and pierced the Thundercloud Tiger's massive body, forcing a pained cry from the Lord. -32,814. -31,974. -32,427. The massive icicles dealt horrific damage. This scene sent chills down the players' spines. Before the Thundercloud Tiger had even reached the undead commander, its HP had already begun to fall. Against the commander's icicles, the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP was a joke. What kind of skill is that? Is that really a great lord? How are we supposed to rate it with that kind of skill? Fortunately, we're 300 yards away from it. If we hadn't moved, it would have killed it before we could fight back. Everyone was stupefied when they saw the icicles. How was this a dual sword-wielding boss? It was a magical turret with infinite ammunition. Anyone that rushed at it would be throwing their lives away. They doubted that they could even land a hit before the undead commander annihilated them. It's just a great lord, but it possesses a domain skill. Feng was shocked. Domain skills were extraordinarily rare. This held true for both players and monsters. Any monster that had learned a domain skill was practically invincible among the same level and tier. Unless they had a death wish, players should take the long way around such a monster. However, after giving it some thought, Feng realized that it wasn't unreasonable. The treasure chest before him was a 7-colored treasure chest. How could the final monster guarding it be a simple level 50 Great Lord? Fortunately, the Thundercloud Tiger had plenty of HP. Despite the significant movement speed reduction, it reached the undead commander before using the Tier 2 skill Thunder Claw. Boom! The Thundercloud Tiger's Thunder Claw struck an icicle that had suddenly appeared, shattering it. However, the undead commander, who stood behind the icicle, remained unharmed. The Great Lord hadn't even drawn its swords yet. It waved its hands gracefully before more icicles lanced into the Thundercloud Tiger. Although Fallen Wind controlled the Thundercloud Tiger to the best of his ability, launching one attack after another, the undead commander had no interest in fighting the Lord. It focused on evading the Thundercloud Tiger's attacks and using its icicles to deal damage. Very quickly, the Great Lord whittled down the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP to a critical low. With no other choice, Fallen Wind cancelled the summoning and allowed the Thundercloud Tiger to disappear, dispelling the majority of the aggro he had on the Great Lord. As for the remaining aggro, he dealt with it swiftly by using an isolation scroll and the cleric's disperse spell. Once he dropped the undead commander's aggro, the Great Lord returned to its original position and reverted to its calm state. It is simply too powerful. Not only does it have such a powerful skill, but its intelligence is also high. Defeating it is impossible. The corners of Autumn Goose's mouth twitched as she stared at the motionless undead commander. Although she had seen more powerful monsters than the undead commander, this was the first time she had seen a boss with such an outrageous skill. If they did not have an appropriate method to cope with these icicles, they would have no hope of defeating the undead commander. Everyone began to consider giving up on the trial. Big Brother Feng, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to just give up? Blue Bamboo turned to Feng, who was in deep thought. Chapter 1001, Monster Grades. In Blue Bamboo's opinion, the undead commander was terrifyingly powerful. However, For reasons unknown, she felt an indescribable sense of security whenever she stood beside Feng. She always felt like Feng had some sort of solution to her problems. The undead commander's fighting style resembled the kiting method that players commonly used. It was simply toying with players as if they were random monsters. This was the first time she had seen a monster use such a combat method. Hearing Blue Bamboo's question, the other team members shook their heads and laughed. Not one among them was an ordinary player. In a large guild, they would be top-class experts. They had faced plenty of powerful bosses before. However, the undead commander before them was, without a doubt, the most powerful Great Lord they had encountered so far. Unlike other Great Lords, which were strong in terms of attributes, the undead commander was strong in terms of combat techniques. Fallen Wind had controlled the Thundercloud Tiger personally. Even if the Thundercloud Tiger could not defeat a Great Lord of the same level, it should have been more than capable of dodging the boss's attacks with the combination of its powerful attributes and Fallen Wind's operation skills. However, even a Thundercloud Tiger under the control of Wind God Spear's #1 player had been helpless against the undead commander's icicle attacks. At this point, even Fallen Wind felt helpless against the undead commander. Nobody knew more about undead commander's power than him. The undead commander was strong in both attributes and skills. Unfortunately, its combat techniques were even more frightening. Despite him having already reached the flowing water realm, even if he couldn't control the Thundercloud Tiger as smoothly as his own body, the tiger's combat standards should be significantly stronger than most of the team's experts, yet the undead commander had predicted his moves. The icicles had been able to adjust their attack trajectories as if they were alive. Originally, Fallen Wind had thought he had misunderstood. However, after numerous attack and dodge attempts, he was certain that the undead commander had definitely reached the refinement realm. He had never encountered a situation like this before. When he realized this, goosebumps had covered his body. Aside from cooperation between players and targeting bosses' weaknesses, the reason that players could defeat monsters with far superior attributes was their application of combat techniques. With combat techniques, players could display their true power, something that monsters were incapable of doing. Yet, the undead commander's combat techniques were stronger than the majority of God's Domain's expert players. The boss this team faced was like a refinement realm expert with the attributes of a level 50 Great Lord. With such a huge difference, even a team of 1,000 level 50 players would be child's play for a monster like this, not to mention their team of 21. Even someone monstrously strong like Feng couldn't contend with the undead commander. Unless they were all promoted to their tier 2 classes right now, they had no chance of defeating the undead commander. While I do have a plan, executing it is a little too costly, Feng said, frowning at the undead commander. To God's Domain's current players, a monster with the combat standards of a refinement realm expert might be inconceivable, but Feng had long since grown accustomed to such things. The monsters and NPCs in God's Domain were different from those in other virtual reality games. The higher tiered and leveled a monster or NPC was, the more profound their combat techniques would be. Otherwise, once players gained their tier 3 classes, wouldn't defeating great lords of the same level be too easy? However, the reality was that, even after obtaining their tier 3 classes, many players were no match for great lords of the same level. Some players even struggled to take down lords of the same level. As their levels increased, monsters' combat standards would improve. Hence, players' combat techniques were extremely important in God's Domain. This was also the reason that Feng was in a hurry to establish Zero Wing's own training center. Without a sufficient number of experts, even raiding team dungeons would be a massive problem, not to mention gaining better equipment. However, encountering a level 50 boss that had reached the refinement realm was a first even for Feng. Generally, ordinary guilds only had one option when they encountered such a boss: give up. There were no other options. If one were weaker in both attributes and combat techniques, what could they expect? As for large guilds, aside from Zerg tactics, using a magic barrier was the most common method of dealing with a boss like this. After suppressing the boss with a magic barrier, guilds would bombard the boss with all sorts of precious tools. Brother Yi Feng, do you have a plan? Fallen Wind turned to Feng, shocked. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. A six-colored trial of God's punishment was no laughing matter. He would rather give up his treasures than submit his people to the system's punishment. In response, Feng nodded and asked, yes. May I know how many Tier 2 magic scrolls you have? Tier 2 magic scrolls. Fallen Wind quickly counted the magic scrolls he and his teammates had brought with them. Proudly, he answered, altogether, we have a total of 52 Tier 2 magic scrolls. Among them, 3 are summoning scrolls. In God's domain, the most common magic scrolls were Tier 0. Tier 1 magic scrolls were much rarer, and Tier 2 magic scrolls were even more so. Most top-tier 100-man independent teams were lucky if they carried 10 Tier 3 magic scrolls. 52. After some thought, Feng said, aside from the summoning scrolls, hand me your Tier 2 scrolls. I'll leave these 9 with you. Once I have the undead commander's attention, use them. Saying so, Feng handed 9 9-star polar domain scrolls to Fallen Wind. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star polar domain could easily suppress a level 50 Great Lord. Although Fallen Wind had no idea what Feng intended to do, he handed over all of his Tier 2 magic scrolls, keeping the summoning scrolls. Since they were going to die anyway, they might as well give it a try. If they succeeded, they would walk away with massive profits. However, after Fallen Wind accepted the 9-star polar domain scrolls, he was shocked. Intermediate magic array scrolls. Fallen Wind stared at Feng, who gradually approached the undead commander, in disbelief. Even basic magic array scrolls' value could rival Tier 2 summoning scrolls. However, unlike Tier 2 summoning scrolls, one needed many copies of a magic array scroll to use it. Even until now, the Wind God's Spear had only collected half a set of basic magic array scrolls. They couldn't use the scroll's magic barrier. As for intermediate magic array scrolls, they weren't even available on the market yet. They were so rare that, until now, Fallen Wind had never seen one. They were no less rare than Tier 3 magic scrolls, yet Feng had casually pulled 9 from his bag. They were even identical. Even large guilds couldn't afford to expend so many, not to mention an adventurer group like the Wind God's Spear. The rest of the team was just as shocked when they saw the intermediate magic array scrolls. Not only was Feng so strong of his own right, but he also had such precious tools. Following which, Fallen Wind distributed the 9-star polar domain scrolls to 9 of his team members. He then instructed them to spread out and stand ready. There is no need to be nervous. After I damage the undead commander, you guys need to close in. Once you reach the maximum range, wait for my command, Feng said in the team chat after confirming their positions. Understood. The 9 people relaxed when they heard Feng's calm and confident tone. Once everyone was ready, Feng activated Power of Darkness and Thunder God's Descent. He then transformed into a blur as he dashed towards the undead commander. He was so fast that, before anyone realized he was gone, he was within 50 yards of the undead commander. Chapter 1002, Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. So fast. Even the Thundercloud Tiger wasn't that fast. Was he not using his full strength before? Everyone was stunned by the afterimages that Feng left behind. With such speed, getting a lock on Feng would be difficult, not to mention hitting the swordsman with ranged attacks. Even the speed-type High Lords they had encountered before were not as fast as Feng. The undead commander is making its move. Autumn Goose grew nervous when the undead commander suddenly opened its eyes. Feng's ability to damage the Great Lord would decide the fate of this raid. If he could hit the Great Lord, he could pull the boss's aggro. With this, everyone else would be safer while deploying the 9-star polar domain. On the other hand, if Feng failed to hit the undead commander, there was a good chance that boss would target the 9 scroll wielders as they approached. They would be especially vulnerable when they activated the magic array scrolls. Generally, when players activated a magic array to suppress a boss, they would attract the monster's attention. If one of the scroll casters died, their efforts would be for naught. Previously, when Fallen Wind had controlled the level 50 Thundercloud Tiger, he had not been able to deal a single point of damage. Although Autumn Goose thought highly of Feng, she felt a horrific aura that nearly stopped her heart when the Great Lord opened its eyes. She stood well over 100 yards away from the undead commander, yet fear took over her body when the Great Lord's gaze fell upon her, and her instincts screamed at her to run. The pressure felt as if she were facing a Grand Lord rather than a Great Lord. Autumn Goose wasn't the only one who felt like this. The other team members also felt a powerful sense of impending doom. Suddenly, the undead commander turned to Feng. It waved one of its hands towards the swordsman. Xiao! 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 Instantly, 5 massive icicles sprouted from beneath Feng's feet. Treating Feng's ghostly speed as if it were nothing, the undead commander accurately pinpointed Feng's movements. Of the 5 icicles, 3 limited Feng's range of activity, while the remaining 2 attacked the swordsman directly. Without suspense, the icicles pierced through Feng's body. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Fallen Wind couldn't believe his eyes. The undead commander's attacks had not been this accurate when against the Thundercloud Tiger. When it had attacked, it had left plenty of space of the tiger to maneuver. Now, however, Fallen Wind could not find any loopholes in the Great Lord's attack. Seeing the undead commander's glimmering green eyes, Fallen Wind suddenly felt as if he had been toyed with. The undead commander had not used its true strength yet. No, Feng is still alive, Thoughtful Rain firmly stated as she watched the 2 icicles where Feng had been. That's not possible, right? Those icicles hit him. There is no way he is still alive after that kind of damage, Autumn Goose said as she shot Thoughtful Rain an odd look. She couldn't understand Thoughtful Rain's determination. Look at the team's status window, Thoughtful Rain explained. What? How is he unharmed? Everyone was surprised when they looked at the team's status window. As Thoughtful Rain had said, Feng was still alive. In fact, his HP was full. As the team members wondered what had happened, the undead commander began to gesture with its hands rapidly. Icicles shot from the ground, one after another. The Great Lord's attack rate much faster than it had been against the Thundercloud Tiger. After a moment, the originally barren terrain had transformed into a forest of ice, yet the undead commander's gestures didn't stop. It was even starting to retreat. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Blue Bamboo asked, watching the boss with wide eyes. All she could see is the undead commander launch random attacks, filling the battlefield. She refused to believe that such a powerful boss had suddenly lost its mind. While the other team members wanted to answer Blue Bamboo's questions, they didn't know what was going on either. Brother Feng is fighting the undead commander. Only, our eyes can't perceive him, Fallen Wind said uneasily. As they were relatively far away, he couldn't see the battle clearly either. However, based on the undead commander's movements, he could tell that the Great Lord could sense Feng. I get it. He's using void steps. Thoughtful Rain declared. After hearing Fallen Wind's explanation, realization dawned on her. Void steps was a footwork technique that only Zero Wings core members had an opportunity to learn. It was also the specialty technique of Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. However, this advanced footwork technique was complex. Even now, she didn't even understand a fraction of the technique. Void steps? Thoughtful Rain's explanation confused the players from the Wind God's spear. Even Autumn Goose felt as if she and Thoughtful Rain lived in different worlds. Hadn't she been the one to guide Thoughtful Rain in the past? Following which, Thoughtful Rain explained the footwork technique as best as she could. What? Zero Wings core members get to learn an advanced technique like that? Wind God Spear's members were flabbergasted. To them, learning combat techniques was a dream. They had no access to that kind of training. And yet, in Zero Wing, the guild's core members were handed the opportunity to learn such powerful maneuvers. Wind God Spear's members suddenly envied thoughtful rain and blue bamboo. To battle maniacs like them, nothing was more tempting than improving their combat standards. Even legendary weapons and equipment were not as valuable as void steps in their opinion. After all, weapons and equipment were external. As long as one was strong enough, they would, sooner or later, obtain these items. However, combat techniques were a different story. As everyone from the Wind God's Spear admired thoughtful rain and blue bamboo, the undead commander stilled its hands abruptly. It unsheathed the two swords from its waist and appeared to swing one of them at empty air. Boom! Suddenly, the clang of metal on metal echoed throughout the battlefield, the resulting shockwave unbalanced fallen wind and the others from over 100 yards away. Meanwhile, a figure appeared where the undead commander had aimed its attack. This figure was none other than Feng. Isn't its strength a little too high? Feng was inwardly shocked. He had used parry to block the undead commander's attack. Although he had not received any damage, the sturdy stone floor beneath him had shattered. The shock of the impact had also numbed his hands. The undead commander had far more strength than a level 50 Great Lord should have. Based on Feng's estimation, it has as much strength as a Grand Lord at the very least. Fortunately, he had activated Power of Darkness before engaging the boss. Without the boosted attributes, he would have been dead on the floor. However, he had achieved his goal. Scram! Feng then launched Dragon Breath at the undead commander. A beam of silver light devoured the Great Lord. Caught by surprise, the undead commander failed to evade the attack and received over -30,000 damage. Moreover, he had triggered Dragon Breath's knockback effect, shoving the undead commander back by 10 yards. Following which, Feng took a silvery gray, dilapidated magic scroll from his bag. The instant he unfurled the magic scroll, the surrounding mana flow froze. Tier 3 Magic Scroll, Mana Seal. Chapter 1003, Advanced Title. After seeing the Tier 3 Magic Scroll in Feng's hands, the green flames in the undead commander's eyes flared. It could obviously feel the threat from the mana seal as it raised its swords and slashed forward. Numerous icicles emerged beneath Feng's feet, dense enough that dodging them was nearly impossible. However, predicting the move, Feng activated Defensive Blade and fended off the attacks. He then began to chant the scroll's incantation. As Feng finished the final verse, more than a dozen small, silver magic arrays appeared around the undead commander, surrounding the Great Lord. Although the undead commander tried to escape the encirclement, silver chains shot out from the magic arrays that bound the undead commander. As the chains tightened around the undead commander, its chilling field vanished. Move! Feng shouted in the team chat. The Tier 3 spell, Mana Seal, could only silence one target. Although its effects wouldn't last long against a Great Lord, it should be able to hold out for 4 or 5 minutes. At Feng's command, everyone snapped out of their daze. The 9 people wielding the 9-star polar domain scrolls rushed to surround the undead commander before activating their scrolls simultaneously. Immediately, the surrounding mana surged towards these 9 people, forming a purple-gold magic array beneath each player's feet. Roar! Sensing the battle's shift, the flames in the undead commander's eyes raged. It turned to charge towards the closest caster. You're too late. Feng smiled as he pointed the abyssal blade at the undead commander. Abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the boss. Although the Great Lord tore the chains like paper, they still managed to delay the undead commander. The brief moment allowed the magic arrays to merge, forming a golden magic barrier. Seeing the 9-star polar domain, the undead commander released an angry roar. However, no matter how much it struggled, its attributes decreased rapidly under the magic barrier's suppression. In the blink of an eye, the undead commander's maximum HP had fallen from 27 million to 12 million. The Great Lord's attributes had been reduced by more than half. Isn't this magic array a little too strong? These players were nearly speechless. They had seen large guilds use magic arrays to suppress field bosses before. Generally, a basic magic array was considered relatively powerful if it could reduce a Great Lord's attributes by 20%. However, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the undead commander by over 50%. Moreover, this magic array only required 9 people to activate. Compared to the 9-star polar domain, the magic arrays they had seen before were nothing but garbage. Although their team had sacrificed 9 members to maintain the magic array, the undead commander was now significantly weaker. Even the shield warrior Death Wind could tank the Great Lord, not to mention the Guardian Knight Fallen Wind. Use all of your Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Have the summoned creatures tank the boss. Everyone else, attack from the sides. Feng hurriedly commanded while he dodged and blocked the boss's attacks. Although the undead commander had lost over half its attributes, it still had a Great Lord's strength. Even after activating a berserk skill, Feng received over -1000 damage when he blocked the attacks. Moreover, this was after he had redirected a portion of the attack's power. Otherwise, he would have taken over -2000 damage. We're using the scrolls now. Isn't that wasteful? Some of the team members were reluctant. Stop talking nonsense and use them. Fallen Wind shot his team members a glare. Some had begun to think that they could rest easy. However, Fallen Wind knew that this was far from true. The real battle was just beginning. The undead commander's attributes and skills were indeed powerful. However, what made this boss truly powerful was its combat standards. Even though the Great Lord's attributes had been reduced, its basic attributes were still far higher than players. It was more than capable of relying on its techniques to slaughter them. Following which, 3 Tier 2 summoned creatures were summoned and charged at the undead commander. Despite all 3 summoned creatures being level 50 lords, when they reached the undead commander and launched their attacks, the undead commander dodged 2 of them effortlessly. As for the third, the undead commander struck its vital points and sent it flying, devouring over 20,000 of the summoned creature's HP instantly. Everyone's jaws dropped. Why is it still so strong? Autumn Goose was a little dumbfounded. Not only had the 3 summoned creatures failed to damage the undead commander, but one of them had also taken damage. At this point, she started to doubt that their summoned creatures' lords. Although the 3 summoned creatures hadn't inflicted any damage, they had affected the Great Lord's actions slightly. This gave Feng an opportunity to strike the undead commander's joints, dealing a critical blow. -12,216. It seems that this is quite effective. Feng smiled when he saw this damage. Although the summoned creatures hadn't performed as well as he had expected, they still alleviated his burden. In addition, the other team members bombarded the undead commander, whittling down the Great Lord's HP. 80%. 70%. 60%. Everyone's attacks were well organized. The more they fought, the more confident they became. Time passed quickly. When the undead commander's HP fell to 30%, the Great Lord's wicked laugh echoed in the players' ears. Green flames then covered its body, and the mana-sealing chains binding it shattered, one after another. Sensing the mana leaking from the Great Lord's body, everyone shuddered. The undead commander's chilling field once again flooded the battlefield. Unfortunately, the chilling field was also more powerful than it had been. Everyone's attributes instantly fell by 30%, increasing the gap between the players and the monster before them. Give it everything you've got. Fallen Wind knew that this was the crucial moment. Immediately, he used the Berserk skill Power of Judgment. Power of Judgment was a Berserk skill unique to Guardian Knights. Upon activation, it increased the user's defense by 200% and strength and endurance by 100%. However, it only lasted 90 seconds and had a long, 10-hour cooldown. The rest of the team also activated their Berserk skills, using this opportunity to close the gap. Unfortunately, their actions bore minimal effects. As the undead commander madly brandished its swords, one icicle after another exploded from the ground. With one wave of attacks, the Great Lord had claimed a life. The players maintaining the 9-star polar domain also received splash damage. Nobody could get near the undead commander. At this moment, Feng activated Wind Rider, dodging the undead commander's icicle attacks as he retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls, activating them swiftly. Unlike the other team members, he wielded a sacred sword. His damage with magic scrolls doubled against dark creatures. As the Tier 2 magic scrolls activated, horrific damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the undead commander's head. Unfortunately, the Great Lord also claimed one player's life after another. By the time Feng had used all the Tier 2 magic scrolls Fallen Wind had given him, the undead commander only had around 1 million HP remaining. However, aside from the members maintaining the 9-star polar domain and Feng, only 4 players still lived. These 4 were Fallen Wind, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo. All 4 had very little HP left. If not for Blue Bamboo activating Power of Darkness and increasing her healing capacity, they, too, would have long since succumbed to the icicle attacks. Suddenly, Feng's Power of Darkness came to an end. Possibly because it had realized the players were at their wits' end, the undead commander began to chant an incantation. A giant magic array then appeared above the battlefield. Isn't this the Tier 3 curse, Frozen Hell? Seeing the magic array in the air and sensing its power, Feng recognized the undead commander's spell immediately, his expression darkening. Why does it know a Tier 3 curse? When Fallen Wind and the others sensed the magic array's power, they knew that they were doomed. Feng then threw caution to the wind as he activated both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He also activated Instant Strike, appearing before the undead commander and sending a violent blow down on the Great Lord's head. Boom! When the streak of blue light struck, the attack planted the undead commander's face into the floor, creating a small crater beneath it. -126,718. Not only had Feng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, but his powerful damage had also interrupted the Great Lord's casting. However, Feng was far from done. Streak after streak of blue light passed through the undead commander's fallen body. Although the Great Lord tried to defend itself with its icicles, the blue lights shattered the frosty lances. By the time Instant Strike ended, the undead commander had less than 200,000 HP remaining. Die! Lifting Killing Ray high, Feng used Flame Burst on the heavily damaged undead commander. 15 dazzling flames devoured the undead commander, burning it until nothing was left except for its suit of golden armor. System, congratulations! You have killed the immortal. Rewarding the advanced title, Spirit Slayer. Chapter 1004, 4-star treatment. Is it dead? Is he really a human? He actually gave the undead commander such a violent beating. Everyone stared at the undead commander's ashy remains, astonished. The undead commander was simply too powerful. While inside its chilling field, the team had been forced to deal with the icicle attacks. Although the attacks aimed at them were not as strong or fast as those targeting Feng, one mistake could lead to an instant death. They had no leeway to launch their own attacks either, as it had taken everything they had just to stay alive. If not for Feng's continuous assault on the Great Lord, none of them would have survived this ordeal. An advanced title? After sheathing his swords, Feng stared at the system notification before him in shock. He had intended to save some of his strength to deal with the following Trial of God stages. However, he hadn't expected the undead commander's Tier 3 curse. Had he allowed the undead commander to finish the spell, the situation would have been unredeemable. Hence, with no other choice, he had used twofold Berserk, suffering a long period of the resulting weakened state. Now, however, it would seem that it had been worth killing the undead commander with his own 2 hands. There were all sorts of titles in God's domain, and different titles provided different effects. Titles were also divided into ranks, with basic titles at the bottom, followed by advanced titles, epic titles, and legendary titles. For the majority of God's domain's players, obtaining even a basic title was exceedingly difficult. Even so, many players still sought them because of the convenience they offered. Take the Demon Hunter title for example. It gave Feng the perks of a noble in God's domain's major cities. There were also titles like the basic Tyrant title, which increased a player's combat power. If even basic titles provided such useful effects, there was no need to mention advanced titles. Only, obtaining an advanced title was far more difficult. In the past, many large guilds had willingly offered epic items in exchange for clues leading to advanced titles. In Feng's previous life, one of the 10 great Grandmaster alchemists, Silent Wonder, had only obtained her unshakable position because of the advanced title, Alchemy Inheritor. Aside from benefiting lifestyle classes, many players had only managed to complete their Tier 4 class change due to advanced titles. When Feng had been stuck at the peak of Tier 3, he had similarly sought clues regarding advanced titles. Unfortunately, he never found anything. After all, advanced titles were no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Now that he had just obtained one, how could he not be surprised? Following which, Feng clicked to check the Spirit Slayer's information. Spirit Slayer, advanced title, the proof of vanquishing the immortal. When equipped, this title suppresses nearby dark creatures. All dark creatures within 200 yards will fear the holder, preventing weak dark creatures from approaching. Dark creatures within 100 yards will suffer a 20% decrease to their basic attributes. Holder of the title will also enjoy 4-star treatment when interacting with the Adventurers Association. What an amazing title! Feng was breathless when he finished reading the title's introduction. It's no wonder why those experts from large guilds were so desperate for an advanced title. The Spirit Slayer's suppression effects against dark creatures was one thing, but the rise in position one enjoyed with the Adventurers Association was over the top. The Adventurers Association's importance to players was self-evident. The majority of the quests players received were from the Adventurers Association. This was especially true for guild players. As players received and completed more quests from the Adventurers Association, they gained more reputation with the association. Only after obtaining 500 reputation points would one be considered an official member of the Adventurers Association. Before this, players were only outer members. Their status with the association, and the way they were treated, was average at best. However, after becoming an official member, players received far more benefits. One of the most obvious changes were the ranks of the quests they could receive. As outer members, players were usually limited to basic quests. Very rarely would they receive advanced quests. It was common knowledge that more difficult a quest was, the greater were its rewards. After becoming official members, players received plenty of advanced quests. This was also why many independent players had been able to manage in God's domain relatively well without joining a guild. Also, after becoming an official member, players activated the Adventurers Association's star rank system. Official members started in the 1-star position. Only after completing a sufficient number of 1-star quests could they challenge the promotion test to become 2-star adventurers. 2-star adventurers were the equivalent of Adventurers Association's elite members. Needless to say, they enjoyed far more benefits. 3-star adventurers were equivalent to core members, while 4-star adventurers were equivalent to the Vice Branch Association Masters, and 5-star adventurers were equivalent to Branch Association Masters in the Adventurers Association. The Branch Association Masters were the equivalent of the War Gods Temple's branch temple leaders and the magistrates in major NPC cities. Meanwhile, the Spirit Slayer title allowed him to enjoy a 4-star position in the Adventurers Association. In the past, the furthest Feng had gotten was the 3-star status. After all, gaining a rank promotion in the Adventurers Association took more than completing quests. One also needed to be strong enough to pass the association's test. Now that he was considered a 4-star adventurer, even NPC cities' major nobles would have to treat him with great respect. He could even enter a palace freely. Feng was inspired, thinking of new plans for the future. Although he knew many of God's domain's secrets, uncovering these secrets required sufficient standing and special conditions. Now that he had the Spirit Slayer title, he could do more. As the battle with the undead commander came to an end, Blue Bamboo and the other healers began to resurrect the dead. In the trial of God, players would not be sent out of the trial upon death. If no healers were available to resurrect them, the system would respawn them at the trial's starting point after 30 minutes. While Feng carefully considered his future plans, Blue Bamboo walked over and asked eagerly, "Big brother Feng, we've mostly recovered. Should we activate the treasure chest now?" Now that the guardian boss was dead, the magic barrier protecting the 7-colored treasure chest had vanished. After the long fight to defeat such a powerful boss, the team was eager to learn what rested in the treasure chest that this boss guarded. Feng had contributed the most to the boss's defeat. The team had also relied on Feng to get this far. Hence, the honor of opening the treasure chest fell to Feng. No one disagreed with the decision. "I'll open it, then," Feng laughed. In reality, it did not matter who opened the treasure chest as the trial of God tested all of them. Unlike ordinary treasure chests, which only provided a few items that players were required to share, the treasure chests at the end of each stage rewarded each player based on their contribution. Following which, Feng approached the 7-colored treasure chest and slowly lifted its lid. A golden light escaped the treasure chest. A 7-colored stone tablet then floated up from the chest. As the golden brilliance dissipated, words appeared on the 5-meter-tall, 7-colored tablet. This tablet would evaluate players' performances in the stage. Everyone stared, entranced, as the first name appeared on the stone tablet. Team Leader, Fallen Wind Evaluation, B rank reward, 1 basic strength fruit, 1 secret silver mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.